Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the final day of the Scrabble holiday party sponsored by NASBA Games. My name is Nitz Shakti. I am going to be your co-commentator today with Matt O'Connor, our resident expert. Matt, how are you feeling today?
Good morning. Yes, I'm excited for this Canadian Scrabble. Sorry, that's the different one. That's later. But sorry, this one is the Belleville holiday party. So much Scrabble going on in Canada. I get confused sometimes. But yeah, we've got interesting tournament situation. I think in round 10 we're going to see if Adam can continue his rampage on this event. But round 9 we are going to do Steve Osorio versus Terry Kang. They're both doing all right, but Adam is 8-0. So if there's going to be a chance at stopping his runaway, they both are going to really need a win this round.
Absolutely. I mean, Steve, only 2 games behind Adam, but that actually matters a lot in a game, in a tournament this short. There are only 14 games in this main event. Is at a rating of 1496, but that doesn't belie how well he's doing. He is in second place. He's well above some of the more strong players that we would expect to be neck and neck with Adam. I mean, I'm really excited to see him play against Terry Kang, who by herself is she is rated 1565 and a fantastic player. I mean, I find Terry to be quite intimidating over the board. Matt, how about you?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think I have a 60% or so win percentage against her, but that is actually enough to for her to be my worst opponent in terms of losing rating. So yeah, she's known to take rating from me. She's taken over 100 already. So yeah, definitely someone I kind of I kind of recoil sometimes when I get paired with her because of the rating, not because of her personality, just because I'm like, oh, I'm about to lose rating. So
And look
yeah,
at that. Steve and Terry, they are neck and neck. Their career head to head is 8 games and 8 games. Like I think this matchup could really be something. Steve really needs this win if he's going to stay in contention with Adam and Terry. I mean, 5-3 is a fantastic record in this field, but she really wants that win to cozy up to those top spots.
yeah, and I think some of this thing with just the history of the situation, Steve is actually on a rampage right now. I think he started bagging him and tagging him. So
Oh my
yeah,
god.
we're gonna see if we can continue this. We think we're gonna switch to the game right now. They're about to start.
Love to see it. And I mean, I really hope this is one of those close games. I know we saw in the head to head that Steve had recently beaten Terry by quite a lot in Lake George, but I really hope this is one of those other close games that they've had against each other. Just a very small spread difference. Steve to go first here, and he's drawing out his tiles.
Yeah, so we're gonna get into it now. Steve with a couple of consonants, but it could
Oh,
turn out
wow.
to be perfect. Yeah, so
Oh my
Steve with
god.
yeah, so Steve is gonna play saltier. This is not saltier. This is saltier, and I'm saying that because it takes an S.
Oh, that's a good catch. And he's deciding where to place those tiles right about now. Is he going to go with, okay, there we go. He's going to put an E under that triple lane. I'm not sure how I feel about that, mostly because quite a lot of bingos can end in that E. But I can see why he didn't want to put the S there. Salty are going to come down. It's going to be a bingo for him.
Yeah, and one thing I do like is that he did just decide on something fairly quickly. There are so many choices here. Obviously, there are, I believe, at least 6 bingos here, and they can go in 7 different spots. So I like his idea of just getting something down. It might not be, strictly speaking, the absolute most perfect one of these, but he will have more time in the end game because of the fact that he is saving some time here.
And Terry now with a bingo. Is that going to be an N, do you think? Is she going to go for fundable for 76?
Yeah, I think she is. The only other option is Leaf Buds, but there's definitely some pros and cons. Leaf Buds scoring a few more points And I'm talking about the leaf buds ending in the S in Saltier, but it will also put an L in the triple triple. So
This will receive a +5 from Osorio. Well, I mean, I completely respect this because fundable, able words are something that can be a little confusing. Some of them are consistent, some of them are not. And even though fundable sounds like a really common word, it doesn't hurt to throw a nickel at it just to see if that 76 points is going to stay on the board. You're up a bingo. If you can make your opponent score 0 points instead, I say go ahead, challenge.
yeah, for sure. It's one of those things where maybe if you had a Nigel like grasp of the dictionary, it would be unnecessary to give out nickels, but it's hard to get to that point, and often those able words end up in the category of like, I guess that makes sense, and they kind of blend together. So yeah, definitely can't blame him too much here. Nits, usually when I get a board shape like this, my brain defaults to trying to use the double letter double word that's easy to use. I see Kino immediately. Do you have a
Oh, yeah.
problem with Kino? Is there something else you would do?
I actually really like that suggestion. I mean, there is something that he could do, which is a little trickier to find, which is the word Beknot, Beknot, starting from the B of fundable, but that is a lot of overlaps, and that's not necessarily a place where you would think to look. Beknot would be just one more point, and it would get rid of the T. So I like Kino. I think this is a good play.
Yeah, unfortunately, Steve does not know that Terry has a G, which is the only front hook for NU. So maybe a little bit of the defensive aspect of Kino actually isn't going to work this time, but it definitely seems like nice and tight on average. Maybe the only other play is Buke with the B in fundable. That would be, I believe, 30 points and get rid of the U. But Kino's a very solid choice, and again, Steve is saving himself some time for the end game, and he appears to have drawn a bingo. I'll leave the chat a few seconds to look for it before spoiling.
Ooh, thank you, thank you. Terry now in a very strange position. She has to look at the inside of this board. She really has to look away from that K. I think it's very obvious that she could play Beak or something like Doc, like DHAK to the K of Kino. But I think it might really help her to like look at the inside of that board and try and go for some overlaps. I think if there's anyone who's going to be able to find them, it's going to be Terry. She has really great board vision.
So Nitz, I've been looking at the board for a few seconds, and I see something like bath, but I also see something like bathed. How do you decide between those two? Bath, maybe a little tighter, bathed scoring a few more points, but maybe also blowing up the rack a little. How do you decide when you see two words like that?
That's a really good question. I mean, before I answer that, I think there might be a possibility that Terry exchanges on this turn, and I say this because Terry in the past has been known to exchange through tougher racks, but I think she can definitely play through this. She looks like she's about to play Doc. And just going back to your question about Bade or Bath, actually, I kind of prefer Gabbed a little bit through the B, making ASBAET and DI. I kind of like Gabbed because it's getting rid of just a lot of tiles. It's keeping HV, not the nicest tiles that you want to keep together, but a lot less clunky, I think, than the GHV after Bade, for example.
Yeah, for sure. Gabbed. So Terry has no way of knowing this. Gabbed actually would, I believe, stop Steve's only bingo, which is pungent, forming PE and UR. So that is a great choice for that reason. Terry's going to play hated. I think this scores a couple more points. I do worry a little bit that BVG is not going to lead to a very fruitful future, but she is taking as many points as she can. So definitely some sort of tangible benefit from this. I do just worry a little that the future is less bright.
I completely hear that. And Steve Osorio not to come down with Pungent immediately. Good on him for having spotted that as quickly as he did. Again, as you said, he's just not wasting any time. Terry now, hopefully, to pick up a few vowels so that she can make her way out of this rack. And she's drawn an I. There's an E on the board. Is there anything that she can do productively through this that's gonna make it possible for her to play through? And there are two opportunities for getting rid of some of these tiles that do stand out. Matt, do you want to go ahead and spoil those for us?
Yeah, I mean, Terry's got two seven-letter words. They're not bingos. They're seven-letter words through the E. Um, and the question really becomes which one maybe gives Terry a bit of a more bright future in the sense that she will still be behind after it. So she does need to maybe think about setting herself up on a board where eventually another bingo can come down. It's not maybe that likely to come quickly with the remaining tile being the V. But as the person at a deficit, Terry is definitely still going to be thinking about an eventual bingo. So those two seven-letter words are anagrams, and they are bited, Bighthed, and bedite, Bedigught. I think I slightly prefer bedite because it seems to lead to more bingos in the medium term. If Terry plays bited, I would worry a little bit that once Steve overlaps that area, maybe right laps, if that's a word, then both the area for eights around bited is gone and the UR hooks like an E and an N are gone. And then starting to get really tight really fast. So I would probably play Bedite here.
And Terry has seen Bited. That's incredible board vision on her part, incredible word knowledge. I wonder if she's gonna go ahead and send this word. I do notice that the players' clocks are stopped. I think they may have paused to do a score check and confirmation, and now the clocks have not restarted. It is Terry's turn. She will hopefully pull the plug on Bited or Bedite, as you'd mentioned, and the clock has been turned on for the wrong player. This actually counts as a. Would this count as a pass? Terry having
I
pressed the clock.
don't think so. I think what happens here is you reconcile it, and I think Terry gets a penalty similar to counting a score wrong, where if Steve keeps track of them and then calls the director after three of these, he gets one extra minute to think. But I actually want to point out one more play. It's I don't know if I would do it. It has its advantages because it keeps about as good of a leave as you can reasonably here, and it's a new word. Although I bet a lot of people would be shocked for me to tell you this, and that's vibed. Um,
Ooh, nice.
leave is not fantastic, but it's about as good as it's going to get, and that definitely matters when you're behind and hunting for a bingo. But Terry's going to do hived. I think maybe she's thinking about setting up an S hook. I do worry a little bit. She doesn't have one, and she's playing off less tiles than Bedite, so she's even less likely to have one soon.
I think you might be right, but I also think that maybe Terry wasn't 100% unbited, and she didn't want to accidentally have a turn where she's scoring 0 points, and just wanted to go with something that she was absolutely 100% sure of. Of course, here Vibed would have been probably a better version of Hived, but the fact that these clunky tiles are still coming off of her rack and she's luckily drawn into some vowels will bode well for her. Steve to go now. He has, oh my gosh, he's just drawing into those goodies. He just continues to draw into those. He's obstructing with his hand the P, the Q, and the U. I think he's going to look at Quip, or he,
Quap.
however, oh, right. Yeah. Could be Quap that he's thinking of. And Quap here would play to the side of Hive, making PI and OH. Steve, however, just to slow down a little bit, if he's able to take a look back at that K that he plopped down on the board, he has a fantastic play with his Z.
Yeah, well, there's an interesting choice, which is actually Zonk on the triple QUUP and ugly leave for sure. But With a floating I, it definitely softens the blow a little bit because of Kipu, Quipu, which is an Incan counting thing with strings and
Ropes,
stuff. But
yeah. Yeah, yeah.
that said, I do think actually that because you can also just play Zauk up there, you don't really have to think about Zonk. I actually wonder the most if Steve should play Quap. ZUN not great, but the Z definitely has a little bit more of a future on an uncertain board in general because the Z hooks so many things. If you play Quap first, you still have the Z. If you play Zauk and Terry plays something like Gab to the left of Hived, I don't know exactly where QU is going to go. So I probably would do Quap given the maybe the Z being a little bit safer under the idea that you'll get something, and that looks like it's what Steve is doing.
That's a really good point. I love that breakdown. I think you're right. The QU, even though it is quite a powerful combination, it's not as bad as just hanging onto the Q by itself. This board is not friendly for that QU yet, and keeping that Z, as you said, remains flexible. So I like that for him. That's a good choice, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Terry with one of those racks where maybe with a lot of floaters, I would be very annoyed looking for a bingo. Maybe it's a little bit easier to dismiss that possibility this time with only the S and T. But yeah, Terry is gonna probably be in a bit of an annoying spot because something like Bark scores about as much as she's gonna get here, but Bark also leaving not that great, and Terry with a little bit of a deficit. The score has not been updated, but I believe it's actually 149 to 213. So after a play like Bark, Terry will be down 34, and she will not be keeping the best leave she can. So it's possible something like GABA with the BA in like fundable and hated is a little bit better because it maximizes the leave. However, GABA has its own issue because it blocks the S, which is arguably the best place to bingo. So, Nitz, how do you handle these situations where maybe there's a high scoring play, but you worry that you're behind and that makes you a little further from bingoing?
That's a really good question. I like what Terry's doing here. I do like playing just bark or beak. I do like this. I I'm looking at this board and I'm like, I might just need to continue scoring. I need to just hope that when I do draw a bingo that it's gonna, like it's not the kind of bingo that I'm still 70 behind, you know?
Yeah, for sure. I think Beak does a good job at that. I think we actually might, at least in the hypothetical, we know Steve has firepower, but there's a lot of hypothetical situations on a board like this where Steve's scoring options run out really fast, and he's basically stuck deciding between ripping open the board, maybe with a word with the S in Saltier, and just keeping it closed but not scoring very much. And that is actually something you don't mind when you're behind, even though the closed board part is maybe not as great. Another thing to mention is the T in pungent. This is actually a really good thing to have when behind, even if it's the only lane, because oftentimes you get shots at that and your opponent doesn't get shots at a wide open board to put the game away. So actually keeping something like just the T in pungent is actually a really powerful tool when you're behind because it allows you to maybe groom your rack in a little bit safer of a way in the sense that your opponent won't have as many shots to hit a dagger on you. So I don't mind necessarily kind of sitting on the closed board for a little bit for Terry. What do you think, Nets?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that yeah, I mean, yes, she's behind, but she didn't know about the J, she didn't know about the Z, and in her mind, she can still draw those. She can still come down with a good score on this board. And Joe is coming down. It is partially obstructing that T a little bit. I think he could have done slightly bit more of a block by getting rid of that S as well, making Jucos Jucos. That makes PIS OHO, and that would score 39.
Yeah,
What are your thoughts on that?
there's also the front C hook for hived to make shived. I don't know, maybe Juco and Shived would be a little bit nicer just because it keeps the S and scores similarly. But yeah, definitely Steve is doing a good job at least getting some amount of defense with his choice of Joe, which is always good.
Absolutely. Junko also with no, sorry, Juko would have been the only one with that. Sorry, my bad. And you're right, like that would have been a great play as well. I guess it's hard to see um, that overlap there with that you're making a parallel as well as like extending this word. So it's like it's a little tough. But Steve, he's in a really good position. He's up still. He has a Z to use later, and Terry now yet again with just one vowel and just to figure out what to do with this. Her highest scoring option is going to be to the side of fundable. She's going to, if she wants, she can put the F right after EF, and that would make AFT. She would get 34 points for playing vertically, making nut and F. However, keeps GLMR, and that's kind of gross. I don't know.
Yeah, this is, I think, one of those situations where within the entire context of the position, you probably just have to take aft and hope for vowels. Terry already did this with Hived, and she actually did get her vowels, so it is possible. Another thing is when you're behind as much as Terry is, there are actual viable paths to coming back that aren't bingos. From Terry's perspective, the Z is still achievable, and a lot of the time the Z is an alternative path to coming back, and maybe it's not ideal because it might not be quite enough, but it is something. And if it's out there, you often are a little bit less in the camp of I need to bingo, and aft scoring so many points is really nice.
Right, right. She is, however, going to play. Let's see, what are these tiles? Was she going to play flags? I think possibly. Just kind of bricking that side. That would play for 16 points. I don't. It would keep MRT. So, MRT just feels really good to hang on to. But I don't know how I feel about that play, mostly because it's getting rid of that S, and then the only thing you have to go off of is you can play from the D of hated, or you can play from the T of pungent, and I don't know how long those are going to stay open.
Yeah, for sure. It's not fun to kind of close the board when you're behind. Flags is a kind of like a leave maximizing play, which is always worth considering. I do worry a little bit that flags shutting down the S is a little bit not the right like theme here, but there is always a lot of value in maximizing your leave when you're behind and going for a bingo. So we'll see what Terry can pull off if she does commit flags.
Right. This is a tough move. Again, she's been struggling with not having enough vowels, and she's, like as Steve has picked up the K, the J, the Q, and now he has a Z, and he's, using them quite productively. Terry's been struggling with something that's almost quite a bingo, but not really, and having to make these difficult decisions about what to do with the board and where to play. So you're kind of testing your knowledge on more than just your word knowledge. You're also checking to see what your board awareness is like, what the board will look like after a few turns, what you want to do to shape it and groom it. It's a lot more to think about than just do I know a word.
Yeah, for sure. One good thing about flags, even though it does kind of close things, is it actually, depending on Steve's rack, it might encourage Steve to use that triple letter, which is juicy, but would reopen a bingo lane. And maybe Steve will refuse to do that. But if he does, then Terry will do it, score well, and open the board for herself. So that is definitely a thing. Terry, however, is going to exchange.
All right. That was not on my bingo card for this game, but I respect it. I see what she's doing that. I maybe would have preferred to get some points here, but it's like it's hard, right? Like you want to get points, but you don't know what you're where you're going to get those points, and you don't know what
Yeah,
you want to do with
for
the board.
sure. And Terry drawing something like Rattlers is obviously nice. I just worry that because of her choice to exchange, it's not going to be quite enough, and she will soon be in the sort of I must bingo again, even though she's about to play one. So yeah, exchanging probably it's always there. Probably a little bit if you have aft, something like aft is too many points this time to say no to. In another world where a lot of Terry's kind of sad options are closer to 20, it's definitely something that should be in the back of your head. Steve, though, is in an interesting spot because a lot of his equity plays actually do kind of rip open the board, and I don't think he's going to do them. He can do something like Anna cut with the A, and that's the equity play, but it does seem a little too open at this score for me. I don't think I would do it, but I also don't know what I would do once I maybe rule something like that out.
Well, that's actually interesting. He has, I think, two options that might be quite blocky. One would be partially obstructing the S by playing something like cuz and con, that N being the blank. That would be only 18 points, keeps nits, as you should, but that would attempt to partially block that S. And the other option that I think that could work for him for obstructing what could be his opponent's greatest chances of coming back would be like that T, for example. And one of the things that he could do here is play Spitz through the PI. And that would make Jot, it would be 26 points, maybe not the greatest leave of CINU, but it does also partially obstruct that T. Again, I'm not saying that these are the greatest choices because you can still start bingos with a T, you can still start bingos with an S, and that might be playing a little too scared. But Anicut also, I mean, yeah, like as you mentioned, it's the equity play, but it's giving back a little too much to your opponent. So, not always sure what we could do here. Maybe just something like Zits and making AHS.
Yeah, I think I like Steve's idea here. It might not score quite enough points, but there's a lot of logic in blocking that S and not reopening something. One thing I will say about Anicut is that we're actually in a position where Terry is going to bingo anyways, and it's going to be elsewhere. And in those situations, you feel good having done equity because you've kind of maximized your own scoring and your
Right.
opponent was going to bingo anyways. One last thing, though, which is really fun, is what if
Oh
Steve
no.
just played Jut with that J?
Oh wow. Oh no. Terry not having seen Startler and Rattlers is going to make this a much harder game for her. Um, I mean, it's not really a position that you look in. It's not really you think that, oh, the bingo, it should start with an S, or it's going to, start with like two spots up above that T. It is really hard to see words like that, mostly because you feel like, okay, there's two R's, there's two T's. Surely there must be something that'll jump out at me, and then it just looks like a blob of letters, and it's a tough position for Terry to be in now.
Yeah, definitely. I'm surprised she took that little time because she was definitely she's done a decent job saving time and definitely with a bingo-ish rack like that, I would want to take more time. Not to glaze over Tiz, I do think this is actually a great idea. It does as much blocking as you really are gonna be able to here, so I like this idea.
It would have given back Steeler underneath for 83, but Terry going to take Bleeders for 80. Sorry, Steeler would have been 84. Bleeders and Blearist here, they are 83 points. Nothing to sneeze at. It is going to be exactly what she needs. She's now only 20 points behind.
Yeah, pert being a word in English that I think maybe a little bit more commonly as an adjective creates a pretty tricky S hook to remember. But honestly, I kind of like bleeders better because it leaves open a more realistic bingo lane, and Terry is still the one behind and still the one that maybe needs to try to get a bingo. And we see the
Yeah.
playing, so maybe there's a bingo in her future. Steve, though, is actually in a really brutal spot because all of the equity plays involve putting an O next to that Z. Um, and the issue is, I think, pretty apparent is that you're turning maybe a little bit tricky of a bingo lane to work with into one where there's just an S hook sitting there for you. So I might actually go in the direction of playing something like a down, which is pretty good scoring. I know it's less than a down with it and so, but a down at least doesn't set up an S hook. It's definitely worth something.
Interesting. I guess I wouldn't have considered that. I think I would have gone straight with just Dow underneath Tiz. And I'm saying this mostly because I like hanging on to that N. I feel like I might be closer to a bingo. Do you feel like that would be not necessary here?
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting thing. I also do like going with id and Zoe because there's a world where you just leave that there and it gives Terry several shots at it. And at least with Dow, you can start to think about maybe exhausting the whole area. One nice path after Dow involves Terry underlapping and then Steve using his S to maybe block the S hook that Terry will be creating.
Oh, interesting. Yes, he's going with a down, as you mentioned. Um, Realizing now that Perts being a word that Snow could have just as easily come down underneath Tis for 34 points, keeping DIM. But a down, as you mentioned, also and an interesting play here.
Yeah, this play has its own advantages. The sim doesn't love it, but I do think if Steve continues with logical follow up, Steve is going to avoid a large part of why the sim doesn't love it. He's not rip open the board. He's probably going to find a way to use his app to almost like come up as much as he can and stuff. So if he can do that, I think he can make that worth it. Here's one try. Don't think the best scoring and he's one of the best.
Um, don't worry, folks. Just a few technical issues on our side. Matt, I wasn't fully able to hear you over here, but I will say that Terry's choice of Fry immediately put down 45 points. Beautiful find, beautiful play. She could just move on with the A and L blank rack and hopefully just bingo through this board.
Yeah, for sure. At least I see now Oxone and Napoleon at the end, which I believe are the only things in that rack. Not sure which one is more gettable. Naloxone is a reasonably common word, especially with the opioid crisis, the anti-opioid drug. Napoleon is definitely an eponymous word, but I always get a little uncomfortable putting a proper noun down.
And sorry, where does that play?
The N in down.
Oh, okay. Um, how many points is that?
58 is Napoleon, 57 in the lockdown, which is not great, but Terry is actually coming back and is in the lead. So actually, bingo is probably going to be enough. Steve's going to do a job. I like this idea actually because now that he's fine, he actually needs to be more towards equity, and this is actually surprisingly high equity given that he is keeping a lot of the good stuff together. Another option is a Tiglik with the T if he wants to lower the risk of bingos.
I like that. I think another thing that he could have done is just play Coom through the W, CWM. That's a little dangerous because, you know, there are still tiles that go under that M, and it would have made Napoleon and Naloxon just a little score just a little bit more, but yet another equity consideration on his end. I like him getting rid of that G though. Definitely doesn't need that on his rack.
Hey, I don't know what Steve was doing with the jog, but if he was treating it as a fish, he did draw something which is Lemnisky. That is a
Ooh,
tricky word to
nice.
anagram, though, because there are a lot of maybe logical letter combos in that word that are not part of it. But if jog was a fish for something like lemnisky, it did work out.
Right. I look at Terry's rack now and I'm just seeing, okay, she has quite a lot of vowels. This is the kind of rack where you think, okay, I definitely should have something, and it needs a lot of patience to permutate through all of the letters that that blank could be to see what could play. Right now, eights are going to be Terry's friend. Napoleon and naloxone, they're words that, you may have seen before, but I don't know if you can always send it, Terry, however, does have a really cool word through the T as well. It does not score as much as Napoleon or Naloxon, but it is one of those higher probability bingos. It is atenolol, making the blank an L. Not sure if that is also super easy to see, because that would mean duplicating one of the tiles that you already have. And sometimes when you're looking for bingos with a blank, you're thinking, all right, I need to find this with a letter that I don't already have on my rack. Playing with a
Yeah,
blank can sometimes be, yeah, it can be tough, especially when you have as many vowels as you do.
yeah, a tenolol. Yay, more drugs. I'm not sure if I actually want to bingo here. I was wondering about NOLO. You can get into these situations where you have the blank and you'll get something down eventually, and the bingos all have pretty glaring holes. Like naloxone scores 69, which is nice, but the issue is you are setting up an S hook onto the triple, and when you can, in theory, keep a powerhouse leave, it's like maybe you can wait one turn and get an even nicer bingo next turn that doesn't set up as much. Like maybe Terry just wants to wait and hit it and ZE or something with a different bingo that scores more and is a little safer.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I like that. That's a good consideration. Steve now, as you mentioned, had one playable bingo. It is an eight-letter word. It's through the N. It is an incredibly difficult find. Steve, however, has been surprising us and exciting us with his great play over the board, just getting bingos down already. I don't know if he's going to be able to see this, mostly because of the position, and you're kind of not expecting the N to be where it is. When you put the N together with these tiles, you're thinking maybe that's not what that word should look like. So mill coming down is, I mean, it's honestly not super surprising to me. This is a really tough find.
Yeah, although I do worry that maybe Steve is not doing enough on any front. He's not quite doing the most bingo maximizing leave. He's not thinking about blocking bingos, which if Terry maybe has a bingo on row 11 is going to be a little too much, and he's not maybe he wants to play off tiles and get the blank, so he's not quite maximizing any of those on any front, which does worry me a little bit.
That's a really good point. I mean, something like Emix, like EMICS under Tiz would have been interesting because it would have a ZE, it doesn't, it only takes the N. So, and the P, sorry. It, and the D. Never mind.
Yeah.
It would have made it slightly more difficult for Terry to get something down there.
And not to
Terry,
gloss over Steve's tough bingo, Terry had one that was arguably even tougher because it required the blank, and that was Trawlnet. But I think Trawlnet kind of shows why maybe naloxone on the last turn wasn't even worth doing. If Terry got Trawlnet down, she could have waited for something that was 86 points.
right, right. Um, Again, I mean, it's a tough find. These are these are situations where you only have the one bingo, so you don't really have the option to pick which one you would play. You have to see it, and if you don't see it, then your best option is, okay, like, let me get as many points as I can. Na is 25 points. It kept a good leave. It was about as much as Terry could do in the situation where she's not seeing Trollnet.
And Steve is in the third consecutive one bingo available turn of the game, but he is going to see it. This is Ryan sees. Really important. Would hate to see Steve's awesome run fall to something like a really tough bingo like Ryan sees. So we'll see if this gives him a chance. We know Terry has the blank, and as such, it's going to be tough. But Ryan sees obviously does help quite a bit. I
Right.
hope Terry
This is
not
a
put this down because it is not a word.
Oh, wow. Okay. What is this blank going to be? Let's take a look at the blank cam.
I'm
And
guessing an A, which it is definitely at least somewhat logical.
unfortunately for,
Unfortunately,
yeah, unfortunately for Terry, not a word. Is Steve going to hold this?
I would hope so. I mean, it's a game situation where it definitely feels like you have to. Um, that said, you might actually want to tank here. I personally am sure it's no good, but there is a chance actually that in this position, Steve can squeak out a win by less than five. And if he's not sure of multage,
Oh,
then actually be an unnecessary risk to challenge. But he's got a challenge, which is good, especially because he might need some spread to chase Adam Logan down.
absolutely. I mean, I think it's a good idea to challenge that word, mostly because I don't want my opponent to have, you know, to have so many points. I don't want the game to be so close. Steve, I mean, he has gone ahead. He's bingoed without a blank. It must be really frustrating for Terry now in this position. She's hung on to the blank for a while. She's been so close to a bingo. She's just, kept chugging along. And now this phony word is coming off the board. Steve here to get another chance. He has the X on his rack. It's exactly what he needs to continue scoring and keep putting the pressure on Terry.
Well, that's one thing is actually that if you are sure that there are no bingos in Terry's rack, you empty the bag at all costs here. Terry cannot bingo right now, and we know that. That said, I don't think you can actually empty the bag. The word trivia is as tempting as it is because it feels like a word is not a word. Trivia is actually a plural and only ever has been. So I do wonder what Steve's going to do. I do think trivia itself has a lot of logic because Terry can only fish one, and then whatever she does, Steve can S hook it to kind of cut it off, and then he should be
Right.
good. I'm actually not too um, I don't think the X is actually that important here. I think it would be if we didn't know Terry's rack, but because we do, I think we can actually go in the direction of something like trivia, which is really nice because we can make Terry's fishes as hard as possible. It's a lot harder to reopen the board with one tile in a way that doesn't get slammed shut.
What about something like Ixia's making SI? Now, Ixia's is 22 points. It keeps RV, but now Steve knows that there's a lot of good stuff in the bag, so he's not going to be stuck with all consonants. He knows that he's going to be able to draw something that'll bail him out of hanging on to that V, might even give him a chance to block if Terry's unable. And he knows that Terry won't be able to, well, hopefully he knows that Terry won't be able to bingo next turn. And with the V, he might be able to block more of the space on this board.
Well, I worry with Ixias. I don't think I want to get rid of my S because I think the S is a great tile to create a right angle that's hard to work with. We talk about, the value in the tiles. The most obvious value in the S is bingos or maybe getting the S onto the row with triple word scores. But this time, the S's value is going to be in hooking anything Terry tries to set up. I think
That's a really good
that is
point.
why the S is good this time, and I do not want to part with it so easily. I really like trivia. I just think you have to be absolutely sure that Terry has no bingos. But if you are, it's just awesome because she only has one tile fishes if she wants a chance, and just imagine what Terry does after trivia. It's gonna be something like ag, and then you can play something like XIS if you draw it, and then you're closing off as much as you can.
Right. And the chat here suggesting, oh, can we, do XIS or can we do XI? And I'm just going to reiterate Matt's point, which is that we want Steve wants Terry to have as few opportunities to fish for a bingo as possible. He knows that she's very close, so what he wants to do here is play off as many tiles as possible, preferably 5 tiles. Trivia would allow him to do that, and Ixias would allow him to do that. I do think, Matt, you have said something really important here about the value of the S. It prevents Terry from being able to make an unblockable setup. And I think that's a really good point. So Steve would, yeah, it'd be a good idea for him to hang on to that S. Trivia, I think, might be a little tough for him to put down, mostly because I think he might be worried about, okay, is it going to give back? Trivial is a word. So is it the case that Terry would be able to fish for something there? But I think you're right. I think he has to just go for it and see that there's not that much space on this board for Terry to fish in multiple spots.
Yeah, and another thing I haven't even said about trivia is that it limits Terry to one tile fishes. I did say that, but I didn't mention that those one tile fishes are low scoring. There's no chance of Terry's fish being something like Golem and Zag and hoping that the blank bails her out. And that's it's really critical at this score because sometimes Terry's going to need a 30-point fish and then a bingo to win, and trivia doesn't allow that. So Steve going with XI, I think maybe something weird happened where the clock wasn't restarted after a score check, but I don't suspect funny business. I do just suspect a little bit of weirdness in the heat of the moment.
I mean, that happens sometimes. You're just kind of caught up in the game, and you're a little I'd say a little tilted by having your word challenged off, or you think that, okay, I have another turn. I need to block my opponent's bingos if she might have any. Steve here, he's making the choice not to block those lanes. He thinks that Terry won't have something. She does, however, now get the opportunity to play Golem, but maybe instead of Golem, she wants to play shorter because there are 6 tiles in the bag.
There are 4 tiles in the bag. I believe there was 6 when Steve played XI. I want to give a shout out to Grome, Grome, which is actually not as great on the leave standpoint, but it has the advantage of creating bingo lines that are as far away from each other as possible, which is something that's really nice here. Also, if you think Steve can score well on his next turn, you might actually need that bingo on the triple to actually pull this one out. Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. Grome is not a word. I'm very sorry, but I do mean something like that down there. Maybe it's ergot. The idea of maybe setting up a bingo on the triple is really important here because you are actually quite a bit behind and you are not going to outrun something like that forms ZAS very easily.
Right.
Very sorry for suggesting my wrong guess in Aerolith, but the idea of the triple would maybe push me towards something like ergot, uh, or maybe something like GLIME. That does at least set up your blank as an S on the triple, and Terry doesn't know that Steve has the S.
Right. Right. Um, this is an incredibly tough position for Terry to be in. Very, very tough for her. She has to be sure that there's no bingo in here. She has to be sure that she's going for a fish that will play on this board. She wants to keep scoring at the same time, so she can't make too low of a fish. Um, it's, I mean, I really like your idea about making as much space on this board to bingo in 2 places as possible. I mean, I think it's a tough uh, idea to come up with sometimes if you start to kind of tunnel vision in on just, okay, like I have to bingo. AG is like, wow, okay, that's actually in line with what you were suggesting. Not as high scoring as Urgot, but definitely like making space in 2 different parts of the board.
Yes, I do just worry that the 6 points won't be enough. This Y actually does feel maybe annoyingly clunky, but Motley does take an S, which means she has drawn into a pretty high scoring choice. Now, if Steve plays something like varies, it might appear to be just enough, but I'm not sure it does. I'm not sure it does work. So definitely in a position like this, you really do just have to count each specific position. You might get a spot where the best play leads to a lot of 1 point wins, but one is a win.
Right, right. Is it worth it for Steve now to go for his own bingo? Is it worth it for him to do something like EA or AA somewhere? Hope that, Terry plays bingo and then he draws, or like he is able to bingo back.
I think you have to count it out and you have to see how you do after something like varies or arrive. And I don't know, I haven't quite done the math. It would have gotten Steve to 452 and with Terry at 348.
Terry
I
now
think it
with,
would have been just enough for Terry.
oh,
It
this
would,
is
it would
such a
have been
crazy game.
89. It would have been 89, and it would have been six off of Steve's rack for 101. So maybe not. It would have fallen just short. Hey, I want to shout out the fact that maybe Steve actually shouldn't have challenged. He maybe shouldn't have challenged Multage. If his end game won after Multage, he could have avoided this whole sequence with Terry getting to fish repeatedly. There is actually a world where, hey, maybe Steve's pretty likely to win, but you can solve out the end game and you can just say, I win. So there actually is a world where maybe he shouldn't have challenged Multage.
It's tough though. It's tough to kind of stomach letting your opponent take that many points off of you. And sometimes you just want the spread. I mean, it might come into
Yeah.
consideration for him. So it's also, I mean, I think he's just been under a lot of pressure with Terry just consistently coming back up in, the scoreboard next to him. As much as he tries to, like push past, he's bingoed 3 times. Terry's still catching up. He had the J, he had the Q, he had the Z, and this is still a close game. I mean, Terry's just doing really, really well.
I mean, I totally hear you. That said, Steve actually had a fantastic sequence that involved a setup for his X on the multage turn, and he could have won by 19 points by letting it go. So you do get into this situation where, hey, every time Steve wins, yes, it's gonna be by more than 19, but I mean, a win is a win, and Steve actually could have let Multage go and just avoided this situation where Terry eventually bingos out, and it ends up worse because he actually loses.
That's incredible. Terry now, she's looked at Motley multiple times. Is she going to put Motley's on the board? I mean, is it worth it? I think you kind of have to send it, right? Like this is your shot. You kind of have to do this, don't you?
I don't know because I wonder if Terry is somehow thinking of wanting to bingo out. It does definitely seem like Motley is often going to fall just short, but she can bingo out with the same tiles. I do wonder though if nothing is ever going to work without drawing the S, and play Motley and hope to draw the S isn't great, but it's the only chance she has at this point. I mean, we're probably going to see Steve play something like Ecos, which is keeps an ugly leave, but it really doesn't matter in this sort of end game situation.
So it seems to me from my end that Steve has the 7 tiles, so the bag is empty, and Terry is about to
Oh,
bingo out with Motley's.
I'm sorry. I think I may have had it. Did I get it wrong somehow? Yeah. Never mind. In this case, I miscounted. I think I'm so sorry. Yeah. I think then that Rev is definitely the wrong idea, and that it would have been better to leave something in the bag. Yeah, I'm guessing that Terry saw Motley's quickly and just wasn't sure. I mean, the Motley we know is an adjective. This is a word. I'm guessing she was just looking for a common word in her rack. The only other seven in Terry's rack is actually Y Molten or Y Molten, which is both not common and doesn't play here, and there's nothing with the T. So I'm guessing she always had this in the back of her head, and she waited until she ran out of time, and it was her only shot. But it is a word. She will win.
Really well done on her part. They are checking their scores right now. Steve hasn't exposed his tiles, so he hasn't conceded yet. We are going to see momentarily if he challenges or if he exposes the tiles, signaling that the game has ended. We can cut to overhead mic just to get an idea of what is going on. Are they already discussing the game?
Okay, I have to challenge.
Okay.
All
Yeah,
right.
I think we
Excellent.
were. I think he was making sure it wins if it's the score is right, if it wins, if it's a word, and now that he knows, he's challenging.
Which is exactly what you should be doing.
For sure, this is one of those weird ones where the noun version is actually kind of weird. It's an archaic word for a court jester costume. It's not actually related to Motley Crue at all.
Incredibly, incredibly well done by Terry. I mean, what a game for her to have just clawed her way back and to have found Motley's, to have pulled the plug on that. That's crazy. Um, should we switch to the overhead cam again just to see?
Yeah, although I
They didn't
don't
like
always.
mulch either. It's meltage. Meltage? Meltage?
Melted is better.
Yeah, but it had to be the O.
Yeah, it has to be a no. I could have played, but you have still got it. I could have played XI here, but then
Mm.
you still uh, have an opening. Same.
Yeah, but then you get the access to the triple.
Huh?
And then you get access to the triple, and this scores so much more.
Which one?
XI scores so much more than XI over there.
Yeah, but that opens this now.
Right, but
Yeah.
then that gives you access to the triple because I have to play here.
Okay.
Well, let me just take a picture. I don't know why ever since I've started playing, I've had trouble with that motley rat because it shouldn't be. It shouldn't take an S, but it does.
Wait. No, did you put it together?
Oh, okay.
It's together.
Alrighty, folks. That was actually a really interesting, I think, breakdown for the overhead mic. I really liked learning that Terry was already aware of Motley and she had in the past already struggled with the Motley's hook. So lovely to see her pull the plug on that and like send it just to win this game. That was really well played on her part. Steve there, in the running for the game in the beginning and just, Terry coming out at the end. What what an incredible game. We asked for a close one and we got a close one all the way to the end. Matt, how are you feeling about the next one?
I'm excited. This is, I think this is the match we've been looking forward to all tournament. It's the number one and number two seeds, Adam Logan, Josh Sokol. So it's good to see them finally pair up. Josh Sokol was maybe on a bit of a rough start, going 1-3, but he's come back enough to sort of be in the more of the contender groups. And hey, I just want to remind people in the chat that this game shows you that there's different tricks in the bag, and sometimes they're a little counterintuitive, like letting a phony go. But if Steve let that phony go of Multich, he actually had a really nice endgame sequence involving playing Vare underneath Multich, which formed Sov, and then he would have had XIS on the triple, and that would have been more than enough to win. And Steve would have he would have won on the spot instead of putting himself in the uncomfortable situation that led to him losing the game. So yeah, hey chat, there's many tricks in the bag. Some of them look a little weird, but are totally like the play sometimes. And yeah, this time it was just letting a word go, even though you know it's not a word, which is it's tough. But hey, if you want to be a top player, you do have to execute those kinds of things.
Well, thank you, Matt, for that insight. I mean, I will say that all of us are always learning. This was a great game on both of their behalfs, showing incredible knowledge, both of them, and some really great strategic insight. I'm glad that we had a chance to watch this game. It's always nice and really instructive for me to see a whole host of players on stream. I love that we have such a great variety of people on this stream, not just commentating, but also playing, so that we can learn from each other and continue growing as a community. If you guys are hanging out here, make sure that you've liked and subscribed to Let's Play Scrabble. This is where you will continue to get incredible content such as this. And, I hope you will come back just shortly for our second game of the day. This is the final day of the Scrabble Holiday Party sponsored by Nasta Games. Thank you again, Matt, for all your incredible insight. We will be right back before you know it.
Can I just point out quickly, Adam actually got his first loss of the tournament, so congratulations to Sue Tremblay, the first person to beat Adam Logan. It is going to make this whole tournament a little more interesting because there are actually going to be a lot of people at 6-3 chasing Adam, who's now 8-1. They're only 2 games behind because Terry just won. She is now one of them.
Oh my gosh, that is formidable. Sue has always been a tough opponent, and for her to have taken down Adam is no short of a monumental feat. And I mean, she's incredible. She really is. Right back with you guys very soon, Adam and Josh Sokol. I'm sure it's going to be a really fun game.
Yeah.
Welcome back, folks. Hope you didn't go anywhere. This is game two of the day for the final day of the Scrabble Holiday Party sponsored by NASA Games. We are about to show you a fantastic game between Josh Sokol and Adam Logan. But before we do that, let's take a look at the standings, see where everyone is at. Adam Logan, of course, heading this pack. He has suffered his first loss, as you mentioned, Matt, to Sue Tromley. That is incredible. Shafiq now moving up to second place. We saw him yesterday on stream. He performed incredibly. And Josh Sokol, who we were about to see on stream against Adam now, he's in fourth place. Who are you putting your money on, Matt?
Well, it's still hard to believe anyone other than Adam is the favorite with both his excellent record and the fact that he is the literal world. It's going to take a lot for me to say anything other than Adam is the favorite. Before we get into the next game, just want to give a shout out to NASPA Games for the sponsorship of this stream. These tournaments can get expensive to run with things like venue fees and participation fees. So the fact that now shipping in definitely helps with defraying the costs and maybe putting more of the money in things like prizes and things like this stream. So yeah, I think we are going to do one or two more stats. Some of those screens. Another shout out, which is Josh Koff for making these screens. I know there's a lot of Joshes in Scrabble. The Josh you are seeing the face of, not the same person making these sort of intertitles. But yeah, we can see Josh Sokol won pretty recently in Lake George.
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredible win. He is rated in the 2000s. Josh Sokol, a force to be reckoned with. He turned to Collins after playing NWL for a very long time. And now he is going up against Adam Logan, crowned world champion, as you just mentioned quite recently. A rating of 2,100, almost 2,200. Adam Logan is a beast on the board. This man does not falter. His calculations, his word knowledge, they are really, really something else. And head to head, we can see that Adam has won out quite a few times in their history. Now, is he to clinch a victory from under Adam Logan?
We're going to see. I think everyone in the field is rooting for anyone but Adam with how close it is after you take Adam out. Unfortunately, you don't all get to play Adam and take your shot, but this round, Josh Sokol is the chosen one who gets to. So let's see what happens. We got a little bit of festivity. Josh Sokol with some reindeer antlers and Adam with extra shirts to chew on, which he likes to do when he is in deep thought. So he's planning to have extra shirts, which is awesome.
Two V's for Josh Sokol, which is not something that you want to see, but it is always nice to get those on the board because it makes it really hard for your opponent to overlap, underlap, and then they have to just play through, which is not usually for a lot of points. Something like Vive here for 20 points, keeping NUT seems just as good as option as any, I think.
Yeah, and I think if he goes this route of VIVE, I would like to see it all the way to the left, or in this case, up, because there's not going to be a lot to do after VIVE, and thus, in a marginal sense, the kind of setups you make for your opponent with the hooks, with the R and the S to Vive, create. It's even worse marginally when there's so little to do because you can't overlap and underlap a V.
Exactly. And Adam now, he has the tiles that will bail him out. He is going to be able to score decently through these tiles. He would be able to get rid of that B and the Y. I'm thinking of him just playing Vibe for 26, keeping MAT. I love that leave. I like that score. I think that's a perfectly fine play. But do you have any thoughts on that, Matt? Do you think that he should do something else?
Yeah, there's kind of two routes you can go. There's this age-old maxim, which is floaters suck, and if you play Vibe, there are more floaters. That said, I think Vibe is fine due to the fact that it's kind of repeat floaters with the E, and the I floater in Vive is getting blocked. So I like Vibey here. I do think if you're worried about opening too many floaters, you go with maybe Bi forming BE, but I like this idea too.
Absolutely. And Josh Sokol before only had Audient for 62, but now that B is going to give him 5 additional points, he's going to be able to get this down in a much more secure spot as soon as he sees the word. The word is unbaited. Um, he's considering his options right now. I wonder if he's just looking at the floaters to see if he's missing something, possibly.
Yeah, and this is just a prime example of the age old maxim that floaters suck because the difference here with the unbaited, which kind of puts letters behind floaters and gives you less floaters, and the less defensive play of Audient, this time the difference will be Adam bingoing versus Adam not bingoing. Adam will have two choices of a bingo if Josh plays Audient, that being pneumatic and muticate, and zero choices of bingo if Josh plays the much tighter unbaited, which kind of sneaks it behind the floaters. So yeah,
Oh,
gonna be a
wow.
really big swing this time. Unfortunately, this is a mistake, but the amount at which a mistake is not nearly as great as it's gonna come off this time with Adam now having eights.
I mean, it's a tough position to be in to kind of chicken out of some words. It's like you really and Mayutic, that is going to be a double double for a lot of points for Adam. Um, well spotted and very quickly spotted too. This is going to be quite a lot of points for him. Let me just get the scores updated, everyone. Hang tight.
Yeah, and yeah, I didn't even see Mayutic. I was looking through the consonant floaters, which is a common trap you can fall into, Adam, being a little vowel heavy. But Mayutic, 98 points, definitely going to be better than the other bingo options. And Josh, with his own rack with a blank, is probably going to be able to keep it close. He does have Unsaint, and if you know anything about Josh Sokol, he likes to stream and he likes to go over his games. And I know that he missed Unsaint in Albany because he put it on his stream, which means I actually do think he's going to see it this time because he missed it while showing it on stream, running Macondo on stream.
That's a really good call. I will say that as somebody who has looked at this alphagram before, it's so difficult to see. You don't think that there's going to be something in there, and then there is, and unseen is really easy to miss when you're going through the permutations and you're saying, okay, this blank could be an A, B, C, D, or whatever. Sometimes what's gonna jump out at you is like looking at the IN and thinking, oh, great, what if this blank was a G? What if I were to just play something like taunting? And it takes that cognitive jump to be able to see, okay, I recognize this alphagram, I've seen this before, and there's definitely something in there. One of the challenges of studying that we come across is when you're learning by alphagram, you know every time you're looking at the alphagram, yes, there is something in there. But when you're in game, there's nobody to tell you, hey, you should be looking at this and there's something in here. So it makes it doubly complicated. There is that additional vibe to the playing. It just makes it harder.
Yeah, for sure. And again, we might sound like we know all the words um, because we are running engines, because we are the commentators and not the players. We certainly try our best, but if we were the ones in the player's seat and not the booth, we would be making mistakes too. Like, yeah, it is hard to be the one playing because you are being put on the spot. You know, Audient is a mistake, sure, but a lot of us would have maybe done it, would have maybe missed unbaited. So, yeah, it's always tough being in the being in the playing seat, and then having the commentators sound a lot more confident because they are using engines to look up words.
And I note here that there is a really good point in the chat, which is that Josh Sokol, who is recently, turning towards the Collins side, he is sometimes a little hesitant on the Collins only words, unsaint being one of those. So this is a moment of, him being able to access that knowledge of, okay, have I actually seen this word before? And he's played NWL for a very, very long time. He might just not have seen this alphagram enough times for it to have clicked for him. And this is, like, this is a difficult alphagram. You don't really think that there's going to be something in there.
Yeah, for sure. It's maybe a tricky one because while "un" is certainly a common a prefix in a word, the issue is there's actually a lot of relatively friendly combos. It doesn't end in "s" like a lot of words that contain an "s," and it doesn't start with "in," and it doesn't end in "ian" or "ant." So oftentimes you do go through all the combinations and you forget. That said, I would like to shout out Anna Cuts Through the Sea. I do think if you miss Unsaints, that might be the next best option because it at least does try to block some sectors of the board. I think Audient with its S hook is the most critical here because it is on the triple, but there are definitely ways to try and shape your bingo in a way to do something when it comes to being defensive. So it'll be interesting to see what he comes up with if he doesn't see Unsaint.
And I mean, now he's shuffling his tiles. I think that's a really good idea. Might jog your memory a little bit. I mean, I'm sure he's seen stuff like vaunting and taunting. He may have already seen something like urinant to the side of AE, making TAE. Just a matter of looking through all of these floaters because there are quite a few. Like there's the N, the T, the E, the B, the V, the C, as you mentioned, the M. It's a busy board. It is really a busy board. So I can understand, him just kind of going through this. Maybe he's thinking of doing Viber, like maybe he's thinking, okay, urinant plus S, that's insurant. Okay, that doesn't go there. Maybe there's something high scoring here, and not finding Unsynced will be really rough for him because he will be losing out on those points. And Adam Logan is going to come down with barrages over there, but if Josh is
You
able
know,
to find Unsaint, then Adam will come back with big groans probably.
Nit's actually, not to gloss over Adam's rack, he actually currently has two equally scoring spots for Borrages. The underneath Audient and over Vibey actually both work, and they both score
Nice.
92 points, I believe. So Adam is actually probably not praying that audience remains open because it actually doesn't really matter for him.
Right, right. Do you think that 92 points is so many that it doesn't matter that you're putting out that S in space?
I think once Josh bingos that Adam's gonna be behind and he's gonna be taking not a huge lead with his bingo. So I don't think it'll be the first thing on his mind, the way maybe if Josh Sokol didn't bingo, Adam
Oh
would
my
be
gosh.
taking a large lead and worrying about a triple triple.
You know what's really, really cool though? Taunting takes an S, so tauntings is a word. I'm pretty sure Adam knows this, but this S hook and the audience S hook is going to be like both of them are now going to be available. Which one is Adam going to take? Which one is more
Ooh,
dangerous?
this
He
is
has to take
tricky.
audience, right?
I think you do because that A takes a lot of stuff, and if Sokol can draw the right combo with something like a S and an H, he can really hammer that spot. On the other hand, taunting does open the triple in a way, but it's somewhat bounded. It takes an S, but an S hook will be there anyways, and the I next to a double letter score isn't great, but the I is the least backhookable of all the vowels. It only takes an F for high pointers, and then the next highest is the D. So while there will be some 40-point plays underneath taunting, if Adam chooses not to block it, it will kind of be bounded at some point. Nitz, do you know why Josh is hoping that an N appears in the middle of the board?
Ooh,
Think it
that
might be one of your favorite things or words.
that's interesting. Is it? Wait, I have no idea what it is. Is this a really cool, like freaky looking word? What is it? What is
Googled
it?
it. It's enology, Oenology, the study of wine.
Oh, I've never done the study of wine. I'm not a wine person, but that's really cool.
Oh, I thought you were for some reason. Yeah, Adam is going with 15A borages, which I think is. I get the logic. Yeah, he's trying to cut off what could turn into 50, 60 point plays instead of maybe a little bit lower if he leaves tauntings open. So I like the idea.
And I also kind of like forcing your opponent to guess if that S hook is valid or not. Like audience simulated, you know that, right? Like, but what about tauntings? That is a guess that you have to force your opponent to make when they don't have an F to go underneath taunting, as you mentioned. Like, yeah, that's
Mitch, sorry, I have a dream.
yes.
I don't think it's going to happen, but imagine if Sokol plays Oology and
Okay.
YAE, thinking he needs a miracle, and that miracle is the Z. Do you think it's possible
Oh.
we see that, and then Adam just immediately rips it with his Z that he just.
Oh my gosh. That would be crazy. Oh my gosh, that would be crazy. I don't think it's gonna come down, but that would be so cool. Uh, tough position for Josh now, though. I mean, he has to contend with the fact that he's got all these O's. He really doesn't want to deal with this. But YE under Bybee, just making BY and EE would be 30 points. Keeps three O's though. Or he could go ahead and do something like MY of Maieutic and doing something like GOOEY, GUI. That's 29 points, keeps LO. But ology,
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
yeah,
And I don't think it's late enough in the game that Sokol is feeling so desperate he's gonna do it. I just think it'd be a lot of fun, and it would get taken out quickly this time.
tough position for him to be in. He knows he has to get rid of these O's. He really doesn't want to hang on to them. But where and how is he getting rid of them? Like, is he going to go underneath YB? Is he going to make MY? They're all kind of scoring in the uh, similar scale. And now GUI coming down. I think this is a perfectly fine play.
Yeah, for sure. That G floating there is nice because it's almost like binary in the sense that you either have IN or you don't. If you have IN, you can deal with it quickly and easily, but if you don't, it might be tough. And that's the kind of thing when you're behind where, like, at least you're setting something up that could matter down the road. Like you don't have IN yet, but hey, like he just got his I. Maybe the N comes later. That's something. And if he does get a bingo there, it's on the triple, which is nice.
Right, right. He has picked up that F though, and now for Adam, he he didn't even know this, but he set himself up for a fantastic score by playing barrages. He has that Z, the E, and the K. He's already identified it. That would be 62 points playing over barrages, making ZO. Quite a lot of points for him. Quite a lot of points for him. Do you think he's gonna take it, or he's still thinking? He's still thinking.
I just wonder, is it time to use the Z? Adam also has Hark spelled out now, and it's a ton of points relative to what you can get out of the K. And the value of the Z, it's already so good, and it's going to go up because that O in Borages is it's kind of acting as a floor. I mean, I don't think Sokol goes there that often because it's not worth a lot without the Z, but Adam can basically get a free roll where ZE down there is the floor, and maybe he even bingos or something and really puts the game away.
That's really interesting. I The reason why I probably wouldn't do Hark is because if I'm in this position, I'm thinking Zek is so many points, and that might be me kind of playing a little scared by just kind of being a little greedy with the points, going for the 62 above the Hark play of 51. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'd have a really hard time with this. The Z is quite flexible. It is really helpful. And yeah, you're right. Like that O spot is probably not being used up that often, but I kind of really like 62 points.
I honestly think that both options are just so nice that you're in this almost like lucky position where you can't go terribly wrong. Like, yes, like in theory, one of them is better, but they're both just so nice this time that you're kind of just lucky in a sense that it's going to be hard for you to go wrong once you see both of them.
That's true. That's true. And it is, I mean, I guess one good thing about Hark above Vibey is that Vibey, barrages would have fit there, for example. So you're looking at a spot where you can do consonant, vowel, and you can fit a seven there pretty easily. A seven that's going to score pretty well. You can hope that your opponent doesn't know that taunting takes an S. And I feel like that could be a good spot to just take out of the running. Your opponent might just score a lot there above Vibey. You're getting rid of your opponent's potential to score there.
Yeah, Hark has a lot of advantages. It is true that the area near Vibey is harder to bingo because it requires a couple of overlaps, but when you do hit it, it's a lot of points. And Adam, with his almost embarrassment of riches, is probably already kind of in disaster avoidance mode with the score. Like he's actually only up 37, but we already know he's getting two good turns just based on his rack. So he's probably kind of thinking more like the average person who's up 60 because he is kind of effectively there with the amount of potential on his rack.
Right, right. That's a good point. And we know that there's a strong possibility that after this play comes down, that Josh is just going to have to go underneath taunting. He might just have to put foil down or something and just, keep moving on, hoping to score and keep the pressure without falling too far behind. This board is still ripe for bingos. I mean, you can still place a bingo that ends and parallels AE. You can still play from the V. You can still, well, play to the G. And it's not good night for Josh Sokol yet.
Yeah, definitely. It's not, but he does have to be a little careful. I do think foil is gonna end up being so many points that you kind of have to, but it does kind of go against what you want to do, which makes it not very fun. But I do think it will be necessary. But after he does foil, he's going to have to be really careful to make sure that he's not just closing every lane with his scoring plays. But we'll see what happens. We don't even know what Adam has done yet.
That's true. That's true. Interesting position again for Adam here, just jumping back and forth between Zek and Hark. Um, he's making note of the board state. I mean, Matt, you've played Adam multiple times, right? Like, I mean, Adam used to live in the Rhode Island area. Is that the Providence area? Is that the case?
Yeah, he did. And I think one of the things Adam likes to do is get his bingos down as fast as possible and then maybe save some time for a turn like this. I do kind of want him to put something down just in the sense that he just has so many goodies this rack that maybe one in the future where he has to block the right bingo lane is actually more consequential if he gets it wrong. He's already down to 15 minutes, which is still a lot, but it was around 20 at the beginning of the turn. And maybe if Sokol gets a quick bingo at him, we'll be in a really brutal spot later where it's all about, do I need my own bingo? Do I need to block his? And those mistakes can end up so almost exponential when the game is closer. So
Yeah, that's, I mean, also good points. Adam now, he's about to do it. He's taking Zek for 62. I have to say, 62 is 62. Like sometimes you just got to take the points and move on.
definitely for sure. And yeah, this is going to be a tough spot for Sokol. Something like FY produces a lot of options up there, but Foil definitely ends up scoring more. And maybe he's looking at this as like, hey, that lane above Vibey is actually good at producing high scoring bingos, which I might need now that I'm down 100.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't really fault him for just taking the 45 points. This is, you kind of just have to do it. And Adam now, a really nice rack for him. No playable bingos, nothing here. But he has really good scoring opportunities still.
Yeah, for sure. I actually think we're going to be in an interesting position where Adam can kind of get 30 to 35 all over the board. And in a position like this, it might actually turn into which one does the best stuff, like which one is the blockiest, which one is the most exhaustive. Because Adam can go for 30 to 40 pretty easily. He can go down with CH. He can do something around Vibey. He even has a few options with the G and GUI. So he kind of can go all around the board and score. So, Nitz, how do you focus on maybe the long term? Like, how do we bring this thing home?
Well, that's a really good question. I kind of like the idea of playing Parm above Vibey, making Piabre and My. This is where Hark would have gone. And the reason why I like this is because Hi there before, you still had the opportunities for Phi or Gi or Ahi, and Parm, Pi, that's taking that lane out. And I
Yeah,
think and it scores so well.
this is great situational awareness from Adam. You can score as many points as you can with harm, but PI being one of those front hookable twos is just really nice. Josh Sokol is holding and letting it go. It is a little tricky because I believe this is one of the new words, as crazy as that sounds. And to all our Aussie viewers out there, I know that parmi is a word in theory, not in Scrabble, unfortunately, parmi being the Australian term for chicken parmesan.
Incredible. Adam had hung on to that H so that he could underlap with Mayudik. He could do CH later. I don't think he's going to get the opportunity because Josh Sokol now has that H. I think he might just play something like Hull or Help there, just to keep scoring. I think it's really important for him to score as much as he can and stay within range for when he does find a bingo on this board.
Yeah, unfortunately, this whole play is totally reasonable. It is going to cost him this time because Adam has drawn into Hurlings. The only other option is something like Pluch, Pleugh, which would have solved his issue this time, but maybe would have been harder to come back without that ing spot.
Right, right. I agree. You kind of need that space open. Hurling's going to get a +5. INGS words are notoriously difficult, so I completely understand. You don't want your opponent to get that many points and just come away with it. Josh in a tough position now. The space in this board, like there is some space, but the bingos aren't scoring that much unless you're kind of ending or using that L of Hull. Even then, kind of depends on the tiles that you have.
Yeah, for sure, and yeah, Hurling tricky with the ing. I will say if you can parse it as a type of ling, it might be a little easier to remember the S hook. It is a fish, and ling being a term for animals sometimes maybe makes it easier while you're studying, but also with the game state, I really don't fault him at all for challenging. It was kind of his last chance to hope it wasn't a word.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to do it. I mean, Adam Logan's gonna have Gadjo next time, and this time Sokol, he's got the two W's. He really, really doesn't want to see that. Great new word in the dictionary now that we have EWW that is playable on this board for 25 points, making ECH above that whole play that Josh Sokol just put down on the board. That could be a possibility for him. But I mean, it's not looking too great right now. Maybe, I mean, he's got right, the word right left to the left of his rack. Is he thinking of maybe HE and right, perhaps?
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. I don't know what you even do. Maybe something like power is at least 20 points and not a great lead for bingos, but maybe a little better. I don't know if there's a single place to get rid of both W's other than the EWW with the E in Hurlings, and that's just really not the kind of thing you want to do to the board. It's the best bingo lane. So once I, discount those two W plays, I sometimes maybe wander in the direction of like, can I get rid of one W and score? And yeah, power just seems like it does maybe as much as you can.
So do you mean power through the O of GUI and to the ER of Zek and Barrages? That's a really, really cool play. It's hard to see the oh, and he's seen it. Wow. Okay, never underestimate the power of board vision from Josh Sokol.
Yeah, this just seems like, I mean, hey, listen, nothing's likely to work, so you can't really write off any play as something that's never going to work because none of them are really that likely. At least there's some tangible thing in your head as to how that comes back.
Right? And now for Adam, he has to play Godjo above Mayurik, right? Like, I mean, I feel like it's 41 points and you're putting the O in the triple lane. There's already the L. I feel like that's kind of where you have to go.
Well, there's another place for Gadjo. You can go to the left of Hurlings and block a little bit nicer of a bingo lane. So my guess is he basically can't lose here, but I do think maybe a tiny bit better to go above Hurling, to go to the right of Hurlings just to block the ED bingos of the world.
Even if it gives back the triple, like
I think the kind of triple it gives back is just not too bad because it's capped at 4 letters. The Z and J are gone, so you don't have to worry about those.
I guess I'm thinking about Kadi would score just enough to be a pain in the butt, not enough to catch up, but still a pain in the ass. Um, I mean, yeah, I feel like Gaja would be the way to go here. It just depends on the placement. Another thing that he could do, maybe this is, I don't think that this is a good idea, but you see the AE, that's a very easy lane for sevens. I guess you could do jog there, but I don't think that's necessary because the bingos that are going to go there already don't score that much. So I feel like just go for the points here.
Yeah, again, it's probably hard to go wrong. I do slightly prefer blocking the area next to Hurlings because the bingos are maybe a little less likely than the ones hooking AE, but they will score 80 or so, and they
Right.
might put Adam in a weird situation where he has to make a very sad block of the triple triple because maybe he draws all consonants and he has to make a weird block to avoid triple triples. So I think
Yeah.
it's very hard to lose if we're gonna count any knocks against plays. I think it ends up being something like that, and I would slightly lean towards Gajo just to
Yeah.
stop some weird situation involving that triple triple up there.
I'm seeing Adam consider cargo, and I don't know how I feel about that, mostly because cargo would put the C out in space, and so many eights start with the C. It also gives you the A to play through. I don't know if I feel comfortable with that. I mean, you don't get the triple back, but you still can.
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't score
that's
a lot. The bingos
probably
will score a lot.
Gadjo does maybe set up more than you're thinking. It does set up words like rations that would score quite a bit, and cargo leaves the J for later. And my guess is Adam's gonna try to follow up with something hooking AE. He might actually not have the greatest choices this time,
Oh,
but
he
the
has
idea,
feijoada through an I. Sorry, continue.
um, I don't think he has
No, wait, never
feijoada.
mind. He needs more. Sorry, different tiles. I got very excited. I was very close. Sorry, continue.
I think Adam's idea is to follow up with a hook of AE and then he's gonna triple the J and double the C instead of vice versa. So I like the logic of cargo. It's definitely not mandatory to drop the J when there is a future for it that might be a little nicer than playing Gajo there.
Right. I mean, if a bingo does come down that starts with a C, you do get the triple back a lot of the times, and you are able to be flexible enough with it that you could, you can play for a decent score. So XI coming down for 36. Tough moves for Josh. I mean, really, what are you to do here? I mean, XI feels like as good as any, really.
Yeah, it's probably fine. It scores well, and the X, while nice, is toxic to bingos, and he is primarily looking for bingos. So it is definitely time to get rid of it. But Josh
Well,
Sokol would be blank, so if there's any chance at all, it's gonna start with this blank.
and it's probably going to play through that A of cargo. That's going to be very helpful for him. I don't even think there's any bingos on this board that don't start with that A. Wait, maybe there are. Um, but I feel like the most obvious,
It's
yeah, I feel like they're all through the A.
it's tough because it definitely feels like there should be one hooking AE, and there are some that don't quite work. There are sevens in this rack, like Rewrite and Stewier, but they don't quite work with AE, despite how hookable AE is.
This is gonna be so annoying because it like playing from that A, sorry, like playing through that A just does obstruct that AE a little bit. But you do get, um, some tiles to play back through. You just have to hope that Adam's not going to block him. He's not going to be in a position to stop them and stop any like sevens that can come above on top of that. He's going to need to keep bingoing. Like that's the problem.
And the other problem is that Adam drew a bingo.
Oh boy,
Fantads.
that is not a word that I've ever seen before in my life. Fantad, a fidgety state.
Yeah, as it might be the same thing as Fantod.
It is, yes. Nice.
So yeah, Fantod. This time it's gonna, I think, seal the deal. That said, it was already gonna be pretty tough for Josh Sokol to come back. I'm guessing he's expending any energy he can into something going to the right of cargo. It seems like if anything has a chance, it would be something like that because it would at least leave AE open and score a little bit more. But
It's true.
yeah, this time it's just not going to work. Um,
What do you think? You just take the bingo, or do you think you should just keep trying to play for, I don't know, like play for 24 somewhere, or, like hope? I feel like it makes sense to just go for the bingo.
I think it is. I do wonder how much Josh Sokol's thinking about spread. There's so many people at 6-3, which makes it feel like, hey, maybe you should care about spread. But that said, it's going to be hard to win the tournament after he loses this game. But I do think maybe, hey, cutting spread might get him a better shot at something like second place. So I do think it's not the worst idea to be a little bit cautious about spread and not fish for something crazy.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Keeping your position in the tournament in mind, just as you're keeping in mind how you're doing in this game as well. Sometimes you just kind of have to throw in the towel, give 5 points to Fantads, and then come back and hope you still can get second or third place.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely if you're thinking about maximizing maybe the amount of prizes you win in the long run, then learning how to maybe give it up here and worry on your spread because there are just so many people at 6-3 that being a little bit cautious with your spread is definitely going to be a virtue this time.
Absolutely. And what has Josh Sokol drawn? Is he going to be able to make his way out of this queue? And it seems like he will. He has a really, really nice spot with that T of Wastery. That blank is an S, folks. Sorry if we didn't mention that. But he will be bailed out by that spot and get 46 points there if he wants.
Yep, this is again. This is the kind of thing that isn't going to win him the game, but it could at least save him second place, which is always worth something.
Adam now, he has a really, really cool play to go out with his tiles. It's an insertion play. See if we can find it in chat. It's really cool. It will score 25 points if that helps.
Yeah, tricky one. We'll see. I don't know how much Adam even cares at this point. It's going to be very hard to lose, and a lot of the paths to victory involve having someone else win more games than him because he just has such a nice spread. So, yeah, Adam's going to play maybe a little quicker than he should with that excellent spot. The one in question hooks Army with the R in between A and MY.
Fantastic spot. I mean, you really have to just kind of like make yourself out of this, but let's jump into the overhead mic so we can see what the players are talking about and get back to this later.
What are you gonna say?
Well, I still have the same score for Borges up here, actually.
Yeah, Borges here. Is taunting taking us?
I would have tried it if I needed to.
It probably does.
Maybe it takes an right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, obviously, I would have just drawn something different, but like it was just even funnier that I drew oenology immediately after. And ecology, but that wouldn't have done anything. Is unbaited good?
Unbaited, yeah.
AITED?
Oh, yeah, I see. Yes.
Is that good?
Yeah, unbaited, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. That's another one. I gotta learn them.
Would I have had a bingo after that?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I had two chances. Two chances to stay in the game with better word knowledge. You drew the J after that?
No, I have the J, actually.
Nice.
I figured I could make some blocking play here. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
What
I was,
the hell was that about?
well, I could have played Hark for 51, saving ZE here.
Hmm.
But I don't know. I just decided the 11 points holding the H for this was enough, just enough to be worth it.
Yeah, interesting. All right.
Okay. Well, thank you. Yeah.
Alrighty, folks. That was a really insightful, I think, overhead mic that we just overheard. This was a tough position for Josh Sokol, who did see unbaited, as we saw, who did have a tough time with some of these words, asking Adam Logan if he thought tauntings was a word, and Adam himself was not sure. He was not sure. He said, I'm not sure if you caught this. He said, I would have tried it if I needed to, which is a great moment to hear from Adam Logan, our current world champion. Matt, what would you think were the highlights of this match?
Yeah, honestly, it's definitely one of those ones where I almost feel bad for Sokol because it's the exact type of game I just wouldn't want to appear on stream. A lot of those decisions, at least if you are unsure of the words, are I guess reasonable concessions to make. Like he played Audient because he knew he would at least get a bingo down, and he played Taunting because he knew he would at least get a bingo down, and those are really reasonable choices, and they aren't as bad as the result that happened this time because he doesn't always set up a bingo because of Audient, but when it does happen, it just feels awful, especially with it being on stream. So yeah, definitely a tough one to have displayed publicly like that. But yeah, I think it's going to be tough for anyone but Adam to come back this time. But I'm sure we'll see someone like Josh Sokol in good form in the relatively close future.
That's true. I mean, he did do the best that he could with the tiles and with the knowledge that he had. Going ahead with GUI, for example, finding power, I think, was a really interesting move. That was tough. I don't know if a lot of people would have been able to see that. And Adam, of course, just, coming down with some really great plays. I mean, he had Mayudik for 98. He had Barrages for 92. And then he comes down with Zek for 62. If I'm playing Adam in that moment, I'm thinking, when is he gonna stop? Because then he did Parm, and then he got Hurlings. So it's just like, Adam, please. But what else would you expect from the current world champion, really?
Yeah, for sure. He always shows up to these types of events in stellar form. If you get a mistake from him, it's rare. It's something like missing Wood Ward on stream. It's weird stuff like that. The mistakes. So yeah, it's one of those things where it's like it's annoying having to lose to him, but it's also just so nice to have the world champion almost in your backyard.
Let's go ahead and make sure that we're coming back to Let's Play Scrabble in the future too, because this is where we'll find more Adams and more Josh Sokols and more interesting games like this. Let's Play Scrabble here has so many incredible games, tournaments that are being streamed constantly, and I don't want you guys to forget to like and subscribe. Make sure that we get more people coming and joining us, not just at the tournaments, but also watching these games. And there's so many of us here. Let's, band together, make sure we've liked this video, and let's give Let's Play Scrabble some love, because I mean, I think my life would be a lot without all this content coming from these tournaments and with these commentators and these great players.
Yeah, for sure. And I almost want to thank the players for kind of playing along with the idea of the stream. It can definitely be a little bit, I don't know, emotionally damaging to know that you have to display mistakes to the world. But for the most part, everyone going to these events has been happy to do their part to get some form of Scrabble out there to the world, and I think it's doing a really great job growing the game. I think we almost got to 3,000. We may have eclipsed it at one point during Westpac. So
Did, yes.
yeah, just thank you so much to everyone for doing things like watch, like, subscribe, comment. All of that stuff is really great. And I think we're just kind of biding time here. That game finished relatively quickly. We might do a quick break.
I like that idea. All right. Thank you so much, folks, for being here. We're going to be back with another game before you know it. So don't go anywhere. We're just going to do a very short break. Thank you so much, Matt, for being here. Let's do this. Hi everyone. I hope you didn't go anywhere because we are here for Game 11 of the Scrabble Holiday Party sponsored by NASPA Games. My name is Nitz Shakti. I'm joined by Matt O'Connor, and we are about to watch a really, really cool game between Yvonne Lobo and Vera Begal. Matt, have you ever played either of them?
Yes, I've played both of them. They've both beaten me at least once, and yeah, it should be a good game. They have their own tendencies. Yvonne is known for maybe getting a little creative with her choice of plays, her choice of words. Sometimes they're not always words, but it's can be fun to see some creative attempts at a word. We're gonna see the head to head as an intertitle right now. So yeah, it looks like Yvonne is 21 to 19, but they are evenly matched. And in fact, Vera actually scores more points on average. And
Wow.
Vera has been the one recently to get the dubs.
I think Vera's been really shooting up the ratings recently, and I think she is quite formidable as a player. Both Yvonne and Vera have both kicked my butt, and I can't wait to see them against each other. So let's get to the board real quick. The players are seated. I'm excited to see what's going to happen. Yvonne to go first. She is already drawing. Like, let's go. Love to see this. I love this energy. I'm excited to see what's going to happen on this board. Both of these lovely ladies. With a lot of word knowledge that's been acquired from over the years of just playing. I think Vera, however, is more recently switching to Collins from NWL. She has played a little bit more of NWL recently. Yvonne, I think, quite firmly sure. I think of her Collins words.
Yeah, if you don't know about Yvonne, she's been playing Scrabble all around the world at all points in time. She's from India. She's been in Bahrain before, and eventually later moved to Canada. So yeah, all around the world. This is not a word, and in fact, there's a word in here in NWL, but it's actually one of those words that
Oh,
they deem offensive in Collins, but not NWL, and that is HAOLE. But yeah, she got away with it. So, like I said, creative choice of what might be a word.
and QI coming down quite instantaneously for Vera. She didn't even hold. I wonder if she was also thinking about the NWL only word and got confused. Wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. These players are moving quite fast. Yvonne having drawn, I think, a blank and an F. I would love to see what the other tiles are after she is done tile tracking.
Yeah, for sure. One of those racks where it's actually probably pretty easy to discount the bingos quickly because of how much clunk is there, but you're also definitely thinking about getting a bingo down soon with your blank. You know, a word like fug leaves a really nice leave.
I agree. I wonder if she's gonna go ahead and use the blank? Probably not. I feel like she could use a blank for something like ficus, making uh, HIC and QI. That would give her 37 points and leave GO, but I don't know if she's going to feel so trigger happy on that. Somewhere that she can get rid of fug is a good idea, like on top of this word, HOALE. But interesting position because you still want to score, right? Like you're still thinking, okay, well, there has to be a good play here. Maybe I'm missing a bingo. You can't really be sure, as we are, that there is no playable bingo here.
Yeah, and it's just so hard. I'm not even sure if Yvonne can reach 20 without dropping the blank. So I like this idea actually. This does take a front S, which is probably the idea she's going with. I do worry a little bit that SFU blank is not quite likely enough to bingo, but I do at least I get the direction she's going with, and I like the hustle.
Do you feel like because she had FSU blank, she can be a little bit patient and hang on to bingo, wait to bingo, because she might hope to score with the F and the S and SCOG later? Maybe the S and the blank don't necessarily have to live together for her to continue scoring.
Well, yeah, I think that's another good idea. Although I think this time she's drawn a bingo, and that is fatuous. So this
Oh my
time
god.
the S setup with the idea of drawing a bingo as quickly as you can is going to work out. I do think in another world where there was maybe 30-point play, scoring QI, making QIS, then that's one of those things I'd think about maybe cashing in the S and blank separately under the logic that the blank will get me something at some point.
Tough play for Vera here. She had a lot of 1 point tiles and then the V. Nothing that scored a lot. She's going down with love. And I mean, maybe Ovolo would have been fine. Ovolo to the O of Cog. That would have been 16 points, but really nothing that really stood out for Vera here.
Yeah, and this is actually going to be really nice for Yvonne because fatuous is a pretty tricky word, but there's a lot easier of a word to spot in the double double lane, a very normal word, and that would have been fabulous.
Oh, nice. Wow, that's really cool. It's hard to see though because I mean, are you really thinking of making the blank a B? I mean, when you're looking at these tiles, are you even thinking that there's going to be a bingo in there? If you haven't really seen this rack, you're just looking and you're seeing UUO and an F and you're like, I don't like that at all.
For sure. I think if you go in the direction of seeing OUS as a suffix and then you see the other part of the word as maybe a section with only one U, it might get a little bit easier. But it is definitely easy to maybe fall into the trap of kind of writing it off when you have two U's. That said, I do like Yvonne's chances at figuring something out here. So we might see the cog setup finally bearing some fruit.
Right. And Vera here, having played Zhao, she kept A N R A. I feel like Zhao, which scored 36 points, was so, I mean, it was such a hard hitting play that this was, I mean, made a lot of sense for her to put this down. She did it quite quickly too, forcing now Yvonne to take more time, really find that bingo. There are a few high probability bingos that I know that Yuan will be able to see. She is, however, going with the Q. She wants to get a few points down with Queen. I I'm not sure how I feel about this. This is 28 points, keeping IS blank. There are bingos available, but if she doesn't see them, I feel like this is quite a high scoring move for when you're not seeing the bingo, right?
I almost feel like maybe she isn't seeing the Skog hook. I do think if you don't see that, Queen might be the best as a second option, just because something like Nuisance just opens up so much. And if you see Yvonne's rack now, she definitely has safer options, even if she doesn't see Skog. So maybe that's the idea.
True. And I mean, I think Skog is easily forgotten just because there are quite a lot of words, words that start with a C that take the S as a front hook. And then it's easy to get confused about, okay, does this one take an S? Does this one take an S? Does this one take an S? So for her to maybe not see that or, to have missed that, completely understandable. Going ahead and taking as many points as she can for the points that she does see makes also a lot of sense. Vera, though, in a rough position because yet again, she just has a lot of low scoring tiles that don't really do anything on this board. Few options standing out for her, but really nothing super great. Probably is not going to score more than 20 points. What do you see, Matt?
Yeah, this is definitely annoying. You really don't like any of your options, but you do have to make one. I do think, hey, maybe if she can see the area underneath the phony opening play, that you can see Lover, and then maybe that will lead you to see Noria. That's not great, but a lot of options are even worse. Also, maybe I lean a little bit more towards playing off more tiles. I would like to try to get an S to hit Skog myself, and
Right.
I don't have one.
That makes sense too. And Vera here going with just a Noah for 8. I can see the idea behind this. Rain is a really good leave in this case for her. It's only scoring 8 points though, so I kind of want Vera here to think a little bit more about, okay, what is the equity of this play? How many points am I scoring on the board? And what is the value of the tiles that I have left over? And in this case, she's focusing and prioritizing really hard. And I think the Skog hook is going to come down.
Uh oh. I don't. If it's
Uh,
pit sets, I don't think that's a word.
Let's see
But
what
yeah,
this.
Yvonne is actually in a pretty interesting position because she actually doesn't even have to use Skog this time because she can actually just also play something like Panties as a double double.
Oh, is this board going to allow this word to end? We see a challenge. Nice. Okay.
Yeah,
Good on Mira's part. And also kudos to Yvonne for seeing the Skog hook. What it has done, if it hadn't already, is probably bring that hook close to the forefront of Vera's mind. She is challenging Skog as well, just so that just in case Yvonne was not sure of Skog, she is forced to contend with the fact that okay, I don't know if it was Pinsets or if it was Skog that was the phony here. And Vera just like sowing that little bit of discord there. So good on her for having challenges off, keeping her opponent for scoring as many points. Now, though, for her to struggle with three eyes, rough position.
yeah, it's definitely an interesting one. One thing that shouts out to me is the fact that because of the existence of Skog and the existence of the double doubles, I kind of don't care about blocking things because I can't stop it. She will, Yvonne will be getting 90 somehow in one of the two spots, which almost makes it so that blocking is just kind of pointless.
So yeah, I mean, you're right. With Skog being valid and hope, I mean, maybe Vera can hope that um, one of these positions, they'll stay open long enough for her to score well. She did exchange three eyes, hoping to draw into something well. And now for Yvonne to find her bingos. Is she now scared of playing Skog? Does she feel like that's not a word anymore?
Yeah, she does still have the option of playing a word like panties on the double double, which is definitely a little bit more common. And she has seen Piniest, so if she is sure of Skog, I'm sure she would be sure of Piniest and be sure of the play as a whole. And she just saw Stipend, which I think would be a double double.
Absolutely. Now for everyone to just see that spot and to, make that cognitive shift of realizing, yeah, this scores quite a lot. I should take the spot. And she can't know if Vera has or doesn't have an S. I feel like taking the double double and just getting the points is a good idea.
Yeah, for sure.
She could also just do something with queens. Like maybe she's thinking about that. Maybe she's thinking, okay, it's like 93 points, doing like in steps or something with queens. Perhaps that could be one of the considerations. But she is going to go with Skog again. So she is sure of this. That's good. And going down with stipend, I believe.
Wow, do you think Vera's going to challenge again? That might be interesting.
Oh, that's a good point. Um, let's see. This would be really interesting to see if Vera was already sure of Skog or if she was just trying to make Yvonne a little confused about it. And I don't see Yvonne on hold, so it does seem that Vera was sure of Skog the whole time. So kudos to her for, trying to make sure that her opponent, if they weren't already 100% on Skog, for them to, question that on the basis of this challenge.
Yeah, Vero's with an interesting rack, one of those annoying almost bingo racks, but this time it's almost bailed out by the existence of one very nice fish, which is ya, and a fowl. So that actually works really nice as a sort of bailout here. I wonder if that at least takes away some of the pain of this almost bingo rack that she just exchanged for.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I wonder if Vera's starting to feel the pressure. Sometimes, if you have exchanged or if you have been fishing for multiple times, you start to feel like, am I making the right move here? And it's hard to kind of disengage from this idea of okay, like what did I do last turn? What did I do last turn? What did I do last turn? And you start thinking, I can't possibly score such few points yet again. And yeah, it's 17, but it's possible that there might be that little bit of thing of man, I feel like I have to play more tiles. I can't just keep fishing and not hitting, you know?
For sure, I think it's best to just remind yourself that each game state is just like separate, and if
Exactly.
the peaches are really likely to work, they're probably gonna be correct, even if you brick a few of them. And
Right.
honestly, 17 is not a bad score on this board with this rack. The only way to really score more is to play something with Lover, and that blows up your rack. So, I mean, if I'm deciding between something like a foul and something like Torana and Lover, I'm probably gonna say a foul.
And she's going down with Avo, doing similarly. 11 points for this, a good leave. Of course, we would have loved for her to seen a foul that is a much stronger rack, scores more. But this is still in the same direction of okay. I know I'm very close to a bingo. I know I can get this.
Yeah, and Yvonne is in a little bit of a weird spot. Something like Bree, which I think she was starting to spell out. It feels nice, and it is as good scoring as it's going to get. I think she just gets a little bit uncomfortable. I think Bree actually does take quite a few hooks, and it opens up a triple, which would open up the board further. So, yeah, it's not fun. I do wonder though if it's so many points that if you just have to do it, and also the existence of a double double does mean that marginally it's a little bit less open, because if Vera has a double double right now, then she was gonna get something anyways, and you actually end up opening yourself up with Bree.
Right. I mean, I kind of understand why she's doing this. You kind of want to get rid of that double double opportunity from away from your opponent. She's still, struggling to decide what she should do. I feel like Bree makes a lot of sense. Be makes a lot of sense. Um, Going down with Brie, as you mentioned, or like Bren in this case, it has its pros and cons. This, for example, keeps EEU, and I don't like that leave. I personally am not a huge fan of it, but it does make it slightly harder to hit that triple because now you're starting with a vowel.
Yeah, for sure. Vera is definitely in a pretty tough spot. She has to basically decide ignore the area completely. One thing that's nice would be MY underneath Bren, because it kind of gunks up the area, but in a way where it's tricky to block. And she keeping her T for Brent if she does that. But
Right.
she's going to go with Yam, maybe worried that Yvonne is about to hit a dagger of sorts and put the game away and blocking the double double.
Right. Vera, of course, has been struggling with a lot of racks that will bingo as eights. Like she needed, like an I for Tyramine, I believe, or an O for like monetary. And before, she needed a U for aeronaut or I for aeration and stuff like that. So she's like consistently struggling with these racks. Now she's going to be able to play Trent or somewhere. Would that actually play on this board? I don't even know. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
and
Brent. Yeah, there you go.
Toronto double double, which is exactly what she would need at this
Yes.
point. Yvonne though is in a weird spot where I almost feel like there's so little for her to do with her rack that she's going to be led to just do something blocky, just because there's so little to do, but there's also just enough that exchanging just feels a little weird.
Yeah, I think what might be essential for her is to see the W hook on Avo to see that she could play something like View. And I think she's now considering up view. She's trying to think of maybe that's a word. There are a lot of up words that are kind of cool. Up view. I don't think that's one of them. I'm pretty sure that's not one of them. It's just view. So that would be, view for 22 points would be a pretty nice play there, keeping PEU, I think.
Yeah, it's hard. You do kind of have to see one or two things. Unwive being maybe the other option to avow. It's going to be a little bit
Oh,
easier to bingo after unwive, because there will be a spot to end things in an S, which there will not after view. But the advantage of unwive is you get rid of your own U, which is really nice.
Oh yeah, that's true. And would Natter or like Ratner fit after that?
Uh,
I
I
don't think
don't
so.
think so. She would have to find
Yeah.
Tranter.
Yeah. Um, Tranter, not an easy word to see. Two T's, two R's. That just kind of looks like a mess of letters, one point tiles that you feel like, okay, this is not doing me any favors. Sometimes it just feels like your rack is just completely bricked up, and you kind of have to move past the, okay, I've spotted an eight. Is there anything else in here? And that can be really, really hard. Vera has, Natter set off to the side. Is she going to be able to, keep shuffling and see there are other words here? And I think she's getting there. There we go.
Yeah,
Fantastic. Love to
definitely
see it.
Tranter spelled out. And I do wonder, like, yeah, she's getting behind and she might feel like she has to. So maybe, if nothing else other than that, she's going to send it here. And actually, we is good for Vera because it actually doesn't
Right.
block the double. It just makes it score more.
Nice. All right. Yvonne, not seeing the avow hook, possibly, maybe not finding unwive. I understand what you want to do. That you want to get rid of the V and the W on your rack. This is probably the best way that she could find on this board. But Vera now is going to just have to be sure of Tranter and Brent and put it down on this
Yeah,
board.
I definitely think it's an encouraging sign that she had it spelled out. Because even if she's not very sure of it, she is far enough behind that she kind of needs it to be good, and maybe she'll play it if nothing other than she hopes it's a word, but that would be enough because it is a word.
Right. And I really do want to just underscore how important it is that we at Let's Play Scrabble get to see such a wide variety of players at all sorts of levels, because it's instructive to see, this is what it would be like if you're playing on the board. Not everybody is a computer, not everybody's rated 2000, and this is quite what realistic Scrabble at the intermediate level looks like. This is, what most of us end up being able to play. So Tar here, kind of sad to see Vera checking out of Tranter, but I understand. Like, you don't really want to lose your turn. You want to hope that you can just play something next time.
Yeah,
Maybe
and
with an eye at Dextrin.
I just want to underscore that realistic part. I think a lot of viewers, they maybe see these games on stream and they see words like SCOG and they think, I'll never get there. But, the people we have on stream are still solid players. And I just think, I think if you really wanted to commit yourself to Scrabble, you could get here in a reasonable amount of time and you could sort of feel included in the like group of people that are intermediates, and you can get yourself to a point where you at least have a chance against someone like Adam Logan. I mean, we saw him not on stream, but he did lose to Sue. You can get there in a reasonable amount of time and kind of join us in the Scrabble scene. Here's an interesting spot, though. Yvonne maybe should have played Pori with the R, Pourie, but she's going to save herself from getting hit by Extender.
Oh my gosh. Uh, Vera now having seen Dextrin and Extender, she can't really do anything with this. Her rack allows her to still like use the X. She can still play something like extend, making ENE from the NE that Yvonne had made with the word WE. That will hit the triple. It will be 48 points, but that would mean blowing up this rack and also blowing up the board, making a lot of space for herself.
Yeah, we're gonna see Yvonne draw the blank. I wonder if she can see the P hook to Lover to make Plover, though. Don't know
Oh,
if there's anything there right now.
XED coming down to 43 is also quite defensible, I think, because you are keeping that E for axe. You do still sometimes play to the, you're still paralleling it. And then, WO at the top of the board, you still get to start bingos with TWO. So you still have that, and you're not taking that chance away from yourself. So I totally get why Vera would play this.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be interesting to see what Yvonne does here. I since I see the P hook to lover, I might lean a little bit towards keeping the P, but I don't know if there's even really a good way to do that. So maybe Yvonne wants to do something exhausty, like put the P on Plover right now and play something like Pied, which tries to sort of gum up the right as quick as possible instead of leaving Woe, which is
What
hookable by an O and a T.
Yeah. What about, so I think she's seeing Ivied, so there's a chance that she might play something there. Like, I wonder if she's going to play something like Pied, but I also wonder if it might be useful for her to play above Jiao, making Doff and OW. Like, maybe if she were to play something like DOUP, I'm pretty sure that's a word. Um, or, like if she just played like DOP or something. Not very high scoring, but taking away that very easy T spot for Vera.
Yeah, and I think that we briefly see Yvonne find the only seven in the rack. I felt like I saw Euploid spelled out. Yvonne's going to do IDE. Maybe she's keeping the P for Plover. I do
Wow.
worry that the sacrifice is a lot when you could get an extra 18 points by putting up the P.
Yeah, I mean maybe she did see Plover and that's why she's hanging on to that, but maybe she feels like it's not useful to keep OU and just doesn't want to be stuck with a vowel dump. Um, Vera, though, now does not, I don't think she has any playable bingos on this board, even with that E out in space. So she's going to have to yet again confront, what does she do with this rack? And Glover is a word that is available to her, but it would take away the spot for two. It would take away her S, and I don't know how much she wants to hang on to that.
Yeah, I do wonder if Vera's in a position where maybe she wants to score and then bingo, and something like Grenz and Glover is at least good scoring, and maybe she can redraw the blank and be ahead if she bingos. But Neg NRST is already a solid leave, and the floating E is gonna be really nice with that leave. Unfortunately, this time it is gonna set up Supremo for Yvonne.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that's incredible. Yvonne now, she's shuffling. I really like this. If you think that you're close to a bingo and you're like, "Ah, this is tingling my spidey senses. I think there could be something here." It's always worth shuffling, even if you think that, oh, maybe my opponent thinks that I'm close to a bingo. I think shuffling can do so much for you. Even though, you might study by alphagram pairs or whatever, it's sometimes you just don't see stuff. Sometimes it's just very helpful to physically move the tiles around and give your brain a little bit of a reset. Okay, what words are possible here? What, tiles can go next to each other? Where on this board can I play? I think all of that is really useful.
Yeah, for sure. And I almost wonder if Yvonne wants to bingo. I think I would if I saw it, but you do have to wonder, are you just setting up 100 for Vera on the triple?
Oh, right. Yes. Yeah. I mean, she might be looking through the E right now. She might be looking, to the side of, and Supremo, again, like hard word to see because it's ending in an O. It's starting with an S. That's not where you expect these tiles to go at all. And Plover coming down. So, wow, that's incredible. She already had some knowledge of that when she played Ide. That's really lovely.
Yeah, I do wonder what she's going to get there. I think maybe the only thing I would really want to cash out the P with is Proem, which at least scores well and kind of gunks up the top and the right. I do wonder maybe in absence of that, is it better to. This is going to be a tricky fit, but Alb, you can put a U there to make album, and you could maybe
Album.
play MU for 30 points and keep Plover for later.
Oh, that's incredible. That's a really nice fit. I love that. Um, wow. Tough position again for Yvonne because if you don't see the bingo, you don't see the bingo. She has seen poem. Is she gonna play poems, making the blank an S?
We're gonna have to see. I would probably rather keep the blank here since I think poem and poems accomplish much of the same thing with kind of being gunked up a little, and there's still going to be enough good places for a bingo after poem that I think the blank would actually help quite a bit.
I agree. I mean, I have a hard time. giving away the blank. I know that there are strategic times for you to do that. I'm not convinced that this is a good time for her to use up that blank, especially when there are plays that are available to her that score similarly without the use of the blank, like Proem, if she's able to see that, that would be 38 points, making Plover, and that would keep you blank. Even Poem, maybe not a terrible idea here. Hang on to
I
that
almost
blank and do something with
wonder
it.
if you're going in that direction is something like poor, Pour, better, just because of how not fun it is to keep the U.
Right, right. That's another good point. Oh my gosh, she's seen.
Oh
I was like,
no! Oh no! She could have done better by putting a U down as well.
that was incredible for her to see that spot, though. I mean, I was just like, that's some real board vision. I mean, okay, maybe she didn't see album, but she got so close.
Yeah.
Tough now for Vera. No vowels at all. She has played off two tiles with Urk. I mean, I understand why you would do this, but I also really like the idea of playing off more consonants because you just don't have any vowels. And you really need to draw. Okay, there you go. Uh, you really need a vowel and you need to not block that E.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's better ways to handle the consonants. There's definitely ways to get rid of three or four consonants that make it a little more likely she gets a quick bingo. You can also play TSK, which it does score 29, which is nice. It kind of puts you in a position where, hey, you're accepting that maybe you need a good score and a bingo. So you can do TSK and queens if you think that
Right.
is the most important thing.
So bingo down here by Yvonne pretty quickly making Plover. We just need a little confirmation of what that blank is. I think it's going to be a T. I believe that Yvonne has just played Poutier, which is a really good find from her, very quick. Um, and it would be Vera now to go. Is she going to challenge Plover though?
I think we have a good chance of a no because I think it's a type of bird, and you might have come across it at some point in your life. Definitely not the most common word, but I do think it's something you come across and don't challenge. Um, Vera is now definitely in a bit of trouble. I think she's probably just gonna have to play sits and queens and just she needs a miracle, but it starts with scoring as much as you can.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wait. Do you think that it might be better to play Nerds through the E of Poutier so that the E to the triple remains unobstructed and gives you a chance of getting a bingo down there?
Yeah, that's probably better. I missed it when I was going through things, but yes, that is definitely better. It also keeps the S, which is nice.
The other reason why I might be a little hesitant about Nerds is, well, you're keeping GIS and you're getting rid of that N. There's only one N unseen to you. So maybe there's a better version of this. Maybe you can play something like TREZ instead, like Trey, and have that T to be able to play through. And you're keeping INGS. Now, INGS, not necessarily a great spot on the board for this, but they do go well together. You could still bingo. You could still bingo through the T that you're setting up for yourself. You could bingo to the E of I'd.
Yeah, I do wonder. I think if a miracle exists, it probably involves of the eventual bingo being on the end column, doing something, forming regs and axed because at least that scores well. Maybe it forms axes
Mm.
and regs, and it's she's eventually gonna play something like Hessian. I don't know. It's she's far enough behind that thinking of very specific things like this is not really wishful thinking because. Any possible path to victory is pretty wishful thinking at this point. So one individual wishful thinking isn't that crazy here.
I think Vera has now identified a Riz for 32 points. That would give back quite a lot to her opponent because, the ZE parallels or ZA parallels would allow Yvonne to score quite a bit. I like what Vera's thinking. I think she can kind of extend her, just like where these tiles need to go so she can get even more space on this board. That E, the E of Ide is going to be quite important for her. I would love to see her, maybe set something up for herself, maybe make another lane for herself, because it's going to be hard to come back. I mean, she sees string, maybe she wants to just get rid of the Z somewhere. Maybe she just wants to do ZO and hope like she gets the D or the A, or, like she can do, if she gets the A, she can get a bingo making a ZO. Like that would be nice.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely the kind of situation where yeah, it's you're down to fishing for some sort of miracle, and I guess I don't know what that is. I think it probably involves the end column just because it produces pretty fruitful bingos, and I also think if you play something like Nerds, Yvonne is going to be very skewed towards blocking the E because it at least feels a little bit more obvious, and also just because it is a little bit easier to deal with given the sense that blocking the end column often opens the triple. We actually know that Yvonne could do something like CADS and deal with it, but without the C, it does get a lot harder.
Right. Um, Vera, again, hanging on to just no vowels with so many consonants left unseen. I am actually really surprised for her and really grateful that she's been able to pick out two vowels out of the bag. But even now, she needed an E for dictates. She hasn't found one. She can now just see where is she going to score the most, and that Z has made it quite easy now for her to get some points down on this board.
And I want to point out, I think Vera actually did draw into a bingo that plays right now, and that is Ruddings. It's one of those annoying ings. I don't know whether or not that's a word type of words, but it is sitting there, and it might lead to some interesting situations where Yvonne has to block up there, and then maybe Vera hits the E. So there definitely is at least a little bit of life being breathed into this game right now.
Attic, though, for Yvonne is going to hit hard. She keeps SD with her. I like it. She could have also done attics, but she didn't, have to. Um, Rudding's beautiful find for Vera. Very quick. Love to see it.
Yeah, and again, it's going to be tough, but at least there is a chance here. There's actually a lot of consonants unseen, so if Vera can pick some of the relatively few vowels, and Yvonne picks too many consonants, we do maybe have ourselves our game. Unfortunately, Yvonne is going to draw enough consonants to maybe get herself out of this.
And it seems like she's challenging Ruddings, which, again, I mean, if you're not sure, you might as well. You don't want your opponent to get as many points. And it could be a matter of spread for Yvonne, Like, it could be that, okay, if she can keep Ruddings off the board, she's higher up in the standings now.
Yeah, for sure. I do think that Yvonne is probably good here. I would probably not play Fuddy just in case a miracle happens with something ending in ER. But I do think if Yvonne plays Fairy, I do think she has just enough points to outrun even the worst of the bingos to the E down there, or the worst of the sevens that play on the maybe the double word score up top. So I think this is a solid choice, and it'll always be just enough here.
Absolutely. And Vera's draw, surprisingly, just really nice coming out of that bag. There were so many consonants unseen. She's gone ahead and she's drawn. Well, she has some really high scoring plays here. Not easy to spot at all. One of them, maybe she might be aware of, is Shellac, Shellac, to the Sea of Skog. That one is 28 points. It's like kind of like a film. You get like shellac nails if you go get manicures, for example. But this looks like the kind of rack where you would want to be able to bingo, and she's not going to be able to on this board.
Yeah, it's annoying. I almost think she has not enough bees because of Boblaze. But yeah, oh sorry, Shabble. Another one of the ones I guess wrong. But yeah, Shabble. If she had another B, would be really nice because of the triple letter score and the double word score up there. That's the kind of thing you hope for.
Great, a really great play available to Vera now. That starts with a K. I'm gonna see if anyone in the chat sees it. It's a really cool six-letter word. It's, I believe, an alternate spelling of a Q word. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's from one of those languages that's famous for using a different script and in Scrabble creating some words that have a whole lot of alternative spellings, that being Arabic.
we see someone in the chat has already found it. Yes, it is indeed Kebla, which is an alternate spelling of Kibla, Qibla. Kebla here, Keblah, would be 54 points for Vera. Not enough to win, unfortunately, but definitely makes a dent in that spread. So it would be really nice. I think she is there we go. We're getting close to something like shellac. But again, like these tiles, you think that you'd be able to score so much more than 20. And I think there's only one spot on the board where you're going to get more than 30-ish points. And that is
Yeah,
Kibla.
yeah, it's definitely going to be hard to score if you don't get to maybe use the K for what it's worth, being in that triple lane. But ultimately, I do think she's just going to kind of get an out and two down, given that I don't know how much prize she's playing for at this point. So, yeah, honestly, just I really wouldn't blame her if she just sort of goes out and two and yeah, just moves on to the next round.
That's a good point. I think there's a lot to be said for just preserving your mental energy. There are still three more games after this. We are taking a little bit of a lunch break, and then we're coming back with three more games for this final day of the Scrabble Holiday Party, sponsored by NASPA Games. And yeah, maybe you do just want to say, all right, I did as much as I could. This is a lost game, and I want to preserve my mental energy for the games that come after this. And I really don't blame anyone for going ahead with that mentality. It can be, make or break sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's good that we got to maybe mix it up a little with maybe some players that aren't quite as talented as Adam Logan. It is sometimes good to see from different walks of life on the Scrabble stream.
And I will say that both Vera and Yvonne have been, some masterful players over the board. They have beaten some of the giants in the community. They've been playing for such a while. Vera herself has been shooting up the ratings recently, and she is, as always, a formidable player. And Yvonne here getting down, Plover and, seeing Ivied and choosing to do queen so that she can, use her blank for a bingo later. All of these are, situations that you're not always going to see on a board against an expert, but they are interesting. They're creating their own narrative. They are turning the board into its own game. And, that's something that keeps me coming back for more. Scrabble just keeps it just keeps evolving. And there's so many ways for you to play the game. It's never just one way. I love that.
Yeah, for sure. We can see, we're more likely to see maybe a little bit of a different approach if we kind of go down into our bench of players, so to speak. So yeah, we could have Adam on stream every game, or we could mix it up a little, and we've decided to mix it up this time.
I mean, I personally really like seeing realistic players on stream who I can really just empathize with, and I can feel like, okay, yes, I see why they're playing this, because I too, not having the same word knowledge as Nigel Richards and Adam Logan would probably play something like this. And these are learning moments, right? Because these are the kind of plays that you make in your tournament. And then when you go back and watch this commentary, you think, oh, Matt O'Connor, who is really good at strategy and really good at this game, thinks that when you're in moments like these, you could do this instead. And I think there's a lot of learning to be had here. I mean, if you were to watch only games between experts forever, I think there's a lot of nuance in the game that you might not have access to because you're not ever going to see those same kind of situations. And for that, I'm really grateful to have the advantage of watching these games because I've been in these positions before.
Yeah, for sure, and just yeah, especially at a tournament that's called the holiday party. This is not necessarily supposed to be as serious as the world championship. We do have the world champion here, and that's something we'll be forever grateful for. But the vibes of this event, we saw Sokol in some antlers. The vibes are supposed to be a little bit more fun and just hanging out with your Scrabble friends as opposed to like super serious. And I think it's just really nice that we can maybe do a little bit of both. You know, the Let's Play Scrabble team actually did send Josh Greenway out to Ghana to commentate. So it's really nice that we get a little bit of both. You know, the hyper competitive, we got to see Nigel a bunch of times and Adam, but then we can also come to an event like the holiday party and get maybe a little bit of Adam and a little bit of this, and just, yeah, see different Scrabble players from different walks of life playing Scrabble on stream, which is really fun.
And I love that they're smiling at each other. I mean, look at them. They're just having a good time. There's something to be said about the community, and there's something to be said about the friends that you make here. It doesn't really matter what your level of play is for you to have a good time in this community. You can make friends with experts, with lower rated players, with intermediates. You can just, just hang out and have a really, really good time and laugh about your ugly sweater, for example. And that sets this apart from really just the competitiveness of the game. I think there's really so much to be said about the community. And for that, I'm again, really grateful for Let's Play Scrabble events. The next one, for example, is over New Year's, and that will be December 1st through January 2nd. There will be a live stream, of course. We're also going to have the Canadian Scrabble Classic that's going to happen in February. We're going to have, the SBC, the sorry, not the SBC, the School Scrabble Championship that'll take place in DC in March. There's so many events. I could just go on and on.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, I just want to thank WESPA for sanctioning this event. Their website is actually under construction right now, but if you go to wespa.org later, you'll see just all kinds of tournaments all around the country, even, New Orleans and Albany and stuff, but also just all around the world. They put on a good show trying to maybe get some level of communication between the different orgs with different people all around the world, just coming together and celebrating Collins, celebrating the fact that we get to have some sort of unity. And their flagship is the World Championship, of course, but they just put on so many events all around the world. Vera is playing Bide. I do wonder if actually she was setting up Bell and accidentally forgetting that Ash obstructs Bell.
Oh no. But Yvonne coming down with Tread quite quickly. She is going to score maybe 0 points if it gets challenged, because that, I believe, is not a word. Is Vera going to challenge this? I don't think she has. And Yvonne now with a final score of, to us, according to us, a final score of 466 to 338. Well played by Yvonne. There we see the handshake. Let's get to overhead mic.
You did not exchange, but you had one
Yeah.
take
You know
back.
what? I was sacrificing other bingos to put the clover here. But then I
Well,
got
lucky you.
yeah, then I got the stipend I put there. And I said, actually,
I tried setting up lots of hooks
when I
for you,
had
but
this U, I think I had bingo. But I wanted to use my U for the Q, so I played that. I said I'd always get a bingo because I got the S and blank. So I said I can always get a bingo there. I thought pin sets was good. It's pen sets.
yeah, I don't know pin
PNSET.
sets. And answers, yeah.
Because I wanted the P here. That's why I was greedy.
Um,
I was greedy for that.
yeah.
So finally got the P. But I was hoping you won't get G.
I tried to open everything, like with this,
Yeah, you
because
opened it.
the only thing I can do is maybe.
Yeah, get a bingo
But I
by
think you
opening.
drew. Yeah, I drew the A at the very end. But
Mm.
anyway,
Yeah.
we did it.
Okay,
It's done.
so we have to.
Yeah, you enter the score.
Alrighty, folks. That was really lovely to hear the ladies just talking about their game and, breaking down what they were attempting to do. I like the final. That's it. We did it. And yeah, they did. They did do it. They gave us an incredible game. We got to hang out. We got to enjoy as a community this game coming down. And again, it's a pleasure to watch Scrabble for as long as I get to do on Let's Play Scrabble. So thank you guys for being here. I hope you've liked and, subscribed to this channel. That's how we're able to bring you more content. And that's how you're able to continue being a part of this lovely community.
Yeah, and hey, I don't blame you if you want to leave for lunch, but we are going to put a game from our footage on stream. It's going to be from SPC, which was also a Let's Play Scrabble commentary stream. It may have been actually the two of us streaming it. I actually streamed two different games between those two. I don't know which one it is. It might be the one where I streamed with Charles, but whichever one it is, it will at least be. It will at least be. Let's play Scrabble. So yeah.
All right, folks, don't go anywhere. We are going for a very quick lunch break. You get to watch, as Matt said, an old recap of a game. And before you know it, we'll be back with three more games, wrapping up the Scrabble Holiday Party sponsored by NASPA Games. Thank you all so much for being here. We've had a great time commentating these games, and I am going to sign off. Matt, are you going to continue commentating for this afternoon?
No, I'm doing this one, and I did Heidi's POV stream. I think we're gonna get Charles Reinke and Jason Idalski. But yeah, just one more shout out as a thank you to NASPA Games for including some sponsorship. These events can get up there in price with having to rent a venue, having to pay the director, and having to pay things like participation fees. So yeah, they're donating money, and it's helping with all of that, and it's putting more of the money in prizes, which is really awesome because the fact that we can do a hobby and maybe make some money if we do well is just a lot of fun. So I do just want to thank NASPA Games for helping out with some sponsorship.
And thank you, Matt, for being here. Thank you for your expert commentary. Thank you to Josh Greenway, our producer, Josh Cuff, for the incredible stats that we had. Seth Lipkin, of course, for Ulu and the timer that we see on screen. Thank you to so many people who have made this possible. NASPA Games, of course. Sarah Rosenbaum for the tile bag that you see with the Let's Play Scrabble logo. I think it takes a village to get something like this working, and it really does take so much effort and love from all of us, and really grateful to be a part of this, and really grateful that you guys could be here with us. And thank you for your support. Please feel free to like and subscribe, and we'll see you guys soon.
All right, yeah, let's sign off. Enjoy lunch, and please come back at 1:45. I'm guessing, given the three game session, 1:30,
1:30.
1:30
Yes.
the time. Okay, cool. Anyways, have a nice lunch. Have a nice day if this is it, but please at least try to come back.
All right, guys, see ya.
Everybody, we are approaching the end of day 4 and thus the pre-finals tournament of the Scrabble Players Championship 2025 presented by NASPA. My name is Charles Reinke. You've seen me before, and you've also seen my co-commentator before, Matthew O'Connor. Matthew, how are you feeling about these last 3 exciting games? Looks like if you said anything, you're muted.
Sorry about that. I got enthused by the Hojatul Islam in the chat. I wanted to look up what that was. Yeah, we are here. We are not in Hanover, Maryland, but the players are. We are about to do 3 more preliminary rounds before we do the finals. If we take a look at the standings, I'm going to see 3 people with a good chance of making the finals. Maybe Austin with a miracle can squeak in, but 19-6, Dennis Kikarigor, 19-6.
Needs every single win take in. But meanwhile, Alec and Sammy kind of looking to cement their place in the finals, which will be starting tomorrow. So a lot of high stakes matchups going on this round, not just in the top 2 or the top 4. A lot of other players also vying for prizes as we get closer to the end of this tournament, including some pretty big ones. So there's a lot of emotion, a lot of high stakes Scrabble going on in this room right now.
Yeah, as we can see further down the standings, there's a lot of people vying. With 6 games to go, there's still a lot of people with a shot at 3rd place, which is still a pretty lucrative spot. Maybe even people in 10th place right now could squeak into that if one of the 3 people that is vying for the finals has a tough couple of games. So still a lot to play for. Hey, if you're wondering how do these players study, some of them use NASPA Zizova, which is downloadable on scrabbleplayers.org. You can use Collins, you can use NWL, you can input your own dictionary if you want to do something like get a list of words and only study those. One of the more efficient ways of learning the Collins only words. A lot of opportunities.
Yeah, I've definitely, as I switched to Collins, I've actually used that TechMed. I've got a list of Collins only words. I studied those because I studied all the NWL ones. Theoretical outcome of that is I know all the Collins words at the end of that. But Zizova is a great tool, thanks to NASPA and a handful of developers who are providing that for us. I think we're also looking for a few more likes on this video. We're doing pretty good now, but we could be doing a lot better. These games are just getting more intense and have bigger financial ramifications than they ever have before. So if you're a fan of high stakes Scrabble, make sure to click that like button, make sure to click subscribe. Thanks to Let's Play Scrabble. That's the channel you're currently watching if you haven't realized it already. Thanks to them for putting this on, and thanks to Bob Lynn and NASPA for their backing for this. If you like all those things, you can sum it up all very succinctly by just clicking one button. That would be the thumbs up button right below our heads.
Yeah, and we are the CSW stream. The NWL stream, I think, will be Will versus Nigel. That will be on the NASPA Scrabble YouTube account. If you want to watch both, maybe mute one of them. That would help us in general as Scrabble players attract YouTube views, which helps a lot with promotion. Also, please keep spamming the comments. YouTube loves seeing a stream with a lot of engagement.
Yeah, whatever you can think of. Well, I shouldn't say this. We don't want our moderator to have to do too much banning and deletion, but anything game relevant comes to mind, suggestions for plays, strategic considerations, we'd love to see them in chat. I even read some of them, and if one is especially good, I might even shout you out. So you can't resist the chance to be shouted out by a semi-famous Scrabble commentator duo like myself and Matthew. So do all those things. Make sure to check out the NASPA Scrabble stream as well. All of these things will help Scrabble grow, not just for this tournament, but for tournaments in the future.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe nothing too spicy, but anything else fair game, gonna help us gain notoriety, viewership, all of that good stuff. I think we are almost ready to begin. They have just finished the award presentation for the yearly leaders, you know, things like best spread over the course of the year, best win percentage over the course of the year, all of that good stuff. But I think we are almost ready to get going. We've got 3 people with the lion's share of the chance to win this tournament, and we get to see 2 of them in just a moment. That is Alec Seaholm, Sammy Okasaga. Going to be an exciting matchup. Quite a bit of money on the line. I think $4,000 for first. Quite a bit of money, and that is going to start just in a second.
Yeah, these players are playing for a lot. It's getting a little bit high pressure. I feel at these long tournaments, I start off day 1 and 2. Games are kind of normal Scrabble games, but as the ramifications of each game, winning or losing, start to pile up, you start feeling a little bit more anxious. You're like, really got to play well this game because this could be the difference between 4,000 and 750. Both these players, I think, no stranger to high stakes games. They've been in contention at a lot of these tournaments. Alec, in fact, has won a previous SVC playing NWL, so that matchup also involved a finals. He's no stranger to the pressure, but the pressure is a real thing. These players are definitely feeling it.
Yeah, and in 2019, when Alec won the finals, it was only 3 games. We'll see if he can hang on in a 5-game format. I think we are just about to get started. We can switch to the players now. Gonna see them start to put the tiles back. About to begin. Once they put the tiles back, we can see almost a perfect last 5 games for both of them. That loss is actually a tie. So only 1 tie and 0 losses for these two in the last 5 games.
Yeah, and if you saw those scores for Alec, some in the mid to high 500s, he's been really on a tear these past 5 games. And honestly, the whole tournament, we see him sitting at a nice 19-6 record. That includes a couple of games that he should have won, but due to mistakes or just bad timing, actually lost. We could easily see Alex sitting at like a 21-4 record in this tournament.
Yeah, that would be quite something. But we see Alec getting his tiles on. Charles, the first word I see is Aki. Is that a good idea?
I think it's a good idea to score some points here. The downside of keeping 2 A's is somewhat minor compared to the fact that you are scoring quite decently with, I would say, not a very good selection of letters. The consonants he has are not very flexible. They're not doing a whole lot else. He doesn't. I think he really doesn't have an option here, Matt, other than a key.
Yeah, maybe if you want to be a little bit tighter, you could just do Aka. Aka is a little bit tighter. 2 less floaters, including not slotting the E, but Aki, 24 points. That seems hard to come by with a rack like this. I like this choice.
Yeah, good idea by Alec here, and playing it relatively quickly. Switching over to Sammy, not a very good first draw. Too many vowels here. The consonants he has don't score very many points on this board. There's maybe a few options he could look at. He could look at dumping a lot of them with something like elocute through the C, but nothing's looking very promising on this turn.
Yeah, and Alec with what appears to be a nice pull. I think he's got Altezas. That's going to play pretty much no matter what. Just depends on what Sammy does. An option like Olio underneath Aki is super uninspiring, but man, I don't know what else he can do here. Almost so bad you have to think about exchanging.
Yeah, an exchange might be called for here. Olio is a decent score, about as good as he can hope for, but keeps the U. Not a tile you're especially looking to keep at any point in the game unless you've got Q anxiety. And the idea of elocute, which Sammy has set up here, is just very, very open in terms of opening 50-point counterplays for Alec in 2 different spots. That seems a little bit reckless at this score. It's very early. He doesn't need to do something too drastic, but we see him actually going for the somewhat drastic play here.
Yeah, one interesting thing about elocute, though, is that it opens up 2 different spots. Opening up 2 different spots is often better than 1 because there's a good chance you will get one of them. That said, I think Olio is hard to argue with, just a little bit tighter.
Yeah, I mean, either way, Alex Bingo was going to play somewhere. In this case, since Olio did not block a keys, he has Altezas for 96 points, or he can pluralize elocutes for just a little bit less. Matt, do you have a preference here?
Yeah, the interesting thing about this choice is that it actually leaves both of those spots open. So it's kind of similar to opening both of the spots. Now Alec will have a good shot at getting a triple play next turn. He gets to have one or the other. You can't use both of those.
Yeah, I think that's a very good thought. Maybe one consideration here. Actually, I shouldn't say that either. I was going to say the double-double of the E, but there's actually two identical double-double lines with the E in the same spot. So you can block one with Altezas on the bottom, but it's not doing anything about the one on top. So probably better just to leave those spots as they are.
Yes, Sammy with another relative dearth of options. Charles, there's the opportunity to do something kind of insane. OMAV and OE. Sammy already down 109 points. Almost seems like something like that going for broke. Not a bad idea holding the blank. That said, the same letters go for 20 by making the play of move, MOOVE. There are two ways to do that.
Yep, Sammy does have two spots for move. That keeps two Gs in a blank. 1G is bad. 2Gs is actually not so bad. 2Gs as a bingo combination does have some upside just because they go nicely together in a lot of 7-letter words. We do see Sammy setting up OMAV, which it does feel a little bit risky with 3 S's and a blank still unseen. He's going for something different here, maybe the somewhat more standard play of just Mog, keeping the V and the G together, but scoring very nicely with 28 points.
Yeah, hard to argue with Mog. We're going to see 28 points. That is hard to argue with. I like this idea too. Just have to hope Alec doesn't hit the triple too hard. But lots of triples open. Sammy will have the opportunity to get something, surely.
Yeah, we see Alec does not really have good letters to address the spot that was created on the right. He could do something like oof, making zoo and a go. That would keep the Q, but at least he's got Kadi sort of in reserve next turn if it stays open, Kadi or Cade. So there is still some life for the Q here. He probably doesn't need to immediately freak out about playing it. I think the most pressing consideration for him here is just disrupting the spot on the side.
Yeah, the interesting thing with QI is it sets up your own eye, but every time Sammy goes there, you're going to feel kind of stupid for giving it to him. Sammy with the blank, slightly more attractive rack this time.
Yeah, let's see if he has anything here. This does on first glance seem a lot more likely to bingo than his last rack, which had an M and 2 Vs and a G. It does not look like he has anything available to him this turn. And most of his plays are a little bit underwhelming. It doesn't even seem like he has anything in either to hit either of these triples.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those annoying spots. I know I would be going into the tank here thinking there has to be something better, something like Viola or Voila is a super disappointing option, but as it turns out, there's probably not actually that much better than that. Maybe something like Vogi to the E and Aki is a little bit less likely to shut everything down.
Yeah, if I'm Sammy here, I'm thinking I hold the blank, so why would I want to be closing off all these really juicy double-double lines? Like, I would really like to hit one of those at some point in the future. That'd be a very nice way to get back in this game. Sammy is down by about 120, 115 points. So he's not really just thinking about getting one bingo down. It's either one really big bingo or two, normal-sized bingos, possibly thinking about trying to get big power tile plays here. So trying to leave as much open space as possible is a good idea here. I think Vogie is nice enough. It still leaves one double line open, plus all those triples that are available. And we haven't even really talked about this hot spot yet, which could get hit for 70 points with the right letters. So Sammy by no means done in this game.
Yeah, for sure. And Vogie leaving things like the E and L in Elacute alone, as opposed to something like Voila or Vogie in the other spot. This will give him a couple of spots to hope to bingo, and both of those letters like to end words.
Yeah, Sammy, don't count Sammy out yet. Alec with a very quick play here. I think this is pretty much his only play. Is Cade that gets rid of a lot of consonants and the Q, and unduplicates his eyes. So very standard play there, and I think that one's correct.
And Sammy finally drawing a rack that will produce bingos. Unfortunately, this time, I don't think there's anything huge. There's almost an argument to be made to wait a little bit longer, as annoying as that would be given what he has struggled with in the first part of this game.
Yeah, his bingos all mostly play through this T of Elocute. He really doesn't have a whole lot else on this board. So yeah, there might be a consideration here for just hanging on to the blank one more turn and trying to get something higher scoring. He could do, I don't know, something like Boni, Boni, in this spot, leaving the double-double open. Downside is it doesn't do much for him putting the B here. He's not going to get a huge B bingo just because there's letters in the way. But are you thinking something like that, Matt, or maybe even something shorter like BO on top of Cade?
Yeah, there's not going to be a couple of good options. Are Boni. Actually, I might do Boni lower because it puts the B next to the E for 2 more points. Bo is another interesting choice. If you're worried that Alec has cheap points such as XI, you can deny him those. He will have to put XI between Elocute and Vogie instead for a lot less. But there's also an argument to be made that Sammy just has to bingo and then bingo again and then bingo again to come back. And the best way to do that is to bingo now.
Right, yeah, if he wanted to just bingo now, he'd probably be looking to play something that opens the maximum amount of space possible. He could do something like Obesant, ending with the T that just creates a boatload of space on the left side of the board in addition to the space he already has kind of here and here. So if he wanted to go all out in terms of setting up spots for himself, that would be one way to do it.
Yeah, Alec with witchies spelled out on his rack. This is not a word. I think it's just kind of a fun thing he threw down. There's actually no 8s with his rack. He is likely to play witch on the top part of the board. That would score a lot of points.
We see Sammy playing Niobates here. The blank is an S. I think this is a good idea just to maybe not as crazy as Obesant, but still create some nice spots for 8-letter words on future turns. Sammy's going to need at least 1 bingo and possibly 2 more to really be back in this game.
We know with Alec's rack that it's going to be tough with just 1. Alec likely to think for a bit and then pretty quickly settle on Witch. Hard to see what else is worth doing here. Witch scoring 53 points.
Yeah, that's too many points to pass up. It keeps the S. You've still got that big Elocute hook ready for a bingo in the future. So Witch looks really good here. We see Alex setting it up. Certainly, Matt, at this score, you would not do something like Itch trying to set up your W. That would be pretty crazy.
No, that would be very crazy. Itch taking a lot of hooks, including the brand new S.
Oh, yes, that's right. Yep. Probably better not to do that one.
Yeah, Sammy, though, with a good, about as good as he can hope for. He's got the cocktail Negronis, and he's got some other options. He can play things like regions, ignores signore by pluralizing Elocute.
Yeah, and it looks like he actually does have a double-double through this Eye of Niobate. All the alternate spellings of signor are pretty hard to keep straight. I don't know about you, Matt, but I sometimes struggle to. I can come up with fake ones, then I see the real ones, and I start doubting the real ones, and I like the fake ones. It's a little bit hard to keep those straight. So I would honestly, in Sammy's shoes, I'd be a little bit scared of phoning here. And I maybe want to play it a little bit more safe.
Yeah, one of the other interesting ideas is to actually play the version that's basically an S hook on ignore, signor, and Elocutes,
The interesting idea behind that is that if you do this, the board is going to be a little bit easier to kill entirely. Alec, with a play to the left or right, can really cut off a lot of space while Sammy's behind. It is hard to argue with the extra 8 points from this, though, so I think Senior is a solid option.
Yeah, I think taking the points now, and then if Alex starts making moves towards shutting down this board, Sammy's going to have to respond. He's going to have to be aware of those things. But yeah, it is kind of hard to turn down those extra points. A nice job by Sammy figuring out that this is indeed a valid spelling and not just something that he's made up.
Yeah, Alec in a bit of an interesting spot. The most threatening bingo lane now might be with Elocutes. Still, though, a little bit hard to justify putting the S there. I don't think he can get a great scoring play with what he's got, but good option to put in the back of your head is to do something like that eventually. As it stands, though, it's looking like his best options include something like swung, if you don't mind risking the S out there. One maybe counterintuitive option is fishing the W, the leave of ILNPSU, surprisingly likely to bingo. He can draw an A to hit something like unplates. He can draw an E and hit something like spinual and elocutes.
Yeah, and there's also a lot of R's left. Does an R work with that? Something like Perlins, I guess, would play to this side also, or actually on this side as well, if he didn't block it with his W fish. So A's, E's, and R's in the bag would actually help Alec a lot if he just plays off the W. So that's not a bad idea here.
Charles, what do you think about playing Perlins right now and Elocutes, 30 being about as much as you're ever going to score on this board, and Elocutes and Elocuted being gone forever as an issue if you choose to go this route?
Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. It does do what you suggested, Matt, of exhausting this Elocute spot while also not really giving back a lot, in terms of future board development for Sammy. So that's a pretty good idea here. It would put Alec up by pretty much a bingo. So although we do see Sammy has drawn the X and will have a big X play here if nothing changes in that area. But I think Alec would still feel pretty secure in that spot.
Our computer analysis is strongly preferring Perlins, saying there is nothing else to consider. As Alec spells it out on his rack, it looks like he might be thinking about this. I think this is a fantastic option. I think it is exactly what you need to do on this board.
Yeah, this does a lot of things right for Alec. It is maybe a little sad to move on from some promising bingo letters just to score 30 points, which is kind of an average turn in a Collins game. It's not an especially great play from the scoreboard's perspective, but it does a lot of things nice for the board. And there are definitely a lot of situations, like as soon as next turn, where Alec's going to wish that he had played there sooner. So it's just getting there as soon as you can and get that peace of mind that that spot's no longer a problem would feel pretty good.
This is one of those things we call recursion. If you can kill Elocutes right now, you don't have to worry about it for the rest of the game. Alec, as the player in the lead, is likely to favor something that blocks Elocutes right now, because it means that Sammy can never think about using that spot, as opposed to if he blocks it 5 turns later, Sammy will have had 5 shots at it, and that is not a good thing to allow when you are in the lead.
Yeah, definitely. Alec, sitting on a pretty good-sized lead after Perlins, he can afford to start shutting things down at this point. He's not the one who needs a bingo to come back into this game. That's Sammy is in that position. We do see Sammy, again, sitting on the X, so he's going to be able to get closer in this game just through some timely X bombs rather than a bingo, but still a good idea from Alec's side to do this right now and not wait, not delay.
Yeah, Alec playing Perlins. I think this is a fantastic choice. We see maybe a little bit of a divergent paths thing again with Sammy. He can choose to get rid of the J and X together with Jinx. He can also choose to play something like Nyx, do them one at a time, and hope to cash the J in later.
Yeah, if he draws an I here, he would have something like rejig to the G of Signor. Then maybe there's some other things that are going on with the J here. But Sammy's kind of banking on the fact that the J is going to do him some good here, and he's not immediately playing it off with Jinx.
Yeah, Alec drawing a blank, but most likely drawing one too many vowels to really do a bingo. Don't think he has anything. This is an interesting spot. He has to decide between, there's a couple different paths to go here.
Yeah, this wasn't what he was planning when he played Perlins. That was sort of geared towards defense. Now he's the one sitting with the blank. Yeah, and unfortunately his consonants just aren't good enough. He's got the W to work with up here is maybe the most exposed consonant that there is on the board. But he's already holding a W, so the chances of him bingoing here are very little as long as he has the W on his rack. So yeah, he's got to do something other than a bingo here. He could play on top of Cade. He could just take that spot away. With the X played, there's not too much danger there. If he did something like OI, that's more of just a wait and see move than blocking anything in particular move. Matt, do you think of anything else in this position?
Yeah, Whoa is a really nice choice. One of the cool things about it is that it actually makes it very hard for Sammy to really ever do anything on the top right of the board. Gonna be quite a bit easier to attempt something like Lex taking a front eye if Woe is not there. But once Woe goes there, it is going to be a lot harder to really attempt any sort of vertical sevens in that area. There's also a very solid chance of bingoing through the I. So a couple different good things from Woe. One of the things we like on these closed boards is to kind of give yourself a moderate shot at a bingo in a spot that's unlikely to get used. You can kind of wait. Alec going with Onier, though, hard to argue with 32 points. I do worry a little that this is opening more stuff up for Sammy.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of good things about Onier, primarily the score being just so much nicer than Woe or OI in the top right. It also does have some upside for Alec. It gives him an R and an E to bingo through rather than the marginal tiles of an I and a W. The W being not even marginal, but just a bad bingo tile in that spot. So I think Alec was thinking he got maybe dollar signs in his eyes and was thinking he could bingo in that spot next turn.
Sammy playing Jeer. This may have just blocked Alec's only bingo of Donatary.
Yeah, looks like he doesn't have anything through the W or the I, so it's going to be another turn at least before Alec bingos. That on your spot or those lanes that were opened are just immediately closed by Sammy, who's now only down by 13 points, has basically come back all the way back in this game.
Yeah, Alec in a bit of an annoying spot. He probably wants to bingo. He cannot do that. He also probably is thinking about blocking the area on the top. That said, gonna be hard to pass up Addy. One fun play that is fun but probably not correct is Doi forming Sida. That is cute, but I don't think you can do that with Addy scoring more points.
Yeah, that is actually a very clever little spot here, putting the D between C and he. I don't think I would see that personally, but I think Addy here just scores too many points. 39 points, keeping a good leave. ANO does feel like it has some synergy with the I that's open in Witch. So a pretty good play here from Alec to keep his bingo chances alive. And we see him drawing the T, which really goes nicely with that I up there. So I'm kind of expecting a bingo next turn for Alec.
Yeah, Sammy with what appears to be one and only one way to keep things alive. He needs to find the 6-letter word of Baryta, Baryta. That plays on the bottom with JA for 54 points. Gonna actually get him into the lead, although I think Alec will bingo in short order.
Yeah, feels a little bit critical here. Sammy's down by a lot again. Oh, he's going for... Yeah, I think he might not have spent enough time on this turn. He's going for up by, which does on first glance look like... It does look like it sets up new spots over here, but it's actually really hard to get a bingo down here, especially with no Gs for ING bingos. And also, I believe sets up an E, which Sammy does not have. We see Alec also does not have it, but that feels like it gets punished too often to be the right play.
Yeah, it is definitely an interesting choice. Alec, his star play might actually not be bingoing, though it is very tricky to spot. Is something Will Anderson would call a gobic. A gobic is either a play that is not through any letters or a play that is through one letter. This particular play that might be the star option goes through 0 letters on the board, but it is one of the hardest ones of those. I will give you a hint. It is in the same spot as Doi that I recommended.
Yeah, that is a very tricky spot. We'll let chat think about that one for a little bit. Shout out your answers, chat. We want that. We want that engagement. We want those metrics. Of course, we also like hearing what you have to think. But yeah, that is a very interesting little spot there for 40 points.
That said, I don't think you can fault Alec for bingoing immediately. The I up top being one of the best places to bingo, and something like Astonish scoring 70 will make it hard for Sammy to come back.
Yeah, actually, Alec doesn't have a ton of bingos here. He only really has Astonish, Hoatzins with a blank Z here, and Hosting, Hoasting. None of them hit the double word score, but Astonish is 70 points. That puts him up by over 100. That would be a very nice lead to have, even if you've got sort of this up by spot, still maybe making you a little anxious. There's actually not too much in the bag that can hurt you too badly there. The X is gone. The K is gone. So we see Alex setting up Hoatzins. I think just any bingo here is pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. Would have liked to see Astonish for a few more points, but gonna be pretty tricky for Sammy to come back now, especially without the E to make up by. Alec is very likely to draw one of them himself and beat Sammy to that spot.
So we see Alec committing that play of Hoatzins. Yeah, the downside of Hoatzins versus something like Astonish is just the placement of this double word here is, or this, yeah, double letter, triple word combination could be a little bit scary. Then again, Sammy's probably only scoring 50 there max, and it's getting less and less likely that Sammy's going to be able to get a bingo on this board.
Another thing that might be an issue with bingoing immediately is if Sammy plays something like Frat, there's going to be a couple of marginal bingo spots on the board. Alec might not know which one to block, and each 2 of the marginal bingo spots on the board use the triple, something like Frat followed by a bingo starting with Re is probably enough to at least make it interesting. That said, Alec drawing 2 of the E's, he can play something like Div or Erev underneath up by, and I think that will seal this one.
Yeah, just kind of bad luck for Sammy. I think one of his path to victory here would be either having a high scoring play here or here, and then either using this new spot or whatever new spot he has and this spot possibly to then bingo again. But he doesn't have any of those. I think this is a good idea, Matt. He is scoring pretty good here, and he's creating a line that almost can't be ignored.
Yeah, this is about as proactive as possible. A lot of the time, Alec will be stuck between a very sad blocking play that still leaves open the possibility of a re-bingo and a ignoring it and yielding the bingos. Unfortunately, this time, Alec drawing reeved. I think that will be enough to pull this one out, even if Sammy gets a bingo.
Yeah, and we see actually Sammy does have Diptera and Partied and Pirated on his rack. I actually don't see, once Reeved goes down here, does anything still play for Sammy? I think he's going to be down by too much for it to matter unless he gets something here.
Yeah, so Alec in an interesting spot. He's going to have to do the math, though I'm not actually sure if anything plays with Re. Even if it does, it would be very close. Alec will get to 438 points if he plays Reeve. Sammy with 340, and Alec likely to have approximately 12 to 16 off his rack. So it's going to be very close. Actually don't know if Sammy has anything. It would be really helpful to have 2 E's to hit something like reparted or something.
Right. Yeah, I think the E's turned out to be the crucial tiles here. We thought at first it was going to be because of up by, but now it's just a matter of flexibility and hitting these distant triples. We see Alec will only need to play 6 tiles to hit this distant triple, and the 2 E's make it a lot easier for him to do that. And with only 1 E, it's a lot harder for Sammy to hit this spot, considering he needs to immediately play his 1 E here to make RE. So those E's very crucial in this position, and Alex, the one sitting on 2 of them.
And Sammy's only possibility from Alec's perspective would be Retinula. Retinula would score 76 points, getting Sammy to 416. You would add the M and the unseen PRDR to Alec's rack, and it would be 20 points for 436 points. That means that Reeved is just enough. That said, if Alec has mistracked, it would be a horrible way to go out if Sammy does have something with, say, the P on the triple for a few more points. I think Read Me outruns everything a little bit more comfortably.
Yeah, that's actually a nice play we hadn't considered at this point. I think both of us, Matt, sort of zeroed in on this spot being so dangerous. Of course, it needs to be blocked. But Read Me scores 10 more points than Reeved. It keeps just 2 extra points back in terms of the V instead of the M. So a considerably larger cushion here, even if Sammy gets something like Partied here, which we see would actually go down. What does that result in? Is that's still a win for Alec, or it's maybe a little bit closer?
I think it is. Partied would be 89 points, getting Sammy to 429. With what's in the bag, it will be 16 off of Alec's rack. That means that Alec will win this game by 3 points, I believe. Computer analysis confirms that the only way to lose after Read Me is to draw ILRR.
And I guess that results in Unadept, which scores just a little bit more. That must be the difference.
Yeah, the difference being in the P. Computer analysis also says that there is exactly one way to lose after Reeved. That would be by... I will look for that and tell you how Reeved can lose. I believe there's only one way to lose. That is by drawing DPRR. I believe I may have... That will leave 1 bingo.
I guess that's still Retinula, right?
Yeah, maybe we miscalculated it. Retinula. Do we have the score correct here?
I do have it. I have it correct on my end, 400 to 340.
Oh, I may have did I miss a challenge or something? I have it at 398. I don't know if I Yeah, I may have put the wrong word in. I think actually Reeved scoring 39. I think this will actually tie if Sammy has a Retinula. Readme, on the other hand. Yeah, Readme, on the other hand, will still lose after Unadept, given that it doubles the P. So, very unlikely to lose. Reeved may have been a little bit more accurate, but that said, if Alec mistracked and Sammy has two E's and a lot easier way to hit the bottom, it would be a lot closer. As it stands, it's going to be close, but I believe Alec will win by about 5 points.
Yeah, looks like this results in a 4-point win for Alec, assuming all the scores are correct. Party's going to score 89, is going to get 16 from Alec, putting the final score at 449 to 445.
Yeah, very good game. Alec doing the math, making sure he can hang on. A suggestion in the chat of Vex. Interesting idea. Not sure if this ever loses. I do worry a little bit about a fish by Sammy on top and Alec not knowing where to block. But it might be bulletproof given that you get something like Vex and then Reamed. Good job by Sammy to cut the spread, although with his tie, I don't think spread matters too much. Alec will win this game.
Let's cut to overhead and see what they have to say.
On my turn, I considered a few things here that would have blocked party, but would have given you partied here.
Yeah.
So I figured you were likely to get a bingo here after Reeved, say, if you're getting a bingo here anyway. So I figure it's not worth blocking. This outruns. And you could have big stuff here too.
Yeah.
Well, we're getting some silence from Sammy here. I think he knows that he really wanted to win this game. He's probably feeling a little bit disappointed. This makes his path to the finals considerably more difficult. In fact, he might be hoping for a Dennis loss at this point to really have any realistic shot.
Gonna be hard. I think if Sammy plays the same person twice, he might be able to make the finals by beating that person twice. Alec's path to victory getting a little bit more certain, but I think with 2 losses, it still might be tough. We're going to have to see. Another exciting game coming up. I think the official score with this one, 449 to 445.
Yeah, couldn't have asked for a better one to start this afternoon session. We've got 2 more games left here in the afternoon to determine who plays in the finals. We're still waiting on the score of the game between Dennis Akekarigor and Austin Shin. That one now has a lot of ramifications on who has a chance, especially Austin needs this win, plus some other help to make it in.
Yes, Austin might even need help with the pairings. I believe if Alec wins one more game and he gets Gibsonized into the finals and then they do Dennis versus Sammy, I don't think he has a chance at all. But if they do the pairings differently, there is a way for Austin to come back if the right people lose. So it will depend on how they do the pairings.
Yeah, and I think at the end of these tournaments, pairings are only decided until all the games are entered. So we will probably have a little bit of a break here while games finish up and they figure out exactly what they should be doing. So it seems like a good time to take a break here, but don't go anywhere. The games are really heating up. This is for a chance at the finals, the best of 5 finals, for all the money tomorrow. These games are super important. You don't want to go anywhere. Good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully, everybody is well fed, ready for 3 more games of Scrabble action. Coming at you from the Scrabble Holiday Party, sponsored by NASPA Games in Belleville, Ontario. My name is Charles Reinke. You saw me yesterday, and I'm joined by another person that you probably saw yesterday, Jason Adolsky. Jason, you're looking very festive.
Thank you. I did. I wore kind of a ugly holiday sweater T-shirt equivalent, but I didn't get to show it off. So this one, I'll try to sit up a little straight, so you can see. There's my ugly sweater contribution to the holiday party.
And I am still no longer, or still don't have an ugly holiday sweater, so I am adorned in my normal t-shirt, but Jason doing enough work for the two of us, so thanks for that, Jason. We've got a great matchup for you in this first game. We are going over to the Collins Lexicon because we have Adam Logan versus Shafiq Tobani. We see Adam at 10-1, Shafiq at 9-2, but look at that spread differential. Adams over 1,000 points ahead of on spread over his second place foe. So he could Gibsonize himself with a win in this round.
Yeah, I don't know what organization standards are, but even if he wins a close game, he'll be about 1,200 points, in which case Terry would need to win and probably win big to still be. Adam would be 2 points and about 1,100 spread, or 2 games and about 1,100 spread points ahead.
So yeah, Adam looking for the win here. He can basically clinch it if he gets the win. If he gets a loss here, it gets a little bit more exciting. A few other players will still have a chance, but that huge spread total is going to prove to be key here, as he's been dominating players throughout this tournament. We see the head-to-head matchup, and Jason, this is very interesting. Look how far back those dates go.
Yeah, I didn't know Shafiq. I didn't realize that he was still playing in the 90s. They were playing in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th World Championship. That is really cool to see.
We see Adam with a 3-2 head-to-head victory. 2 of those wins come. But if we stop this at the end of the millennium, Shafiq would have actually been the head-to-head winner here, 2-1, as he beat Adam in the 3rd and 4th World Championships. I think in the 3rd World Championship, if I remember correctly, Shafiq actually finished ahead of Adam, so maybe he has a slight mental advantage here, knowing that he's owned this guy for the better part of 3 decades.
Yeah, didn't realize Shafiq's backstory. It's been a really cool story to see him start 9-2 here, up 200 some rating points. Very impressive.
And we see Adam going first in this game, drawing Beeinr. He could go something long here like brine for 20, or he could play shorter, keeping a consonant. Jason, do you have an opinion on this one?
Yeah, it's pretty close. I immediately saw brine. I always hate drawing into 2 vowels and no consonants. I didn't consider just keeping the N off and playing something like brie, BRIE, or BREI. I guess among those, I would probably still play brine. But I don't. It's really close and it's stylistic. And if you said that you wanted to play shorter here, I wouldn't argue. What's your opinion?
Yeah, my opinion on these first tracks is I always want to, score 20 points. It feels like some sort of mental threshold for me where it feels nice to score that much. So I would probably go for Brian here. We see Adam actually going even shorter than either of us suggested, just playing bye for 8, keeping maybe his best bingo leave. I guess if he would have liked to play off an E, but there's no 3-letter word in BIE. So this is his next best bet. This is certainly a decision. I think it works out a lot of the time. So and since it's Adam doing it, he is the world champion. We can't argue with him too much.
And look, Shafiq had Tenioid all set to go if the N hit the board. Obviously ideation iodinate as well. So Adam playing short here, turning Shafiq's opening rack from a bingo to a difficult decision. So he will be dumping vowels, and it looks like he is going to do so with idiot.
Yeah, he can do idiot here. There is a slight improvement, I think, if he spots the word oidia, which plays for 16 points, sort of under the same area as he's playing idiot. That would keep ET versus AE. Definitely would prefer to keep a balanced vowel consonant leave rather than two vowels. Currently he's just debating the placement of idiot, but maybe would like to see him either go for it, Adoi, Oidia, or maybe even just Iodate here.
Yeah, like I said, he would, with this placement, at least be saving the A as a hook tile, but definitely don't like leaving two vowels and no consonants, especially when like you said, he had the vowel dump of Adoi or Oidia available.
We see him going for idiot here, so maybe trying to call his opponent names a little bit. I'm sure Adam is totally unbothered by such tactics. And we see Adam with his two-tile draw into EEINR, drew duplicate I and a D. This is not going to bingo as far as I see. No, it does not. So probably, again, trying to keep a bingo leaf here would be the order of the day.
Yeah, and this certainly makes a lot of sense. Keeping things open, best leave. Your highest scoring play there was 19, so to score 17 isn't bad at all.
Yeah, this does look very good. The downside here is it's kind of setting up a little X spot, and Shafiq has drawn the perfect letters to just hit it immediately. He's going to play Zhu for 70. This is almost the worst case scenario for Adam. It's a little bit of a dangerous spot playing odd there, but you don't expect to get hit for 70 in that spot.
Yeah, and even the very stoic Adam Logan just kind of gave a little head shake seeing that go down.
Yeah, and it's maybe especially painful here because, again, his draw did not work out. He kept EINR, drew three consonants, including duplicate Rs. Maybe a little bit of a lifeline here. He does have one play from the J for 42 points. That seems to be the clear best play. That would be Jir. Not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. Jirre. That keeps three consonants, but takes out that J, scores 42. Feels like a pretty solid play here.
Yeah, I think you're kind of forced into it.
And I think Adam coming to the same conclusion, not spending too much time on that turn, going for the points. He's currently down by 24, but we see Shafiq with that Z. We're saying Z here because this turn is happening in Canada. And he's also drawn the blank, which is said the same in the US and Canada. We don't have to change anything for that.
Although it is spelled Blanque in Canada.
Oh, very good point. Yeah, pronounced the same, but spelled differently.
But yeah, looks like Shafiq is going to continue his trend of not keeping any consonants. Phase for 41 underneath the E in Jira looks like the play to me.
Yeah, and so far both players have played relatively quickly. This one maybe takes a little bit more thought because he does have the blank. He has to make sure he's not overlooking something cool, maybe through the T of idiot. But after more than a cursory glance, it does seem like there would not be a 7 or 8 letter word with these letters. The duplicate A's sort of mess things up just a little bit too much, plus that F. So going for like phase for 41 does feel nice here. It is setting up a triple in kind of a dangerous way, but with the J and the X already played, it's a bit safer than it usually is.
Yeah, I expect that we'll see probably Helve come down pretty fast here from Adam.
Yeah, that really... Ooh, he actually has it underneath phase in addition to on top of phase. I only saw the spot on top, which is 41 points. This is 52 points. Very nice underlapping play here to keep Adam in this game. And it is worth noting that Helve does not take an R. So he's not setting up anything here. Helve only takes a D and an S. That does seem like it could be a word, but I'd be very surprised if Adam goes for it, unless he absolutely needs to.
Meanwhile, the seldom seen 4A rack from Shafiq here, he actually does have a way to play AA for 20 on this board, or stick the C in front of it and play CAA for 26. Is this one that you're playing through, or is this one that you're giving up on and maybe drawing into CE or ACE or something like that?
I think with a 20-point AA available, the leave of AA CE blank is likely enough to work out that it's worth taking the 20 points. We actually see Shafiq going for 6 extra points, tacking the C in front. I think I prefer it just with the 2 A's. The C is a good bingo tile. It goes nicely with the A and the E. I'd really like to keep it sort of as constant insurance to make sure I've got, likelihood of something playable next turn.
Yeah, although it fits with his trend. This is now all 4 turns. He has not kept any consonants, and Adam is going to play his only bingo, and again, keeping with the theme of the game, playing it very quickly with Cranach.
Yeah, nicely spotted by Adam. This one takes an E for Crenoj. I'm guessing both players are aware of that, so that is kind of a new big bingo spot on the board that you might not realize exists. We see Shafiq now has drawn another A, so he's still got too many A's. He's got 3 of them, plus the K. This rack feels like a little bit of a stumper. It's going to take some time to work through it because if you've studied Collins very much or at all, there's a lot of Maori words from New Zealand that have a K and 2 A's or a K and 3 A's, and it's impossible to keep them all straight. I would be deep in the weeds on this one, trying to remember my Maori.
Yeah, I am surprised to learn that there is a playable bingo in here. Same bingo just plays in multiple spots. So, but yeah, if you don't see that, this is a very difficult turn for sure.
Yeah, the one playable bingo here is Akatias, aka Teas. It is indeed a Maori word, New Zealand vine with white flowers. So that plays in multiple spots, as Jason mentioned, but a hard word to see. Even if you've studied it, it's kind of hard to know where the vowels and the consonants go there. You kind of have to just commit that one to memory. I would not be surprised if something else comes down here. Maybe just playing off AKA somewhere possibly to the left of Krenog. Jason, do you see anything else here that you would do if you weren't planning to play bingo?
Yeah, I do kind of like AKA. It stops Adam from potentially playing to the triple there. I forgot the E hook to Krenog. Crannoge is a word, so he could take that spot by playing KAE. But I don't know if you want to be closing the bingo, closing the board down while behind. I have Shafiq's score as 6 higher.
Ooh, let's see. I may have made a mistake earlier
Yeah,
on.
I think you might have committed the AA that we both liked over the.
Oh
C
yes, thank
play,
you, Jason. So. Yeah, I'm trying to rewrite history here by just making the plays that I like and not the plays the players are making.
You're doing a great job of keeping up, though. A very fast start from both of these players. And you're doing a good job keeping up. I'm just now noticing that another reason you might have wanted to hold on to that C on that turn is when Adam hooks the A. Now you have the C to make Obia into Cobia. Which might have helped a little bit.
Yep. So we do have accurate scores now. Shafiq down by 29, but holding the blank, he's still in pretty good shape in this game. Again, they've played fast up to this point, but this is a turn where you definitely want to slow down. It's not obvious if there's bingos here. It's not obvious if there's bingos that you would know what they are, that you could spell them correctly. Shafiq hasn't put down Akatias yet, although now we see him setting it up.
He had it set up.
May have been just like a fluke of the universe, but for a brief period of time, it looked like he might have been getting ready to play it.
Now he's got it set up just with the blank in the middle. Or no, he's got it. See, that's why it's hard to keep all the Maori words straight. So there's a bunch of vowels. They alternate vowels and consonants, and you're not sure exactly in what order. So he's going to play kata down there. This is wild. He still hasn't kept a consonant the whole game.
Yeah, this is, I think, a decent idea to maintain bingo space on the board. It maybe is setting up a little bit too much of a hotspot to the left of kata. I'd rather maybe, and I'd also like to keep a consonant on that turn. We see Adam again making the commentators' lives difficult, leaving us no time to discuss the merits of his plays and just immediately going for lineages. This is clearly better than his other bingo of end silage, which puts the E in the triple triple line. So this, I think, again, is a little bit of a no-brainer once you've determined what your bingos are. So nicely spotted by Adam, and he's up by basically a large scoring bingo at this point.
Yeah, it looks like Shafiq's best bingo in this spot will tie the score here. He has some 85-point bingos that play off of that Kata Kata spot. I would expect to see Haunter come down. He does also have some 84s that involve the E hook to Cranog. Is there any of these that are standing out to you, Charles?
Yeah, I think I would prefer the bingos hooking Cranog, something like Urethra, rather than Haunter, just to avoid putting something in the triple triple line. We do see Adam has drawn the second blank. Shafiq's operating without that knowledge. But just as a general principle, trying to avoid opening up triple triples if you can help it. I guess the complicating factor is you need to be aware of the Cranog hook. If you're not thinking about it, or if it's just slipped your mind, that a lot of bingo possibilities just sort of all get taken out of contention, then you would be looking more like to the left of Kata, or I'd be looking for double doubles through the A of lineages. There aren't any available, but it feels like there might be something there. So that'd be maybe another turn to spend a couple minutes making sure you know what all your options are.
Yeah, absolutely. This board is very, very open. And it certainly seems that that there should be a double double through the A. So again, this was a turn where I expected, given the game situation, Shafiq to take a lot of time here.
And we see he's got Haunter set up on his rack. That would be a very nice score over on the left side of the board. And if he's not seeing Kranos, then his other bingos through the G, maybe through the S, are considerably lower scoring. So missing the Kranos hook would probably make bingos to the left of Kata sort of be your primary option. So we'll see what he picks here.
Yeah, had Haunter set up, that would not give back a triple triple. Adam would have Graudier or Groudier through the R if he were to play Haunter. Now he's looking at Unearth or maybe a Urethane, I guess, which goes underneath Cranog.
I think this might only be Shafiq's second time on stream, the first time being earlier this tournament, but he's already mastered the art of shuffling his letters into bingo so that the commentators can know what he's thinking. We do see him going for a Haunter with a blank N. We'll see the blank cam and double check that he's designating this correctly. But nice play from Shafiq, scoring 85. I'm sure he saw this very quickly and was just hesitant to play it because of what it does to the board. But nicely spotted by Shafiq.
Yeah, and so now Adam actually has a similar decision here. He's got the 78-point bingos that use the E hook to Cranog, or he can play through that R for 77. It certainly seems that it would be worth the 1-point sacrifice to take that spot out.
Yeah, I think so. It's the R in that position does feel a little bit dangerous, not just for bingos or triple triples, but just for high scoring plays in general. So there's still 2 Ys out for RY 4s that could just score 36 easy points. So I would be looking to take out that spot with one of the 77-point bingos there. Also, Adam might be able to infer from Shafiq's play that Shafiq is not thinking about Chronoge and might be willing to just leave it there for the time being, knowing that if he draws one of the 2 remaining Es, that he might be able to get a big score there at some point in the future.
Yeah, and if he plays through that R, plays hooking Kranos would basically kill the bottom half of the board. You could no longer play on top of Graudier or Graudier, whichever one he picks. You couldn't play eights through the G anymore. So the board is still fairly open with the Ha, the S hook, the A hook, and all the eights potentially through lineages, um, but yeah, saving that E hook for later if you think your opponent doesn't know it, would be very handy.
And we see Shafiq actually took the lead with his last bingo of Hunter. He's now up by 10. So Adam's he's certainly going to bingo here, retake the lead back. But he'll only be about 60 points up. Still plenty of good stuff left in the bag for Shafiq to build back into a bingo and try to make it an even game again. So yeah, Adam does have to start thinking at this point, what does he want to do to the various spots on the board, and how likely does he think it is that he's going to be able to maintain a lead on a board that has so many bingo options?
Yeah, this is actually not a bad post bingo draw for Shafiq with Shafiq with the two S's. The W and Y, obviously aren't great, but they're not that difficult to get rid of, especially on this board. So not quite over yet, although, given Adam's lead and skill level after the bingo, that I'm a little surprised we haven't seen yet. I mean, I guess he's played the first part of this game so fast and had fairly easy decisions that he can afford to take his time here. But I just really thought he would keep the time pressure on and play something very quickly. But perhaps just doing his due diligence and making sure he's not missing a triple.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it, Jason. I think he just wants to make doubly sure, maybe even triply sure, that he's not missing a triple here. Probably what I do here in these situations is I literally go through the alphabet and anagram every single rack that I could have, all 26, just to make sure I'm not missing anything. And on a turn like this, where a triple could really put the game away, or come close to putting the game away, plus the extra time he has compared to Shafiq, he's still 5 minutes ahead on the clock, even though he's spent about 3 minutes on this turn. He's got some time here to think this all through.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking from Shafiq's point of view. If he plays something like WIND through the blank N in Haunter, Ness is a really nice leave. You'll still have that S hook that seems to be the play. Again, I'm pretty sure that Adam will end up on Graudier or Graudier. Do you see benefit to taking the one extra point and killing the Cranog hook?
Yeah, because Cranog does take an E, which we think Shafiq might not know, but it does take an S, and that's something that he would see for sure. That is kind of a dangerous spot for bingos, but with the Shah hook that you mentioned earlier next to Haunter, and also Helv taking an S for Helvs, there's enough S hooks on this board where I wouldn't be specifically concerned about the Cranog S hook. With all that under consideration, I would just play along the bottom.
Yeah, I think you're right. It does have, the ergodic vertigo, stuff like that, does have the advantage of kind of forking the right-hand side of the board and making eights through those floaters and lineages a little bit more difficult. I am still a little bit surprised that Adam's going to go this route, though.
Yeah, I think maybe the deciding factor for him was not just the Cranog hook, E and S, but also, as you said, the floaters of lineages. This does block doubles through the A, for example, unless you get really creative with a 9-letter word, or you're just playing a 6-letter double. So a lot of upside to this play, but the big downside is obviously just leaving that R on the bottom row untouched.
So this is a really interesting turn for Shafiq here, who has quite a few options actually, and we saw him kind of shuffling his tiles and setting up a few of them. He can score 51 on this turn, but it involves blowing up the rack and playing Rhinus through that R in Haunter. Clock is stopped, so it looks like they are confirming scores or fixing an error. So we know the correct score should be 322 for Adam and 254 for Shafiq. But are you gonna play like an SWY off of Vertigo or off of Haunter here, or are you gonna play like a? I guess you could play WIN for 41 in that same spot off of Haunter and keep your two S's. What do you like here? I'm not sure what I like yet.
Yeah, there's a lot of good options here. It's a lot to think about. As you mentioned, Swy plays nicely in two spots. It plays to the left of Haunter, making Wah, and it just plays making Vertigo. I guess the Swy spot next to Haunter I would not do just because it is flagrantly opening up a triple that your opponent can hit with a word ending in a vowel. So I would, with all the floaters of lineages now out of play, plus Cranogs and Kranos out of play, I would possibly be thinking about doing something like Weedy through the E of Haunter, keeping NSS, kind of blocking that triple, saving the S for the S hooks that remain. Actually, I think the major downside of that play is if we look at the remaining tiles, there's only one unseen E. So Shafiq might actually be more motivated than usual to hold on to that E at all costs. So now as I narrate this in real time, maybe I don't like Weedy so much just for that reason.
So is he going to go win or Swy? He's going to go win.
Yeah, and I think this is a good middle ground. It keeps the two S's. It actually scores very nicely with 41 points. That R is still open. That R is still kind of a problem. But as I mentioned earlier, with only one E unseen, the chances of a triple are considerably lower than usual.
Yeah, this game's not over yet, especially with this post bingo draw. I mean, I guess this is the other end of the coin from going 3 bingos in a row. But he's just going to play OURN, take out the spot. Certainly seems like the best option here.
Yeah, that seems pretty standard here, unduplicating the U's and the N's while blocking that spot, still maintaining a little bit of bingo upside, although now we see the board has changed drastically from just 2 turns ago. The sort of combination of Win, Vertigo, and Orn has removed most of the bingo lines on the board. So Adam, with his 40-point lead, is probably feeling kind of secure right now.
Yeah, especially since he has the S too. If Shafiq were to do something like play Mob through the O and Vertigo to open the board back up, Adam has the stuff that he can basically close a lot of openings that Shafiq is going to try to make here. Shafiq is only down by 42 though, so close enough where you may not need to bingo to win this game. Although the board isn't exactly great for scoring spots as well right now.
Yeah, not just thinking about bingos right now, but generally, where would you score points if you were going to come back without a bingo? And really, the primary spot that I'm seeing now is just on top of FaZe. That spot's been sitting there unused for a better part of 2/3 of this game. But we see Shafiq only has one vowel at this point, a total reversal of fortunes from the early turns of this game where he was overloaded with vowels. He actually doesn't have too much up there that he can do unless he wants to spend one of his S's, which I think is reasonable here, holding 2. We see him going for Benz. This does do something nice for him, and that gives him a very clear lane for 8s starting in S to the triple. That's something Adam's going to have to think about.
Yeah, there was a word I didn't know, Neem, Neemb. He could have played on top of Orn there for 36, or stuck the S on for 2 more points, depending on how you feel about unduplicating your S's at this point. But yeah, still a 10-point game, and Adam with so close to Monsieur there through the Ian lineages, but not quite. So doesn't really have a great option here to kind of take a stranglehold on this game.
Yeah, and we actually do see that Ben's blocked Adam's bingo of in Irmis through that E of Helve, which he has set up, is currently mourning the demise of that one. But we'll have to move on from that and come up with something else here. He does hold an S, so plays hooking Vertigo are still in play here. I guess I wouldn't be in a rush to play there because I don't really have anything really that nice here. I maybe would be looking to play on top of Vertigo. Something like Muon is kind of the equity play. Jason, do you have any thoughts here?
Yeah, Muon looks really nice. Especially, you really want to get rid of your O here. That's there's only 6 vowels unseen, and 3 of them are O's. So Muon is I think way better than Muni in that spot.
And looking at the pool, Adam has to be thinking now, what are Shafiq's actual chances of having a bingo out of those letters? And that's maybe going to guide some of his decisions in the last part of this game. We see only one A, one E, and one I left, but the Q, 2 Ps, V, W, Y, a lot of O's. Those don't really look like bingo letters. It's hard to imagine that Shafiq, especially after Shafiq did something like Benz and was basically drawing a lot of junk out of the bag, or what appears to be junk out of the bag. Adam might be thinking doesn't need to worry about bingo defense here, although the way Adam's played these past few turns, he actually has already done his bingo defense. So sort of some good thinking earlier in the past few turns to make sure that he didn't have to worry about bingo defense at this point in the game. So I think Adam could probably just play a more conventional game here and just take the points where he has them and try to keep the best leave that he can.
Yeah, forgot about the Collins anagram to Monsieur in Irmis. That would have put the game away, but now he's going to have to wait a bit. Meanwhile, poor Shafiq, not just with no vowels, but also with very few hook tiles to IDE up there. Because I saw last turn, if he were further behind and really needed to bingo, he could play nub, making bide, and then kind of set up that S. It does need to be in the 3rd position out of 7, but there's a lot of miswords and diswords that will do that. I think one advantage to playing on top of Vertigo, ideally with Muon, is that S is still somewhat hittable. It does, again, need to be 7th out of 8, but there's a lot of EST, IST words that will do that for you. So he can play Muon, basically, leave just the S in that top right corner as the only bingo option for Shafiq on that side of the board.
Yeah, one option that's similar to Muon on top of Vertigo would be playing Muni under lineages. One upside of Muni is it blocks non-bingo doubles through the A. Just at a quick glance at the pool, those don't feel likely, but there might be some lurking out there that could do some damage. Even a 40-point play there would easily get Shafiq in good position in this game. So Adam might want to think about how likely something like that would be. The downside of Muni, of course, is keeping the O when there's 3 on the scene. And so I think for that reason, I still prefer Muon. Muon also blocks the S hook on Vertigo in case Shafiq has the last S and plans to use that for scoring. So that's probably what I'd go for here. But Adam has spent a little bit of time. I think that's fair in this situation. He's only up by 10 points. This feels like a turn that demands a lot of accuracy.
Yeah, very good points. And he is going to make what I think is the best play here of Muon.
We do see a suggestion in chat of just playing minor. I guess that would be in the same spot we were talking about Muni. That would also be another option to play off another consonant with a consonant heavy bag.
Yeah, I also didn't realize that the Q is still out. Thanks to Noah Slackhoff for pointing that out. I think that the I is enough insurance. The IS is enough insurance on this board, but I guess that is something that you should consider.
Now we're back over to Shafiq, as we mentioned earlier. Does not have a vowel. A total reversal of fortunes from his first few turns this game. His best plays here involve playing through existing vowels on the board, something through the O of Kranos, like told or dolt, is playable here. I don't think you ever exchange here, Jason. Do you think that might be a way to try to guarantee some vowels next turn, just going for something from the S of Benz, maybe?
Yeah, I didn't think about the exchange. I was thinking about playing Mutt, MUT, through that U in Jew, kind of setting up your S. But then again, you're only giving yourself two chances at a vowel. Um, so he'll play Told, which I don't know. It's hard to see him winning after that, but then again, it's hard to see him winning after anything. So I'm curious what you think about that.
Yeah, I think here maybe the play is just to do something like told, keep yourself relatively in range on the scoreboard. After something like told, he is only down by 17 points. So he's definitely within range, and hoping that you have a good draw to maybe hit something off of Ben's, because now you're blocking the A of lineages for maybe the 40-point doubles that you were hoping for. And we actually do see here, kind of going out of order here as it's Adam's turn, but Shafiq has drawn Stompies from the S of Ben's. So a very, very fortunate 3 vowel draw for Shafiq out of that bag.
Yeah, drawing EIO there was about as good as he was going to do. Adam has walk set up, so if he plays it to the S and lineages, that will kill the spot. However, it does come with its own set of problems, namely, what he's going to give back by putting the Q right there. Shafiq is probably going to score 50 coming back, just even playing something like an MI off of walks, unless there's another spot for it that I'm not seeing.
Yeah, this is actually an interesting decision for Adam, because his clear best Q dump of WAFs, if Shafiq has the last I, there's one unseen I, that play goes very wrong for Adam. But if Shafiq does not have the last I, and Adam's keeping an eye in reserve, he can hit that spot next turn, even with just something like SI. That he'll always have that next turn if Shafiq doesn't disrupt the spot. So it's a little bit of a gamble. You at this point you might try to think, were any of Shafiq's previous turns in any way an indication that he did or did not have an eye? That's maybe a little bit too specific to actually think of or figure out in most situations. But I would be really hesitant to make a play like Wax here. And especially with the U of Jew open, he can do something like Quair, Quair, making aid, and just avoid that issue entirely. That would be very tempting here, even though it keeps the F and the W back.
Yeah, we were talking about the Q being out in Q insurance. I forgot about that U in Jew. If you draw an A, then that would be sufficient Q insurance. So I wonder if he has like a play keeping the QA, like maybe just playing like FIR, off of lineages that'll stop, bingos except for disconnected 9 starting in S and ending in R. Because look at 17-point lead. Really, I mean, it feels like the only way that Shafiq can get back in is either scoring 50 after you play walks or bingoing. So if you can stop both of those things from happening, which FIR or something like that does, it is gonna make your rack. You're kind of gonna be limping to the finish line, but you should have you should be flexible enough that you can block any openings and probably still outscore him.
Yeah, and I think that's a very good point. I guess one downside of Fur is it might give back like a 36-point play, just to the R, like a 5-tile play from Shafiq's end. So you're still sort of a little bit vulnerable to being outscored in the end game. But with Qua in reserve, maybe a little bit, you feel like you have a little bit of scoring insurance on your side to make sure that you can keep up the scoring. We also have to think about the bag again from Adam's perspective. It really doesn't look like Shafiq's going to be bingoing next turn with the letters unseen from Adam's perspective. This probably only a small handful of bingos that actually play on this board. So bingo defense isn't going to be his primary concern. It just so happens that Shafiq has drawn exactly what he needs, where bingo defense would be called for in this situation. So I would actually expect to see Adam play through the U of Ju with something like Quare that he's got set up, just because it forces Shafiq to bingo immediately.
That is a good point. That is a good point. He also needs to find Stompies, and he has not set it up yet. He's set up, op times, epitomes, epistome. So there is that as well. I'm just wondering if he does play Quare. The problem is that leaves 2 in the bag. After Shafiq bingos, he's probably going to go out. So I haven't simmed this yet. I probably should, to see like what winning percentages are for these various plays.
Yeah, I actually do have a sim going now. Caveat using Quackle rather than Macondo. Macondo being the state-of-the-art computer analysis tool, but Quackle still does a pretty good job here, and it actually does like Quay, Qua, Quare, Quasi.
Okay.
All of those plays above Wak and above Fur, which those are the sort of 3 options: playing the Q through the U of Zhu, playing Waks, and then playing Fur. I think it agrees with us that Waks has too much of a downside to really be playable. It's kind of an all or nothing play where if you play it and Shafiq does not have an eye, that's the game. You just win outright from that position. But if he does have the eye, then things get a little bit complicated. I actually don't know, how the game would play out if Adam still wins many or some of those end games. But it would be considerably more in doubt than just him playing Quare or Qua, Shafiq not bingoing, and then Adam, stopping bingos the next turn if he has to.
Yeah, I kind of like Walks though. The more I look at it, and that's what my version of the Michael's Championship player is suggesting. Because after you play Walks, there's going to be 2 in the bag, unless he has some sort of letter E, letter I combo. He's only going to play 2 or 3. He is going to pull basically even, maybe slightly ahead, but then you have 7 tiles, he has 6, you're probably going to go out first.
Yeah, I think Adam does probably win many of those end games, unless he gets saddled with like a V and a W and an F or something like. Or he's playing the W and the F with Walks, which leaves him in good position in the end game.
Right.
We see Adam actually going for Quare here, which at least the computer agrees with, but that was kind of a complicated turn. Now it's up to Shafiq to find his bingo of Stompies for 95. That would end this game. Now, I guess the benefit of a word like Stompies that you might not be sure of is it's really easy to find. It's really easy to come up with a word like that and say, well, that could be a word, and I need to try it, so I'm going to try it. So in terms of words that you don't know that are playable, Stompies is pretty high on the list.
That is a good point. When he actually set it up, I was like, Stompies, if you needed to throw a Hail Mary, and then I found out that it was good. So yeah, but again, he's had a while, and while Adam was thinking, and he hasn't set it up. So I'm, of course, he's so close. This is always so.
It's a little bit of drama here, like a real time, is he going to set it up? Does he know it? Is he going to find it? The fact that he hasn't played it yet is a little bit concerning, because if you see it and you think it's a word, you just put it down. It's clearly the play. We actually do see him having set up now, so we do hope that Shafiq finds this one, but it does require a little bit of sort of further Collins bingo knowledge than he might have had back when he was beating up Adam at the Worlds in the 90s.
Yeah, it looks like he wants to fish off the P or the M, maybe off of the OO. Because after he does that, there will be 2 bingo lines.
Yeah, I think
it's going to be hard to block.
If he's not going to bingo here, he should be looking to set something up, something that will be painful for Adam to deal with. You mentioned the spot under Vertigo, just dropping the M or the P there feels like a decent backup plan. We do see Adam does have the S Maybe that's why Shafiq hasn't done something like that yet, is because it's pretty likely at this point that Adam has an S, and so your S hook isn't as untouchable as you wish it was. I'm trying to see if there's any way he can set up, like make a one tile play that sets up something that Adam couldn't block or would have to work a lot harder to block. And with the way the board geometry currently is, I don't see a good way to do that other than playing under Vertigo.
Yeah, it's too bad. It's too bad he isn't closer because there is V-stick potential here. There's really not a good way to get rid of, well, except with something like Vows, but Adam's rec is just so bad. It's going to be it's going to be hard for him to deal with with an opening again that would create two separate spots on the board.
Yeah, that's actually another good point. The V here, while Adam can play it in a few different spots, he loses a lot of endgame momentum by having to make some of those plays and not scoring a lot of points in the meantime, which could hurt him if Shafiq has sort of a high scoring play. And we do see Shafiq not finding the bingo, unfortunately. Stompy's was 95, but with a good idea here, setting up oops, forcing Adam to deal with this spot, and possibly Shafiq could have bingos in two locations, I think, if he draws the right stuff.
Yeah, I think somebody in chat saying if he played the M instead, he would have had slopiest from the S in addition to bingos off of, in addition to the sevens in the bottom row. So he did draw the tile that he wanted in the L. But, Adam looking at that pool is almost certainly going to play down below. I don't think that there is anything from the S in this pool, but I will double check.
Yeah, I think Adam will realize that there's a few different options, or at least two different options here, Motleys and Motiles, to that new spot that Shafiq just created. So he's going to have to do something like Vows. And since he is holding a 40-point lead here and would be emptying the bag, Shafiq wouldn't have any chance after that point.
Yeah, like I said, it would have been a lot more interesting if Shafiq was very close. But then again, if he was close, he wouldn't have to result to the semi-desperate opening there.
Yeah, and I am taking a quick look at Zizova here. There is nothing from the S of Benz that Shafiq could have from Adam's POV. So really the only spot to worry about is that new spot, hooking oop for oops. And just good fortune here that Adam has that S and is able to do something about it. Of course, he could also play to the right of it with something like OW or OF. He's probably thinking about that now, which one works out better for him in the end game.
Yeah, we also didn't point out that it wouldn't score very much, but bingos through that R and Kranog are possible as well. Again, would need to start TR, PR, something like that, but it was possible, and Shafiq probably wouldn't have needed to score that much with the bingo, considering how bad Adam's rack is.
Yeah, that's a good point, Jason. Now I feel a little bit sheepish for missing it. There are still those bingo lines through the R, and in fact, the C of Kranog that were kind of minor bingo lines. So you needed really specific stuff to hit them, but there might have still been, ways that Shafiq could have used those given the unseen letters. So maybe not quite as secure for Adam as we thought at first glance, but we do see that this one should work out for him.
Yeah, a little surprised that Adams let his clock dwindle to about 90 seconds here. I would have thought that Vows was pretty standard.
Yeah, Vows does hold FOP on top of lineages, but he may be trying to, and he also has it under Helve, so it feels like it should work out for him, but maybe just, again, double checking, triple checking that there's nothing from the S of Benz, or he has to figure out if he does think there's something from the S of Benz, is it more likely than something on oops? And if there was, you would want to block up there versus down below. But under a minute left, he probably should just commit to blocking that lane on the bottom.
I mean, I guess if he wins by margin in just about every case, so he can afford to go over time. But it's
And
certainly basically a tournament deciding play here. So I guess you do want to take all of your time.
yeah, I was
If
just
you
going
have
to
it.
say this is an important game for Adam. If he wins this one, he's Gibsonized and he has won the tournament. And if he loses it, then there's still a chance for Shafiq and possibly Terry King Rao to catch up to him. Although it would take a monumental effort of multiple 300-point wins to catch up to Adam's spread. We see Adam down to his last couple seconds on his clock. I think you mentioned correctly, Jason. If he goes 10 points over here, that's not going to be winning or losing him the game because it's a little bit of an all or nothing situation here. We do see him ticking over time into the negatives. He basically has 389 at this point, but we still think he should be figuring this one out. I'd be very surprised if there was a blunder that resulted in him not blocking that spot on the bottom.
Yeah, after those first 5 or 6 turns, you probably could have gotten pretty long odds that Adam would go over time this game.
Very good point. I think he made his first 4 turns in about 2 or 3 minutes, so definitely used his clock to the fullest for the second half of this game.
So he's considering, because he does have options hooking the S to Zia to make something like spoof or swoop, which kills the S, but I don't think it outscores bingos on the bottom, especially because you're going to keep VW or FV. So he's got swap set up, but I don't see where or why he would play this.
Yeah, if he plays swap and concedes a bingo on the bottom, whoa.
That is stunning to me.
That is not something we expect from Adam here.
That is, I'm just stunned. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is he mistracked.
That would be my guess, yeah, if I had to guess.
So we'll see. We'll watch Adam's reaction here. He might be caught off guard by what Shafiq's about to do. And we're going to want to go to overhead cam Mike pretty quickly here, see if Adam has anything to say, but we don't want to rub it in too much.
You could have closed it.
Yeah, I know, but if I mistracked, I thought you had something here.
Okay, let me just finish writing the score, then we can analyze it. How much is this?
26.
469 and 426?
Minus 20.
Oh, I forgot about that. 406. So, what did I have anywhere else?
I had the tracking wrong. I thought you could have had something here.
I had, you know what I had before? I had this one. Maybe you can see it. I had more PS.
Yeah, so you had Stompies.
Stompies, yeah. Is Stompies good?
No.
So I missed that because I didn't see that. That's why I played the P here, hoping that you don't have the S.
Yeah, so I just mistracked.
Why won't you? Yeah.
Well, I kept thinking that they had the tiles wrong. I kept thinking that there was an R on C.
Because this is what I was seeing you play.
Yeah. Well, of course, if I do that, I win. It's not.
Fops or Oops or whatever.
Yeah, I know, I win. But I thought you could have something here. I had the tracking wrong. So
what did you have for me?
I thought there was an R instead of the S. And I thought maybe you would have.
You had one S. You thought all the S's were done.
No, I knew there was an S. I thought there was an R instead of the L.
Even if this is R.
Yeah.
What would it make it?
Yeah, so then, okay, but then you could have serosity here. And you could have smitries here. So it's more likely to have something here. But yeah, if I know
what can you have with this with an S?
Well, with this rack you have nothing, but you could have serosity if you have the Y. You could have smitries without the O.
But you had the Y? No, you didn't have the Y. What was the last time?
The Y.
Oh.
If the Y is not in the bag, then definitely play here because of
This is Moisture and Trisom and
Yeah, Moisture and Mortis.
Mortis. Yeah.
Yeah. But if given what I saw, you're more likely to go here. So it's good up.
This takes an S, of course.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You could have picked the Y, but you didn't.
This doesn't take an S, right?
Yes, it does.
It does?
Yeah.
What did they have anything better than this? I saw Daughter here, but I thought that's not as good.
No, your play is better.
Hmm?
No, your play is better.
I at least won a game against you. I can't believe it. What about going this way, just before we close? Could I start with an H here and going down with these letters? Oh, can you see something?
No, not yet.
Right, my new game.
All right, very interesting. And I'm not. I understand that he mistracked. He thought Mortice, but Mortice doesn't play from the S. So if he has Mortice, I still think that you should block the bottom because I think he's going to be less likely to find Serosity over there. But I guess it's a good lesson that even world champions make mistakes sometimes.
Yeah, and I think he was talking that stuff like Serosity and Smitries was available. Smitries especially a very tough find for anybody. Adam might be of the Nigel Richards school where he just plays strictly by assuming that your opponent knows everything, is going to play very well every single turn, and expecting the best from your opponent. Whereas, in real life, something like Mortize is easier to find than something like Smitries. But tough loss for Adam. Always a big bummer to miss track and then see your opponent play a tile that they're not supposed to have, especially as an out bingo. But nicely done by Shafiq. He keeps his dreams alive. He keeps everybody's dreams alive in the columns division. Is now even on the leaderboard with Adam in terms of wins. They're both 10-2. But we're going to need to take a little bit of a break here as players finish up the rest of their games, and we figure out which game we're going to show you next, if we're going to stick with the Adam, the world champion Adam Logan, or if we're going to do something else. But everybody should stick around. We've got 2 more games here left at the Scrabble Holiday Party sponsored by NASPA Games, and they're guaranteed to be great games, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the Scrabble Holiday Party sponsored by NASPA Games. Once again, I'm Charles Reinke, joined by Jason Nadolski. We just got done watching a little bit of a heartbreaker between Adam Logan and Shafiq Tabani, with Adam blocking the wrong spot in the end game and conceding the out bingo. But he'll be able to get his revenge this game as we are seeing the rematch between Logan and Tabani. We're going to cut over to the standings real quickly and see how things are playing out in Collins. We see Adam and Shafiq both at 10-2, but still Adam with that huge spread. Jason, what do you think Shafiq needs to do here?
Well, he needs to win the last two. So, as heartbreaking as that last game was for Adam, he is secure in the knowledge that if he just wins one of these next two, hopefully that calms him down a little bit. I do hope that Shafiq doesn't lose the last two and fall out of second with that spread. We saw something similar happen at the World Championship where I think Wabin was like in the top three the whole time and then somehow ended up in fourth. So that would be a shame because at 10-2, Shafiq is having an amazing tournament.
Yep, he is definitely playing above his rating. We think his rating maybe not quite accurate, but slightly more accurate after this tournament. We see the players have switched positions. We have Shafiq going first. I guess we could say that last match we saw was maybe a repeat of their thrilling match in the Third World Championship in 1994.
Yeah, I doubt that there's any record of that still.
I don't know. Does Adam meticulously keep his score sheets? I know some players do.
He doesn't strike me as one that does. I actually used to back in the day, but Adam doesn't strike me as one that does that.
So we see Shafiq going first. He has drawn ANNOPRY. Porny feels pretty standard here. If you wanted to do Japan, I suppose you could, but I think Porny is the standout here.
Yeah, Japan is. I guess they score the same. Again, I would. Would you rather leave NR or AN?
I think I'd rather leave NR, but I guess the deciding factor might be just putting the O next to the double letter score. That's maybe the first aspect of opening move strategy that a lot of players learn is don't put the vowel next to the double letter score. And Japan does that. Porny doesn't do that. There's also the Collins only Proyn, Proyn, kind of does the same thing as Porny. Shafiq hasn't put down any of them at this point. Might be thinking about non-pay, maybe non-payer. Probably should just pick something here. We did see in the last game between these two, time, it seemed plentiful at the beginning, but it was a lot less at the end.
That is a very good point. Yeah, and also nonary, a word I always forget, NONARY, would also score 26.
Oh yeah, another good option here.
Instead, he's going to go with annoy.
I think that this is a fine play as well. PR is a very nice two-letter consonant combination, and it does score decently as well. It's scoring just two fewer points than Porny. So another good idea by Shafiq here.
Yeah, Adam, going to come back very quickly with Vadi. That or Ho Daddy. Neither of these two were words that I knew were the two standout plays here. So he will actually take a slight lead and draw into a very nice leaf himself of ADH.
And we see Shafiq to his nice little leave of PR drawing a W and two I's. Your first instinct in a situation like this is always just to play iwi, the perfect word to get yourself out of these situations. But finding something like wapiti is also pretty nice. And one thing about annoy, it does take a T front hook for tannoy. So Shafiq might be thinking about playing wapiti and tannoy here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I actually saw wapiti on that rack before I saw IWI. Sadly, the only way you can get rid of those is to play it underneath annoy for just 12. So wapiti for 22 looks better. Also could play WAI alongside Vadi. But this and that seem to be very close.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot to be said here. Sort of the mental freedom of just unloading all these letters that don't go together just feels really nice to make a play like this. Wapiti does score about as good as he can hope for on this turn for 22 points. The downside of this is that very obvious center column. He could be conceding 50-point plays, or even 40-point plays are very common in that spot. So it does have that downside, but I think the upside here of playing off all this junk is pretty high.
So back to Adam, who drew auto, which is very seldom a very good draw. And so he could play auto off of the W and Wapiti and try drawing into that had leave again. No real great options here. What are you seeing?
Yeah, there's not a lot of hot spots on this board. The only real minor hotspot other than next to Wapiti is just the O next to Vadi, which unless you have the J or the Z, is not much of a hotspot at all. So I would be looking to play down that center column if at all possible, even though a play like auto is not that tempting. It doesn't keep a great leave. It doesn't score that much. Maybe its biggest benefit of what it prevents your opponent from doing next turn, and that's Shafiq hitting something there himself. So yeah, I would probably go for auto here. Maybe I would go the sort of a different route and play handout through the N of Tannoy and sort of do what Shafiq did and just try to do a total reset on the rack. Of course, that can go good or it can go bad. So I think with all those things considered, I'd probably go for auto here.
Yeah, we know that Shafiq will definitely be bingoing next turn, either with stunners through one of the ends in Tannoy, which he set up, or I don't think he set up unrests yet, but I'm sure that he will see that if he needs to. And so Adam will play auto, and the old let's try to draw into the sleeve again and see if we can draw a little better this time.
And yeah, as you mentioned, Jason, Shafiq does have 7-letter words on his rack, and he just set up that Wapiti's hook. He did not have any S's at the time. Obviously, he would have played Wapiti's if he had an S at that time. But having drawn 2 S's, he does have some options there. His best play is actually from the A of Tannoy. If you can spot this word, he does have a Nestris for 79 or a Nestris for 77 on the top of the board. But maybe there's something to be said for not opening up all those floaters if he wants to be a little bit more conservative. Maybe Wapiti's is still in play here.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess the 73 point you would never do because it puts you in the triple A, but the 71 pointer, if he doesn't see an estrus, looks like the best one to me. Certainly beats, I think, the stunners plays. Even with Adam kind of enhancing one of the stunner options, he could play WOS. So yeah, certainly looks like we're going to see unrests here. And Adam with another head shake, he knows that he's not going to have much to play back with after this.
Yeah, with a play like this, yeah, especially with the tournament the way it's been going, you maybe feel a little bit like the tournament's slipping away after you've had it in hand for basically the entire tournament. But Adam's still, perfectly decent shape here, even with the 3 A's. He's got some okay plays here to keep him on track. Immediately, I'm seeing just playing underneath unrests. Making SH, he could do something like a head, keeping AT, sets up a new bingo lane, untriplicates his A's. That would be sort of a good starting point here to try to build back into a bingo rack.
Yeah, I actually saw HAED underneath the first part of unrests for 30, but I like a head better. Like you said, it opens the board. The AT leave is way better than AAT. Keeps that left side open. I think ahead is the play.
Yeah, it would be nice here if he could just play off AAH for a decent score. He actually can play it between Tannoy and unrests. You can play for 18. He still has the floaters of unrests to make 8-letter words, plus the floaters of auto for 8-letter words. A downside of something like is there's nowhere really to put a 7 on this board. So if you draw a 7 that doesn't work with any of the floaters, it's kind of tough luck. So I'd be more inclined to create more bingo space on this board.
Yeah, Adam's got a head set up, and I think he will go that route. However, little does he know that's going to set up something like jar for Shafiq.
Yeah, you're really mostly thinking about that spot under a head as a bingo spot. You're not necessarily viewing it too much as a scoring spot, although I guess there is some potential here in just generally to hit 5-letter words starting underneath TA for possibly 40 or 50 points. So maybe a little bit scary in that regard, and it's also setting up the J. We actually do see Shafiq, if he elects to burn the blank here, and maybe it would be worth it. He does have a 5-letter word starting with a J that goes all the way across to the double word score for 71 points. Jason, would you be willing to part with your blank for that many points, or you'd take the 40 and keep the S and the blank together for bingo next turn?
Boy, it is really close numbers wise, but I think just psychologically, having taking a bingo lead and knowing that you have one of the 2 blanks, on your rack with the open board, both up top and on the left side, I would just play jar here.
Yeah, I think I would be inclined to do the same. I've gotten burned by this many times where I think, oh boy, a bingo's guaranteed after I make my 40-point blank saving play, and then it doesn't work. But I think that's just failure bias of some sort. In most cases, it does work out for you, and 44 points is very nice here. So I think I tend to agree with you. I take the points here and try to bingo again next turn. And back over to Adam. He's still not really that close to a bingo. In fact, he probably got further away after drawing a KMO into his AT leave after a head. But he does have some high scoring plays here, and he's actually set up Maiko, his highest scoring play, very quickly, and is playing it very quickly. Nice quick play by Adam here. I think this is clearly best.
Yeah, and so kind of these two kind of taking turns setting each other up for better plays than they had before.
Maiko is also nice. It sets up a new S hook on the board that didn't exist after jar, and it does set up turning sham into shame if you can draw like a 7-letter word ending in an E. So a lot of extra bingo potential after Maiko, plus the fact that it scores 43 points, almost coming back from Shafiq's jar for 44.
And this is a turn where I expect Shafiq to take a while. There are quite a few bingos that play with his balanced rack and the blank, but none of them are super easy to find. None of them are, I guess the highest scoring one is a somewhat common word, but again, not the easiest one to find. So he might take a while here.
Yeah, none of the bingos are straightforward here. He doesn't have much or anything through the A. Yeah, the A on the top with auto. It looks like we might have a director call of some sort. But as I was saying, the A of auto, which seems like the most likely place to make 8-letter words, actually doesn't yield anything, and so then you'd be looking through the N and the R of unrests. Again, not a ton of options there, only a few things to choose from. So a little bit of a tough turn for Shafiq. Almost setting up botulism. In fact, I think he's looking at that through the U of unrests. That is his highest scoring bingo. So if he indeed goes for it, that would be a nice play.
Okay, so something is happening, but they hadn't stopped the clock. Now they have stopped the clock. So this is an official director's call. So either Kieran O'Connor or our producer Josh Greenway will be over there. I can't quite tell from Shafiq's gesturing like what the issue is. So I'm sure I'm sure we'll hear momentarily.
Yeah, he was pointing upwards, so I wonder if there's something going on with the lights, or maybe the clog dancers in the conference room above them were being especially cloggy. I'm not sure.
So he does find botulism. 80 points. This is his highest scoring bingo, and for somebody who should not still be in this tournament, he's got a very real chance here of forcing a deciding game.
Yeah, nicely spotted by Shafiq here, and Adam has not drawn well again. Kind of a rough series of turns for him. He's got now a W and a U together. That is the worst thing that can happen. Well, it's not the worst thing that can happen, but it's among the worst things that can happen to a Scrabble player. And we see him go for his highest scoring play, getting rid of the W. 39 points. Jason, this feels pretty automatic.
Yeah, also setting up that N, unlikely that that the N hook will get used, but yeah, not worth it. Definitely not worth it for 3 extra points. To unbalance the leave. So Adam doing what is necessary to stay in the game, but at some point the bag is going to have to cooperate, and it did not cooperate with that last draw.
And it's really cooperating with Shafiq right now. Is this his draw actually does result in some bingos for him? It also brings up something that we haven't talked about yet, which is that Tannoy does take an ing. That's been in play since the beginning of the game, and now Shafiq has it. But I think here, if he sees the bingos, you would definitely be bingoing rather than opening space for Adam with something like Tannoying.
Yeah, again, the bingo is not easy to spot. Unerring making clown. You could maybe see unerring and think that it doesn't play. Also, unearning through that N in Tannoy, which is kind of forgot that that was still there as a bingo line. And I did not know the extension to Tannoy, so I have learned a new 9 today in Tannoying. But if you don't see those 3, this is not a very easy turn at all.
Yeah, I think if you don't see those 3, you're looking at fishing off maybe NU somewhere with that A of auto just sitting way up there in space, very unlikely to get blocked. Plus that new C of Clow, keeping GEINR does feel nice. Ooh, this is maybe
Oh,
the break
no.
that Adam needs. This is not good, everybody. Nicely spotted that N hook on Clow, but unrain is not a word.
So yeah, we the Insta challenge as expected. So they'll go to use wordjudge.me. This will come back no good. And now, very interesting for Adam, kind of the dilemma, because I'm sure that Adam will see that he has unerring in that spot. Do you block unerring? Do you say, well, he's got the bingos in the 2 spots? I tend to kind of fall into the trap that maybe Adam did a little bit last game, and assuming that my opponent will find their best play, even though they didn't make it the turn before. Are you like that, or are you more willing to say, well, they missed it once, they'll miss it again?
Yeah, I think that I maybe sometimes underestimate my opponents, where I figure if they played a phony and missed their real bingo, there's no chance that they'll find a next turn, or a very low chance. Of course, again, failure bias of some sort that feels like it has been me in the past. But I think in this case, since the bingos are a little bit tough to spot, and Shafiq did spend some time on that turn. It wasn't an instant play. He did spend a little bit of time thinking about it. If I was Adam, I might just make my normal play and hope that Shafiq is not aware of his valid bingos. And since there are 2 bingos on separate parts of the board, he would have to work kind of hard to block both of them. I guess he could go through the P of Wapides and try to do something there if he's really concerned about it.
So you say just make his normal play, but what is that on this board? And then are you more inclined to maybe play HUI off of the O and Maiko? Because I don't think that really, that Shafiq has 6 singles in the G, that isn't really going to give him much, and he doesn't have a tile that plays underneath the OH, but then again, neither do you, even after playing HUI.
That's actually a good point. Since you do know the entire contents of your opponent's rack, you can do setups that you know they're going to struggle to deal with, or you can open spots that you know they're unlikely to hit, or would have to, again, sacrifice points to hit. So you could see Adam doing something like Huey near Maiko, just open a triple and force Shafiq to either find his playable bingo and play it and ignore the new spot, or sacrifice points to block that new spot himself and maybe blow up his rack while doing it. A little bit of sabotage on your opponent's nice letters.
Yeah, and I think that's what always seems to make the greats really great, is that when they know your entire rack, they usually tend to play it quite perfectly, and I do expect to see a really nice play from Adam here. It's actually going to go high over there.
He might just think that N-earning is too easy to spot for Shafiq, and the reason Shafiq played Unrain is just it was more points and he thought it was the word.
That's a very good point. Yeah, N-earning is a lot easier to find than the spot for unerring, and so he'll take score reasonably well, leave reasonably well, and take out the N-earning spot, and is rewarded with the blank. So, boy, day.
I want to note here, actually, this does not block N-earning. RHO and NID are both words. I just assumed it's blocked, but it does not.
Okay, so scratch everything I just said.
Yeah,
but this has been wild. Just momentum swing after momentum swing in the game plus that we've seen between these two players so far.
So now it's up to Shafiq here to see if he can spot one of his playable bingos, including the one that appears blocked at first glance but is actually not blocked. Also another chance to maybe do Tanoying if he doesn't spot any of his bingos. And as we were talking about last turn, if you don't spot any of those plays, just playing off UN still does have a lot of upside with the floaters that are available.
Yeah, but Adam is going to bingo here on the next on his next turn, and so if Shafiq doesn't bingo here, this actually going to be, unless he plays Tanoying, actually going to be very close to an even game.
Yep. Yeah, that's what made Unrain kind of damaging for Shafiq, especially if he's not playing a bingo this turn, is it just sets him back several turns in a game that he had pretty well in hand. And it's kind of, I think we are seeing it. Is he going to stop there? He's playing off UN in the exact spot he needs to bingo with those letters. He's teasing us.
This is like he had Stompy set up exactly. He had Ekatea set up exactly. He found it.
It does feel a little bit like he's not sure of this word, and he probably doesn't want to lose another turn on a phony. He might be a little bit in his head a little bit about what just happened last turn, but we do hope that he puts the ing on the end of this and hits the bingo.
Yeah, it would be. I do hope he's not considering. No, he's going to do it. Really nice job too after playing the phony. To see that and to not get thrown.
He still hasn't committed, and he's actually putting it back up, which is okay, we've completely lost track of what he's going to do here.
Okay, he's going to go with Grinner and keep the U.
Yeah, if this is indeed his play, I mean, clearly you should be playing the bingo here, but I don't think I agree with the decision to only keep a U. Maybe not scoring enough, only 26 points keeping a U, but Adam dodging a huge bullet here, unerring, hitting the board, and then getting pulled back up. Adam's going to be bingoing this turn. He's still in this game.
Yeah, and in fact, even after the bingo, I would probably call him, the favorite to make up this 20-point deficit or whatever he's going to have. Actually, it's going to be 10 after he plays cut lines for 80.
Yep, cut lines and cultigen, his two options here. He goes for cut lines. Really, not too much difference between them, and he's playing very quickly here. So with a very nice time advantage over Shafiq, and only down by 10 points. Shafiq drawing decently into his leave of just a U, but it's not going to work on this board. And we're back to a game here, everybody.
Yeah, needs the D for outfield, but doesn't have it. So decently balanced rack though. If he plays FOU off of botulism there, it would set up his L fairly nicely and leave fairly well. So still a chance for him, but it's I feel like it's hard to see him come back after that 2-turn sequence that he just had.
Yeah, definitely a rough series there. He'll probably be a little bit upset when he finds out that unerring is indeed a word. Plus that annoying spot is no, it's not still in play. All the ends have been played, so Adam doesn't have that in his back pocket as a spot that only he knows about. It's kind of nice in these games where you're, due to your opponent's actions, you're kind of aware of a spot that they don't know about, and you can take your time hitting it. Tanoing is not such a spot in this game. But yeah, as you mentioned, Jason, something like foul, setting up the L is pretty good next to botulism, or just playing foul. I think maybe a little bit less flashy, a little bit more standard, taking 4 extra points. I think either of those is a good option here.
Yeah, I guess with the 3 R's and another L unseen, maybe you do want to play the L as well. We know that Adam has his eyes on Burka at the top of the board that will score 36. So once Shafiq plays in an area of the board that is not that, Adam will continue to play quickly and keep the time pressure on.
Yeah, one other option on this turn would be like OF next to HI. That is 34 points, but I think keeping EILUT with so many E's unseen is likely to go wrong. So I do like this play here. And as you predicted, Jason, Burka just coming down immediately. There's no other option here.
So Adam making up 4 points, so slowly working his way back in this game, and the superior leave with ARS versus TIE, especially with that S hook to Maiko still sitting there.
Yeah, that's very key in this position because there's nowhere else to play a 7-letter word, and the only other real bingo spot is from the L of foul. You could maybe see bingo to the L of clown if you had an A. There's only one A unseen, so that's pretty unlikely. So Adam definitely at a major advantage here in terms of getting a bingo sooner. And we see this coming into play right on this turn as Shafiq has drawn fertile, but it's not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, now with the A at the top of the board being blocked, this is actually somewhat similar to the last game where I guess in this case he doesn't need to bingo, but the spots to bingo have been gone pretty quickly.
Yes, he would have frailty spelled with 2 E's at the end through that A of auto if it hadn't just been blocked. So kind of a lot of things to be said about on this turn. Maybe the good news is that spot next to HI is still open for the F. So he could just drop FE for Fen for 29, or it's something like ERF making RHO for 35. There's not really any point in fishing on this board, but given that that's his highest scoring play, the fact that you're kind of fishing is just a side effect. I think I like those plays.
Yeah, I think they're the right plays, but it sure feels like if you don't draw an S, then you're in really bad shape.
Yeah, still 1 S unseen. Those are getting more and more important for Maikos as spots on this board slowly dwindle. If Shafiq does take that triple letter score next to id, that's one more spot gone. Also, if he goes on top of Burka with something like fillet, That's one more spot gone. We see him going for lifer here, which is leaving a few points on the board. Oh, maybe not. Maybe just lifter.
Yeah.
This scores a little bit less, and I think points are very important here. And so I think for that reason, I prefer the other plays. This one may be slightly back, but still relatively good.
Yeah, it's not bad. Like you said, fishing off like an FE and leaving really well. If it had scored like 10 points, then it looks really suspicious. But, FE, playing off the FE was actually scored 2 more points than this. So.
And we see Adam has drawn the Z. He's got Cesar set up on his rack. Not sure if that plays somewhere specifically or if that's just random, but in any case, the Z is going to be very helpful for him just as a scoring tile. I guess the downside is he does not have 5-letter words on top of Burka. You feel like there would be something here.
I know, right?
It seems like it's cruel and unfair that there isn't. He's going to have to find another place to play off some of these letters.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of Parsec hooking Mycos. But I guess in that pool, do you really want to be blowing up this rack? Because that pool is pretty drecky. Now we know that that Shafiq has the worst of it with the 4 E's and the I and the Y. But I'm tempted to play Parsec here.
Yeah, it is a lot of points. Parsec is 44 holding the Z. You're probably not going to get bingo down in that new spot. The downside is you are giving your opponent a scoring spot that they can use easily. But again, sort of building on that point, you're giving up that 1 triple on the right side, but you yourself can hit the triple on top of Burka, maybe even with a 5-letter word that starts with a Z, and hopefully score like 60 points. So you might be okay with opening up another triple word score, sort of baiting your opponent into playing in that one, leaving the higher scoring Z spot for you. But also maybe the downside of something like Parsec is you're keeping the Z drawing into that pool. And actually, how many 5-letter words with a Z are you going to get out of those letters?
Yeah, now he's got Czars set up. This is his highest scoring play of 48, so it would give him a slight lead, and then after he plays it, the board is very, very yucky.
Yep, after that, the only real spot is on top of Burka. He does have to be thinking about the X. That is maybe the thing that if Shafiq was able to get like a 30 or 40 point X play, that would really hurt Adam's chances. And Adam is down by about 30 in this game. If he does something like Czars, he actually goes up by a pretty good score. And with the pool the way it is, feels like it could go either way at that point, but Adam holding the lead might be a slight favorite there.
Yeah, and looking at that pool though, what can I guess he could have a few things up there, but it's not. He doesn't have as much off of Burka as you might think.
Yeah, exactly. Like the E's all go on top of the A of Burka, and the D goes there, but there's not even that many 5-letter words in that pool, much less ones that play up there. So if that was the last remaining scoring spot on the board for Shafiq, from Adam's POV, you're pretty happy about that.
Yeah, this is one where Adam may take he's already taken a bit and he may take a little longer. I think this is one where you're trying to figure out what the threat is. How am I losing this game? Am I losing when he makes a play up top off of Burka? Am I losing when when he plays maybe underneath Maiko, or just kind of trying to figure out what his options are in this unseen pool.
Yeah, and with, I guess his job is made a little bit easier because there's a lot of duplicates. There's so many E's unseen, 2 G's, 2 O's, so the amount of different options is a little bit less, makes that calculation a little bit easier. One other thing to think about if you're Adam is fishing could work here. If he decided that fishing off the Z was likely to work, and if there's a good enough spot to do it, he could do that. Like with an E draw, which is very likely, he would have bingos hooking Maiko. But he would not bingo if he, for example, drew an O or a G. So for that reason, I don't think we're going to see a fish here. But maybe there's a world where if Z or ZP played off for points, that would be an option. Again, that's less likely just because I don't see anything like that would actually have a high likelihood of working.
Yeah, he does have the spot for the Z on top of a head, but he does also have the case S, which is good for him because that, especially with the A's gone, you could, if there was an A out, you could see your opponent, making a play involving DAC, like in something starting AG or AY or something like that. But that spot is pretty dead. I mean, I guess the I and the O go underneath the K, but that would probably just give you either the triple or a different S hook coming back.
Yeah, so there's a few different ways Adam could go here. That's probably why he's taking so long. It's just the amount of options he has. One other thing that I'm seeing that I don't think I like very much, but does score decently with the Z, would be something like Azide through the ID of high and bodies, kind of doing another S setup. Ooh.
Oh, okay, he's going to fish. All right.
We are seeing the fish here. We'll see if he draws one of the E's. We know that Shafiq has 4 of them, so it's less likely that Adam actually draws one.
Yeah, I think he's kind of likely to miss this. And now Shafiq kind of taking out the S hook.
Yeah, that was the downside. Zoe was pretty clearly a fish. There's no reason Ab would do that unless he felt like he was extremely close to bingoing. And Shafiq just happened to have the right play to block the S hook on Maiko. That was the downside of a fish there, is there's only one spot, and although you do hold the case S, there are other ways that your opponent can try to disrupt this spot, and we see Shafiq disrupting it very well.
So now this is really interesting because now 38, I guess that no matter what, you're going to have Pacer up there. So maybe the thought was, okay, I'll get rid of the Z. Also could have put the A underneath it for actually something like 10 more points. 9, I think. But anyway, you get rid of the Z. If you miss the fish or if he blocks the best spot, you play paste, and I think you're going to win a lot in this pool. Now, he's really going to win when he draws the X, as long as there's a vowel, which there isn't a vowel available for him. So,
although it looks like he will draw the V as well, which will sort of mess up his endgame a little bit, but we see Shafiq has not drawn much or any scoring power. And I think just having a few vowels in hand for Adam should be enough to pull this one out. He's currently down by 1 point. Very close game, 346 to 345. Shafiq also a little bit lower on the clock with 4.5 minutes to figure this one out.
Yeah, I mean, if he does have the out and 2, he can play doggy from the D.
And that actually, he would have to find his best outplay with 2 E's, which is Ida through the ID of Vadi, making ZE. It kind of all hinges on him finding that. And if Adam sniffed it out and tried to block it, then Shafiq would go out with EE, maybe making Shamer or something like that, or just on top of Lifter. So that would be one way for Shafiq to go in this one.
Yeah, and it looks like it's the only way to win as well.
It is a little bit of a complicated spot. Hard to, when you're looking for spots to drop off EE, especially when you're playing Collins, you're just looking for a place to make overlaps to play the word EE. And there's a lot of places to do that on this board for decent scores. If Shafiq does something like doggy, I think Adam's best play, he doesn't have a good way to get rid of the V and the X simultaneously, which is really going to hurt him in this end game, is And I guess he would also have to make sure that if he does something, he is not at risk of getting V stuck, which is maybe more of a concern than I realized at first glance. Because if he does play something like Oxer underneath Maiko keeping SV, I guess I would have to see if that V is actually going anywhere. Oh, he does have Pav. Never mind. He does have Pav underneath Paste to at least get rid of the V.
Yeah, and if he played Oxer, he would also have SV, so he could play Sev and Maikos.
Yes, indeed. So Shafiq would just have to go out at that point. And if he did find his second best out, play for 15 points, making Shamer, it looks like it would actually be a tie. So Shafiq really only has one path to victory here, and it would involve finding Doggy and Ida, which is a little bit off the beaten path. Right now he's looking at OG.
As the person with a lower spread, if that tie would actually be good for Shafiq here, because it would still set up the winner-take-all last game, which is also the case if Shafiq wins. So a tie is as good as a win for Shafiq here.
That's actually a very good point. Due to the spread differential here, you want to just get a tie here, or the tie, as you said, is equivalent to a win. So I guess we could say that there's two out sequences here that work for Shafiq, but they both start with Doggy. We see him going for OI. He might be just trying to block what he perceives to be the worst X threat. I actually didn't play this one out to see how this works, but since it's not setting up an out in 2, this doesn't feel correct. It's also he might not even go out in 2 after this. Adam can play pretty slowly here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's got numerous, he can play, if he plays Voiders through the ID, making ZO, I assume that there's multiple spots for just the X by itself, although I'm only seeing, I see 2 now, so even something like that I think is more than fine.
Yeah, and what Quackle is suggesting is playing Revs, making Kier, and we presume that OX goes out in multiple spots, which it does. Pox and Exo from the E of Unrest and Oxy. There's several spots to go out with XO, and Shafiq is not going to be going out next turn with G. Yeah, he's got his arm in the way of his rack, but he has GGEEE.
Yeah, Shafiq's rack is so bad if you play Cox first, which is your highest scoring OX spot, he can't do anything about Revs. That's how bad his rack is.
Oh yeah, very good point. He did not leave himself with any way to play in that bottom right part of the board. So that spot's free for the taking for Adam as he figures this one out. If people were watching with us last game, Adam had mistracked and blocked something that didn't really exist and lost because of it. I wouldn't be surprised here if he maybe does some retracking, because he's probably wondering, why did Shafiq do that? Does he actually have an outplay that I don't realize? And might be a little bit psyched out at the supposed decline of his tracking skills. So I'd be taking some time here if I'm Adam.
Yeah, that is a good point. It's a tournament winning situation, and once bitten, twice shy. In this case, it's really easy because when you see there's 1G and 9 E's on the board, then you know that your tracking is right. But Adam has plenty of time to double, triple, and maybe even quadruple count the E's and G's if he wants to.
Yeah, and I think in this situation, there's multiple plays that should win for him. Something like Voiders is a little bit tough to spot. That takes a little bit of creativity. But just something like Revs or Cox and then Revs is feels pretty standard. There's normal words, normal spots, easy to see 3 and 4 letter words, and that gives him the game pretty handily at this score because he's only down by 11. So we expected it last game as well, and we didn't get it, but we do expect an Adam win in this one.
So now the big question is what's going on in since it looks for all the world that Adam is going to win this and be Gibsonized going into the last round, is the same true in the NWL division?
Yeah, and NWL was very tightly contested going into this round. Lots of players at 10-9 wins. I guess Michael Fagan sitting at 10-3 with a spread advantage, so he's the favorite. And actually, it looks like he did just win his last game. That's why he's 10-3 rather than 9-3. So Michael Fagan looking like the favorite to come out of NWL.
Yeah, although he would not be Gibsonized because regardless, Greg Bajordan is 9-4, and so a game and 220 spread points behind, which is even if Jared Capel, who is currently in second, loses, it would still not be Gibsonization. So we will have a competitive round 14 to bring you, which is good.
And I guess for those of you wondering what the director call was a little bit ago that we couldn't figure out, we thought it might be clog dancers. Actually, pointing at the vents above the playing room, in the top of the playing room, trying to figure out if it's too hot or too cold or some of both. Jason, you've directed tournaments, I believe. My own brother has directed tournaments, and I think the one thing that players complain about the most is the temperature of the playing room, and nobody ever has the same complaint twice.
Exactly. Scrabble playing rooms are the only places on Earth that are simultaneously too hot and too cold. And at some point, some scientist, climatologist, will have to explain why that is. But perhaps maybe the pressure getting to Shafiq. Maybe that's why he's kind of feeling warmer than the rest of the room. You can see he's got a T-shirt on. Adam has a long sleeve shirt. And even in this, which we know is a relatively stress-free position, with the shirt in the mouth, but he does have the Ox Revs out in two set up. But yeah, it is very weird how you can get complaints from players both saying that one says that the room is too hot and one says that the room is too cold. So I guess when that happens, you're like, well, I guess probably shouldn't be moving the thermostat at all then. And sometimes in these tournament venues, you can't even.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the players can complain all they want, and then you just tell them, well, the hotel controls it, and it's out of my hands, and put on a sweater or take off your sweater, depending on the complaint. So nothing more serious than a temperature note of the temperature. No major protocol violations on that director call. Yeah, as you know, Jason, Adam was chewing on the shirt for a little bit. I think probably the sort of the pain of the last round loss still weighing on him a little bit. He wants to make sure he doesn't screw this one up. I would be very paranoid about Shafiq's play of OI if there's some genius that I'm missing from that play.
Yeah, makes sense. But I don't think he'll go overtime on this one. This one is a little bit closer. So he will. He's taken 6.5 minutes so far, but he will be making a play in the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, we see a kind of a look of intense concentration on his face now. The fingers are in the mouth, squinting at the board, kind of leering at the board, maybe just trying to decide what his best strategy is here. And again, if Shafiq has something hidden up his sleeve, there's not too many other hidden spots on this board other than that Ida spot. And that did seem to be Shafiq's path to victory here. Okay, we see Adam going for Revs, which is gonna, assuming that he goes out next turn, this is gonna win him the game.
Yeah, he has multiple spots for that OX. Cox OX off of the RI in Grinner, etc. So Shafiq, I assume, will play. Okay, so he did see the EIDE spot. So, if he had played Doggy, he would have won this.
Yeah, that is actually a little bit disappointing because that was the harder part of the outing too. Doggy was the easy part and Ida was the hard part, but he did the hard part out of order.
Yeah, so as somebody said in chat, Adam lost one game and then won a lost game.
looks like we should cut to overhead mic. We'll see what they have to say about this.
Have you at 376?
2327
Yeah, 327.
plus 20 is 347.
Oh yeah, 20. Sorry, I gave you 19. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so 377.
Is there any way I could have done anything?
What if you play? So what if you play
I thought you had two O's, so I thought you were coming with Oxo here.
No, what if you play doggy? I mean, I can't really afford to block. I can't both block this and use the X. So if I play like voids, you win.
And there's also here.
Yep. Yeah, I think
So this is why out.
Yeah, I think so.
But he had SOX?
Yeah, but it's not enough.
Hmm?
You don't think it's enough? So after doggy, you're ahead by 12. I get 32 here, so I'm ahead by 20. And you have 20 plus 12 here.
So I played badly.
No.
I closed here because I thought he had OXO.
No.
That was my mistake, bad tracking.
Nope.
So I had a chance.
You both
Mhm.
same lightning strikes twice in the same place. Yeah. First I give you the game of mistracking, then you give me the game of mistracking. Yeah.
That's true.
Oh,
well. Did you have the Z earlier or just came?
No, I just picked it. I mean, I played this keeping ARS. I thought, who knows how to do it. I thought maybe I get something good with DAK or maybe get a bingo here. And then I did this. I kept capers, and I saw all these E's left. So I thought if I pick one of the E's, I have comprese.
Yeah, I had this. I had to play this, and I had two more E's.
Yeah, I thought you might, but then
That's why I wanted to play. What I wanted to do was this, in fact, because I had
that's
two.
dangerous.
Yeah, but it was too risky.
Right, I would have had ZE if you'd done that. So,
yeah. So that's why I had to go this way.
Yeah.
Anyhow, doggy, I didn't even see that. But I was concerned about the X, and that's what confused me. Tracking is always the main thing. We get it wrong in the end, and then it's okay. So the difference is
so 34.
All right, so we're hearing from Shafiq that he actually mistracked, thought Adam had an extra O, which made the bottom spot a little bit more dangerous. And sadly, that was his downfall, blocking something that didn't exist. So a little bit poetic, Jason. Adam loses a game from mistracking, and then Shafiq does the same thing back to him.
Yeah, a little bit of Scrabble balance, maybe Scrabble karma, Scrabble nirvana, however you want to put it. So, congratulations to Adam for winning the tournament on the heels of his Westpac victory. And looking at the standings in the NWL division, indeed, Michael Fagan has a game and a 199 spread point lead on Steve Bush. So as long as he can keep this next game within 100, I assume that'll be the game shown on stream in a little bit here, then he will win the NWL division.
Yep, so it does definitely seems like we will be switching over to NWL for the final game. I think there are still some games in progress. Pairings still need to be formally announced. So we'll probably take a little bit of a break here while everything finishes up. But we will be going back to the NWL division, seeing if Michael Fagan can pull this one out. It should be an exciting final game. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back from break, everybody. We are here at the Scrabble holiday party, sponsored by NASPA Games in Belleville, Ontario. Once again, Charles Reinke here with Jason Nadolski. We have gone through 13 games of intense Scrabble action in this tournament. We're down to the final game here for all the marbles, or at least a large portion of the marbles. We're going to see Michael Fagan versus Steve Bush. Jason, what can you tell us about these players, and what can you tell us about the standings?
Yeah, so Michael, obviously a former SPC champion. Steve Bush, a player from Kentucky who I have not gotten the chance to play. We've only crossed paths at a handful of tournaments. So came into this at 1831, and we'll certainly go over what happens in this last game. But as you can see, with Michael having a game and a spread point lead, he just needs to keep it within 100. He will win the tournament even by 99, barring something unusual. A very big spread happened between Greg and Jared. We can talk about this during the game, as we want to look at the player capsules as well as the head-to-head. But a very interesting game theory scenario. Their first meeting, makes sense, was earlier in this tournament, 572 to 409.
Yep. So they're just building up a little bit of a rivalry here. Initial returns on the rivalry. Steve's gonna want to win this one for multiple reasons. He wants to win the tournament, and he wants to get a win against Michael. So we do have players ready. We can switch over to the game action. We do have Michael Fagan going first. As Jason mentioned, he's I think won the 2022 National Scrabble Championship. No stranger to playing on stream, whereas Steve Bush, I think this might be his first tournament where he's live on LPS. Hopefully not his last.
He did make a comment yesterday after his game that that was his first time being streamed, and he won the game. So I'm pretty sure we did CSW this morning. So I think he is career 1-0 on stream. So putting that record on the line as well.
We see Michael going first has drawn Barry plus NT. Barry is a very fun opening play if you put it a few spots to the left, just because there's so many 3-letter front extensions. I've actually made that play myself to my own detriment. I think this is a safer positioning.
Even putting the E next to the double, you like taking the 2 extra points and not giving back the extensions?
Yeah, the one time I made the play in the other spot, it was mostly because of the E. But what I failed to account for was I was playing Joey Malik, and he knew all the 3-letter front extensions cold. I was at a major disadvantage in that regard. So depending on how you feel your opponent's word knowledge is, what your opponent's own word knowledge is, this might be the safer positioning.
And yeah, we also have to consider that Michael just has to keep this close. I don't think I've ever been in that situation in my career. Have you?
If I have, I didn't realize it. I just sort of play every game the same way. But you do make a good point. Michael just needs to avoid losing by 100. He can lose by 99 and still win this tournament.
And I tend to think that you don't do anything differently unless you get behind. I do think you kind of play it straight. By the way, Steve playing Lovey, which seemed to be his best play.
Yeah, I am also kind of in the camp where you just play your game, you play the way that you're comfortable with, and that usually results in the best outcomes. But in certain endgame situations where you need to block the worst case scenario versus a bad case scenario, it might be worth changing things up a bit. We'll see if that comes to play in this game. Meanwhile, Michael, with some decent looking letters, other than the consonants are not very bingo prone, the W and the F. He looks to be planning for wife just below Barry. Seems like a very straightforward play and probably the correct play here.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Look, he could also do few. It looks like we're switching it up a little bit. INOT does have some synergy. It is worth thinking about. Since you're drawing one fewer letter into your leave, there's less bad things that can happen to you. So few also a good idea here. Set both of those plays setting up lanes for 7-letter words on the row below. So doing similar things to the board.
Yeah, I was a bit distracted looking at the 7-letter extensions to Barry, of which 2 have now been blocked after a few, but 5 of the 7 still play.
Yeah, the good news, or maybe bad news, depending on how you think about it, is the 7-letter extensions are a lot harder to think of, and they're a lot less likely for you to know than the 3-letter ones, which is just the 8-letter words that everybody studies. So we'll see if any of those ever get close. I actually can't come up with them myself, but it would be interesting.
I would not have come up with any of the 7.
So
meanwhile.
We do see Steve with a groaner set up on his rack. It looks like it doesn't play, but it actually does if you get a little bit creative, and he's going for it very quickly. So a good idea here to just play the single bingo pretty quickly. Nicely done by Steve.
Yeah, very nice. I actually thought that that groaner didn't play either, just needed to look a little bit harder. So meanwhile, Michael is close enough and has 40 with Taj up top that I think he can just continue to play this straight and not worry about spread yet and just focus on winning the game.
Yeah, I think Taj does look good here. It does keep slightly vowel heavy, but another nice thing about it, it keeps the IN for ING bingos. Do I think that spot will stay open after Taj? Probably not. After a play like Taj, there's not too many other places on the board where Steve can go other than through the floaters of Groner. So I maybe would expect that to be blocked. Michael could go a slightly different direction here if he wants to keep bingo letters. He could play something like Goji from the G of Groner and keep AENT. Downside of that is he doesn't have a lot of appealing floaters for 8s, other than maybe the R of Barry and the L of Lovey. So on this board, I don't think I would do the fishing play. I would just go for the points.
Yeah, but this is about to get interesting because assuming he doesn't play on the left side of the board, Steve has chairing through that first R in Groner. And maybe then you start to think about, oh, shoot, I got to keep this within 100.
Yeah, after a play like Taj, Michael will actually be basically even on the scoreboard. But if Steve then bingos back, Michael has to start getting a little bit worried. And as we mentioned, and maybe we'll continue to mention, Steve does have to win this one by 100 to win the tournament. So we see Michael just setting JA off to the side. I wonder if he's thinking about just playing Jag. That would be maybe an indicator that he's taking his job seriously and is trying to play as much defense as possible at the expense of other considerations. I think Jag is just too few points here. You need to take the points.
Yeah, it's not going to work out for him, but I do think that Taj is much better.
So Steve does have chairing. We expect it to come down quickly, and it is. He actually does have a creative play down from BEN. That would be benching for 60. If he didn't have a bingo, if Goji had come down, he would still have a very nice play here, but clearly this is the play. It's just too many more points than benching is.
Yeah, and so Michael drew fairly well, all things considered, into EINO. He does have the Isogon Goonies pair.
And we do see he has Ionogens set up, although it's kind of got the N in the wrong spot. His placement would fall off the side of the board. But it looks like he does spot his only play. No, sorry, he does have one other bingo if he does not see Ionogens, and that would be Gooniest to the T that he just put out in space. So he does have a few options here. None of his 7s play, but he has some 8s. I think we'll probably see a bingo from Michael eventually here.
Yeah, a little surprised, maybe just wanting to do his due diligence and look everywhere, but Ionogen seems like the right play to me.
And that's actually that's very good news for him, as we see Steve has drawn the blank. So bingoing now is kind of crucial for Michael to keep this game within 100, basically, as we keep saying. So we do see him put it down. Nice play by Michael. Going back to Steve, he's drawn the blank, but with too many vowels, does not actually have playable bingos on this turn. So he'll have some thinking to do how he wants to sort of start getting out from under these letters while still keeping the board amenable to bingos with his blank. And actually, after Ionogens, there's not too many places on this board to put a bingo down. You can maybe underlap Ionogens, you can bingo to the T of Taj, but other than that, there's not a whole lot of activity here. So Steve's primary consideration might be trying to open things up a little bit for his next turn.
Yeah, an interesting spot. It looks like most of his highest scoring plays will open the board in various ways. He can just play OK off of the HA in sharing for 27. Again, that would leave 3 vowels, including 2 I's. He could play oik from that second O in Ionogens, that scores 20. Or he could play ik through the C in sharing for 19. But again, that one pretty easy to shut down. I feel like Michael is quite often going to make a play down in that C column there after ik. So I don't know. I feel like maybe just kind of take the points, play okay, kind of take out that maybe potential for high scoring plays to the triple there through the A in sharing. Are you seeing something better here?
Yeah, I'm actually. You mentioned oik from the O of Ionogens. That does have some appeal because we do have to remember Steve isn't just aiming to win this game straight up. He's aiming to win by 100, and doing something like oik, setting up his blank for oiks, and maybe Michael can't do anything about it. In fact, it's kind of hard for Michael to do much about that other than playing a 4 down from the E of Ionogens. Maybe that's the kind of upside that Steve should be looking for here. And it does unduplicate his eyes, which is another great thing. Playing OK leaves 2 eyes, could go south quickly. I'd be maybe trying to make this as volatile as possible, and that would involve playing oik. If he wanted to be extra volatile, he could maybe try to set up a triple in some way, maybe playing from the V of Lovey. I don't know if he'd ever do Viol, try to go for like words. Like words wouldn't be triples, but they might be very high scoring. I could imagine a player in this situation trying to do desperate stuff like that. Maybe not at this score, and with these letters, doesn't need to be that desperate, but it's an idea.
Yeah, it looked like he was considering oil-like under the NS in Ionogens.
Yeah, it's a little bit random which like words are good. Oil-like doesn't sound like a word, but a lot of like words don't really sound like words. So we hope he doesn't try it. I think it's just kind of an interesting thing to note. But yeah, we see him bypassing oil-like, actually going for ik. And Jason, you mentioned this is easy to block. It usually is. I mean, usually this would just result in 30 points for your opponent and a newly blocked board, but Michael does not have any vowels.
Yeah, could play click, just extending it, but yeah, good time to do that for Steve.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of floating vowels out to save Michael from this rack. Maybe his best play that's not click, and I actually do like the idea of click a lot. It puts the C out as a floater, but it stops the immediate threat of 7-letter words hooking ik. He could do Vax as well, which partially blocks ik, and in fact would block Steve's woolies or woolier, which would come down making lick. It doesn't fully block ik, but it does do part of the job. So that's a decent second option if he decides he doesn't like click or doesn't see it.
Okay, Vax actually does a decent job of blocking. I might have wanted to hold on to the S here.
Yeah, I could have done VAC as well. I guess the X doesn't have immediate upside on this board, but you could hope for better days for it. Could go either way there, but it does partially stop Woolies in that spot. Although now I'm seeing Woolies actually still does play under Ionogens. So it's a good idea to block the most obvious bingo spot here if you're Michael, but it's still going to work for Steve.
Yeah, he had it in both spots. Not to mention Wooliest to the T and Taj, even though that would have just scored 62. So I would expect to see Woolier instead of Woolies and not give up that T hook. And Steve will be up by 92 in a game that he needs to win by 100.
Yep, and we do see him going for the blank slip. The blank might be kind of crucial here, depending on what it is, because with an S blank, the T would be there's 5 T's unseen, would be very likely for Michael to hit it back. Although maybe again Steve wants that volatility. Jason, I don't think we did see the blank slip, did we?
No, we do need to. Like I said, I'm assuming it's an R until shown otherwise. But blank cam would be helpful here. Meanwhile, Michael is very close to bingos, but I don't think any of them are going to fit on this board.
Yeah, just the board started off a bit close and it remains close. Not a lot of floaters for 8-letter words, but Michael actually does have a 49-point play available here. A very intricate little fit underneath. And it only plays if this is Woolier rather than Woolies. But he does have canted, making Soch starting at that triple letter square for 49. That's a tough find. I think if you find it, you play it. Otherwise, you'd have to come up with something else.
Yeah, it's definitely I would say tempting to fish, but I guess it's not so tempting considering you need to keep this within 100. So Canted is the star play. You could also just play Cant or Cad underneath there, and those are good options as well. Although Canted is definitely the star play.
And I suppose if Woolier is on the board, we like Canted. If it's actually Woolies here, then Michael would definitely be looking for plays involving Wooliest. And since it doesn't seem like he's setting those up, he set up Talked instead. Probably looking at Talked and Dick. I guess that would be the spot to play it. We can assume that that blank is an R.
Yeah, if it's an S, he would just play Canted, making Wooliest. And I don't know about this play. You basically could do the same thing with Candled and not be so aggressive.
Yeah, this one actually maybe feels a little too aggressive, given what Michael is trying to do here. He's not necessarily trying to win. He's trying to stay within 100 and putting a T in this spot, inviting your opponent to hit it for a lot of points maybe isn't the way you want to go about it. That does make the score 214 to 277, so Michael still had a bit of a deficit here. Steve did not pick well after his bingo, but I think that T floating up there does give him some options that he didn't have before.
Yeah, he has. I'll be very impressed if he can pull out the unusual 6 of Pithoy. But even Pith, even though it keeps 4 vowels, it does score 39 and kind of keep the scoring pressure up. You would also do have places to dump a bunch of vowels on this board, which you probably will need to next turn.
Ooh, he actually does have Pithoy set up. So really, really deep word knowledge on display here from Steve. Great play.
Very impressive indeed, and now up by more than 100.
And going back over to Michael, he was basically drawing into kind of random letters. He only kept an N on his last turn, but he did manage to draw a 7-letter word. Sadly, the 7-letter word does not play, that being alumni. And now at a 106-point deficit, going to have to decide what to do here if he wants to continue, maybe try to go for a bingo from this point, or just play it a little bit safer and make other scoring plays.
has a very cool. We were talking about tens yesterday. After Ari Sinka extended ovation to renovation. So there is a 10 available for Michael on this turn. He can make unchairing for 32, which is his highest scoring play. Assuming he doesn't do that, he could do something like Macula, Maculae, or Macule through the C in Tout. So are you being fancy with unchairing, or are you gonna try to blow up this rack again and take some more air out of the bag and try to end this game as quickly as possible?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't think I would see unsharing. So it's like, but if I did see unsharing, I would be very tempted by it. It is a very nice score and keeps decently enough. But yeah, if I am not finding unsharing, something like Macula, try to keep decent letters. There's still a blank and 3 S's unseen. Try to start going towards a bingo here. Maybe the downside of Macula would be you're putting an M in that triple line and setting up a scoring spot for your opponent that doesn't really exist on this board. There's not a ton of places for Steve to play for a lot of points next turn. Most of them probably involve playing in the area of Woolier. And so doing something like Macula maybe would be a little, again, sort of like Talked was a little bit too aggressive. Maybe Macula is kind of in the same vein. Then again, you do need to keep scoring points in this game. Macula does a good job of that. So I could go either way there. Eventually, I might come to the conclusion that I need to play through that C. I guess another option that I'm just seeing is if Michael wanted to get aggressive again, he could play under Woolier, making SOM. If you wanted to do mana. Oh, no, sorry, EA isn't the word. Colin's brain kicking in once again. But just something like man or something could be an option, setting up Sum or Soma. But doing that once didn't work. Doing it the second time also probably wouldn't work. I'd be surprised if we saw a play like that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Steve, with a few QAT places, including on the left side there, so that's going to be tilting if he plays QAT, making Ala and Jot, at which point Alumne would have played. So it's always kind of tilting or angering when your bingo doesn't play and then your opponent makes a play. It's like if you could have done that one turn before, then my bingo would have played.
Yeah, but certainly passing here not an option for Michael. Just pass until you see a novice player sometimes do that, where they're so excited to get a 7-letter word that their plan is to pass and hope that their opponent gives them a spot for it. You don't see that in expert games for a reason. We're not going to see that here. Michael has burned a little bit of time on this turn. I think for good reason. There's kind of downsides to a lot of his available plays. One thing we haven't talked about is, maybe himself trying to play to the right of Lovey. He can do that with MAE, making Joe and Ala. But keeping the U just doesn't feel great, especially with 3 more unseen. I'd be surprised if Michael's play here didn't involve getting rid of the U.
Yeah, I agree. That's he could just. Oh, that's right. I'm seeing that blank as in Willius as an S. I was thinking mall on top of it. I was like, why isn't it suggesting that? It's because UR isn't a word.
Yeah, we've gotten enough context clues at this point, I think, to infer that the blank is an R. We will have to go back in time and recreate some Quackle files if it does, in fact, change in the future.
I find it very hard to believe that Michael. There we go. Now we finally got it. Confirmation that it is an R.
It looks like Michael is mourning his bingo a little bit. He almost has it set up. We've seen it many times on this stream. It's always a little bit sad. Ooh, we are seeing, in fact, May here, which is a stroke of good fortune for him, as that does block Steve's best Q spot. Keeps, not great, keeps the U, but it's going to work out for him this turn.
Well,
Oh,
not exactly,
okay.
because now QAT just plays on the left instead of the right, making Tala.
Yes, yeah. TAL was not a word, so that QAT spot didn't exist, but now it's sort of recreated. So we'll take that one back. May actually just making Cat a little bit more heavy hitting. I think this one actually ends up scoring more than it did before. Meanwhile, Michael has, as we noted, since there are a lot of views on the scene, did draw a second U to go with the first one, and he's down by 123 with this rack. Jason, it feels like he has to find unsharing here. Everything else is just so uninspiring.
Yeah, and after Steve's draw, this tournament looks like Steve Bush's because he has measured through that blank R. So it looks. I mean, Michael really doesn't have a great play that blocks that in any way. So it certainly looks like after Steve's next turn, he's going to have a lead of at least 150, and it's going to be difficult unless Michael draws the second blank to see him keeping this close enough to hold on.
Yeah, really, really timely draws here by Steve. Of course, also great plays as well. We see Michael setting up Pan here, which I think he's thinking underneath Woolier in the same spot we suggested last turn with something like Man. Setting up SOP. I think it only takes an S. Oh, it does also take an H. So it's not immediately creating anything for him. But it is getting some points on the board. That does score 26. A play like that would indicate pretty conclusively that he does not see unsharing. But that's a perfectly understandable word to miss. That sharing spot does not feel like it's easily extended.
Yeah, I know that I would not have seen unsharing over the board as well, and not been sure of it even if I had.
Ooh, okay. So it's a different idea, but I think a good idea to get rid of one of those U's, going for pun here, opening up some space. Maybe just hoping that he can get the blank or at least good tiles on his next draw and hit something over there. But if Steve does see measured through the blank R, that's his play for sure. His only bingo. His Medusa does not play on this board. We've seen a couple homeless sevens here. So we'll see if he suffers blank blindness here. That R is not a real R, but a blank R that can make it a little bit harder to find.
Yeah, that is blank blindness is a thing, and I think that would be kind of the one thing getting in his way. And the longer that this board is pretty close, he may just be looking through the P, making sure that he doesn't have anything there. But yeah, this is a really big turn right here.
And with Michael's play of pawn, he gets himself within 109, and so remember he's trying not to lose by 100. So I guess if you mentally adjust the scoreboard, actually only down by 9 points. So actually not you can, and I think I'm falling into this trap myself. It feels a lot more dire than it does from a winning perspective versus a winning the tournament perspective. Michael's still definitely in this. If especially if Steve doesn't find his bingo and he has not played it yet.
Yeah, and even if he does play measured, Michael will have Zaha alongside of it. So it's still possible to keep this within 100, but if Steve plays measured, it's going to be quite difficult.
Looks like Steve is grabbing some tiles that don't seem to be in the correct order. Yeah, and he is going for umped, which just was given to him. A really nice consolation prize that maybe didn't exist before if he's going to miss his bingo. So still in good shape here, but the bingo would have been a lot nicer.
Meanwhile, it looked like Michael made a move toward the board. I don't see an obvious play. He does have Fusel through the eye and Woolier, which. So instead, he's gonna play foot and hang on to the Z.
And he is actually setting up ads here, which is somewhat unlikely to get blocked. That's not the first place that you would expect your opponent to play. So I think a pretty good idea here by Michael to create a little more upside for his Z. That's trying to make something out of nothing there, with the Z not doing a whole lot.
Yeah, and Steve, if he can spot it, has a 56-point play on this turn.
Oh yes, indeed. We've seen that a couple times this tournament where there's these sneaky spots that score 50 without you even realizing it. This one being to the right of Tala, if he's willing to part with his S's. But one other option he has, which is suggested by the engine, is just playing off BY under Woolier for 34 points, keeping AESST and more importantly, setting up his S with knobs. That play actually looks very strong here, holding 2 S's and with just 1 S and a blank unseen.
Yeah, not to mention the Soy taking the A as well. So definitely potential for multiple overlaps there, as well as just stuff ending in SS. I still feel like you want to take the points with Bassi, but maybe that's kind of influenced by, we know that that the blank, the S that are unseen aren't on Michael's rack. I think after these last couple plays of pun and fud, you might be overestimating. At least I would be overestimating Michael's leave here.
Yeah, that's a very good point. A play like pun does indicate some strength. FUD maybe also, although it could also indicate just needing to get rid of U's and some clunky consonants, especially the play of FUD maybe is just more of a standard play. But yeah, I would be a little bit hesitant if I'm Steve to set up something like that. If this were just a normal game and not sort of a tournament clinching game with a different spread in play, I think Steve would really be happy with a play like Bye underneath Woolier because he's going up by basically 2 bingos, holding a lot of the power to get his own bingo in that spot first. But the downside here is maybe a little bit too high for Steve.
Yeah, and it's a very interesting situation because you see the score in that he's up by 120, but he's actually up by only 20. Considering that I think at this point he's probably considering the game pretty close to well in hand and is now focused on winning by enough to overtake Michael on spread and win the tournament.
Yeah, he does have some other options on this turn. We haven't talked about turning Joe into Joey. We've been talking about the S hook, but not the Y hook. He could play easy there and just keep the board shut down. That actually is a decent idea to prevent Michael from ever bingoing. We do see him go for maybe a similar idea as Bye, playing based, setting up his S. It's sort of another high upside play here for Steve that we hadn't mentioned.
Yeah, really, really good option too.
But Michael actually drawing exactly what he needed for a doze. He had kept the Z and the A, but needed the O and the E for this. So I don't think he was specifically going for it. It was just part of the upside of his previous play of FUD. But it does work out very nicely for him. Sort of an unexpected bingo-like score from Michael on a board where you would really need an S to get a bingo-like score normally.
Yeah, that if he can keep this within 100, that's going to be one of the best OE draws that he's ever had. So meanwhile, Steve has pulled the blank. However, does not have anything playable. So again, even though he's up 90 on the scoreboard, he's actually down 10. So what is the play here in order to win this by more than 100?
Yeah, I think if this were a normal game with normal spreads, Steve would be perfectly happy to play something like years making sobs. And then even if Michael bingo's down from that P, it's not going to be enough for him to win the game. But we're thinking about it differently here in this game. Steve's trying to win by 100. That might mean going for a bingo on this turn, maybe trying to play off the RY and then hit something making sobs or hit something down from the P. And in that sense, maybe doing cry from the Sea of Talt would be something very nice here.
Yeah, I wonder if he plays yours anyway and just tries to go out first. However, we can see that even though Michael basically has the worst of the pool, there's stuff like Sinuate, Saluted, etc., hooking that S to Joe. So this is a really complicated situation, and Steve has taken 2 minutes already, and I expect him to take at least 2 more.
Yeah. Given the situation he has in the game, the math is hard, and it gets harder because you can't use the typical math that you've built up muscle memory over the years and years and years of Scrabble, of just trying to play games normally based on the score that you have written on your scoreboard. So we'll see Steve take some time thinking here. Unbeknownst to him, as you mentioned, the good stuff unseen is actually still in the bag. AEI is unseen. That's perfect for Steve, as he's currently consonant heavy and will almost always be consonant heavy if he decides to make a fishing play. So the pool what's in the bag is actually perfect for him if he wants to go the route of trying to secure this with a bingo.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think he can outscore if he plays something like yours, and I think if he plays something like Cry, he's I think with just about every draw can have bingos in both spots. I think with literally every draw, actually.
Yeah, it does seem that way, although he's probably thinking about the scenario where instead of drawing AE, he draws like maybe TT or something, and keeping INRS blank. Might only bingo in one spot rather than 2 spots, and sort of leave him vulnerable to, he wouldn't lose the game, but leave him vulnerable to not winning by enough to win the tournament. So if I'm Steve in this situation, I probably would identify something like Cry, and then I might even start going through the 2 tile draws that I could draw and see what the chances are that they work in both spots. Maybe even try to come up with a rough percentage. And we're not even talking about the S hook on Joe as maybe a third spot to get a bingo down if you can start with an S. I might start getting deep into the calculations of what are my chances that this fish actually works out for me and I do bingo in multiple spots.
Yeah, it looks like Michael's considering undumped. I was looking at that, like undumped, unlumped. I'm not sure. Unstumped. I'm not sure what of those are good.
I think undumped is a little bit of a trap word because it doesn't. Those letters do make a word, and it's pudendum. So if you're doing the Aerolith daily challenges and you see undumped and you just type it instantly, you're gonna get that little red mark that says you got a wrong word because you should have typed pudendum. So that could be a source of undumped.
The old not butt. I've got a few of those. Not undumped, but pudendum. I'll have to add that one to the list. So Steve is going to empty the bag, play yours. After he draws AEI, he'll have outs from the P through the C, and then he'll also have very low scoring outs, but hooking the N to the U of umped. So he will be going out after he empties the bag, and I don't think that that Michael is going to be able to score enough.
Yeah, his best play here is still unsharing. That one keeps coming up. We don't really expect it at this point. And then otherwise he'd have to play something like ducks. These letters are just so inflexible on this board. With this play, even he's maybe barely going to be within 100 or just short of being within 100, and then Steve will be going out. So, barring a huge victory from, I believe it was Greg Bjordan, if he can win by like 400 or something, it looks like this might be Steve's tournament.
Yeah, if he plays unchairing and then Steve does his best out, he wins by 108. Yeah, I keep hitting refresh. So Greg did win, but he only won by I say only won by 88. It's still an impressive win, but under the circumstances, will not be enough. So now Michael, even though he doesn't know it, he's got to keep this within 131 in order to finish ahead of Greg.
Yep, there might be some prize money considerations here. Not to mention the pride and I guess not the rating here, because the rating's going to change the same amount no matter what the situation of the tournament was. But always be thinking about that prize money.
But this is interesting because if he tries unstumped here.
Oh yeah, that works out poorly for him.
Right, like he could end up losing second on this. However, does Steve have to keep it on if he wins by 100?
That is actually a very good point. This might be one that Steve is forced to keep on the board. Let's get the scores updated, assuming it stays. That puts Michael...
It's not going to, yeah, because if he plays for 16... Oh yeah, he should keep it on because he wins by 102. The tournament would come down to like 4 spread points. Because if he keeps it on, if he plays in case or in cage or what have you, then he wins 498 to 396. So he needed to win by 100, and he would win by 102.
Oh wow, yeah, and if he loses his turn from this, and
yeah, then he doesn't win the tournament at all. So it's actually one where he should keep it on, but he's actually going to end up costing Michael second place by challenging it off. What a fascinating last round. What a fascinating game theory situation.
Yeah, that is actually a very interesting turn. Steve just thought it sounded fishy and went for it, but unstumped could very well be a word. There's much weirder unwords in the dictionary. It just didn't happen to be that one. And so now Steve just looking for his best out. As Jason mentioned, his best outs are through the Sea of Talked, and that would be in cage or in case or Ensena, any number of things. Although at this point he doesn't even really need to go out. If he can come up with some little sequence here, he's still going to be winning by 100. It's very hard for him to lose that advantage at this point.
Yeah, any out will do here. And I would expect him to find something through that C. It's actually close. He could extend bury to burying, but I feel like going out has to be better.
Oh yes, we haven't talked about that one specifically, but burying is a word. One aspect of that placement of bury doesn't take all the 3-letter front extensions, but it does take that one 3-letter back extension of ing. Doesn't look like it quite works out as well just because it gives Michael one more turn. But still an option, especially if Steve doesn't see the 6s that he has through the C. It looks like he's going for the blank slip. He might have found one. Yep, he did find Ensena with a blank N. That will end this game with Steve winning by more than enough, 506 to 354. And I guess we can cut over to the overhead mic and see what they have to say.
506 to 354. Is that
Yeah.
what you said? Yeah.
Congrats.
Thank you. Yeah, it was.
I wonder if I had anything that unlumped.
Things just fell. Fortunately, I had the right stuff at the right time, and I felt like I actually saw plays for pretty well.
Yeah, little I can do. I was going to play wife there instead of WIFE, which I think would have left you with no spots. I didn't like putting the E there with the Z. With the Z.
When you played few, I thought, oh crap, you took that spot, and I don't think I had any other plays.
It still fits.
Then I saw it, and I was like, oh, well, that's very fortunate. So, yeah. And,
I kept 5 consonants, but I thought trying to block that would help, and 17 points was enough. I picked AE, which was nice, but end with that, and I just never got anything else.
Yeah.
And there too, I really struggled to think of an idea, even trying not to lose by like 100. But I still try and win at that point, or I just try not to lose by 100. Either way, it wasn't happening.
Mm-hmm. Do you like the word oil-like?
I think I would have challenged because I just didn't want to lose by too much.
That was early it was before this, and chickened out of it. It just didn't sound good enough, and I didn't see any other plays.
Not good.
Yeah, just had to play it safe. Yeah. Yeah. All right.
To find out how the other games went.
What's that?
Yeah, to find out how the other games went.
You're right. Yeah.
So you're going to finish 10 plus 671 spread.
I guess if
I finished with 10 wins and 564 spread according to my math.
Greg has to win by a lot less than.
So if Greg wins by 66, I dropped the third.
Yeah.
I don't even think I could have scored within 100 this game.
Mm-hmm.
That's how difficult it was for me.
Yeah, I know. It was. I had very good draws.
Yeah. And pun was a struggle. I kept another U with that, and then you got the Q. I'm like, there go the fourth in my U's.
I was going to put cot there, and then you did that, and then just fortuitously, that fit. I was going to have to stick it there. That was my, and so just that seemed to be kind of the theme where
just play cot in the high scoring place.
And that actually was more points, I think, than there anyway. I think.
Yeah, I think by 1.
Yeah. So yeah,
that was a nice fit. And
which
that
one?
too,
All based. Yeah.
I figured like that was the biggest bingo line threat. And you bingoed in a less threatening spot.
So I thought about bestie here, BESTY, but that's not good, is it? It's just BESTIE.
We're gonna go with BESTY,
right.
EWS.
Is it good now? No.
I'm not sure.
Oh, no, it doesn't matter, does it? No. Thank you. It wouldn't have fit anyway, so never mind.
I think you lost the challenge with that. You may have.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you look at like the numbers, not by enough, but if you keep it on.
Oh yeah, you mean spread? Yeah, I didn't worry much about that, honestly.
Because that was with 42, and you would have gotten. So I went unstumped. So I would have had 42 more. You would have had, I think, 8 less.
What did I actually have to win by?
100 exactly.
Okay, that's what I thought.
So you would have won by, I think so. It's 50-point difference. You would have won by 102 if you had left that on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we did.
I think.
I guess
thought about undumped or unlumped or unslumped. I don't think any of them are good.
Yeah.
That's not any other play.
I can't think of any combination there that I wouldn't have challenged.
Yeah. And if I play like ducks here, which is the best I can do.
Yeah. Oh, my battery is very, very low.
I just had no chance here.
Yeah.
But I have other good games, so I was due for a game like this.
Do you care to enter it? My phone is not acting right, and just data. Is that okay, or maybe in a different way?
All right, so Steve and Michael hashing it out there at the end. Michael sad that unstumped, nothing was going to go there in front of umped. Nothing was going to get him within 100. I think it was a valiant effort to try something, and he actually did also do the math and finds out that he will be dropping down to third place, having unfortunately lost by too much. But nicely done to Steve Bush for coming out on top of a very tough NWL division here in Belleville, Ontario. Oh, you are muted, Jason.
2-0 on Stream Lifetime, and I was just checking his cross tables. I think he only has one multi-day win other than this. So, and if you saw either this game or the last guy, or the game he had on stream yesterday, you can see he's a very gracious opponent. And just again, I don't know him that well, but just from the limited interaction, he seems like a really good guy. So so good for him.
Yeah, so congrats again to Steve. Congrats to Adam Logan, who clinched the Collins division in the previous round with his win over Shafiq Tabani. It looks like our producer just stepped away for a bit, so we can't bring standings up on screen. But I'll take a quick look at what's going on in Collins. See who came in second and third. I think we did hear in chat that Heidi Robertson, who's been streaming all of her games on her Twitch channel, even with that added pressure, making her way up the scoreboard and clinched third place with a 10-4 record. So Adam and Shafiq first and second in Collins, then Heidi and Terry in third and fourth. So disrupting some of the experts in Collins, some of the up and comers. So nicely done to all of those people.
Yeah, very a lot of surprises. You know, I think probably most people would have assumed that that we'd be talking about Jackson being up there in NWL and Josh Sokol being up there in the Collins division, but neither one came to pass.
Yeah, again, going back to NWL, Jackson may be the big name in that field other than Michael Fagan, but all the way down in sixth place, at least as we've got games still to come. We do have our producer back, so we can take a look at the standings here. Kind of clumped up here. It just decided on a small amount of spread points between Steve, Greg, and Michael. We do see Greg sneaking into second place with an 88-point win in his final game. But yeah, lots of tightly contested games. A lot of things ways this could have changed going into the last round.
We were certainly lucky that that we got a very interesting game in the last round of the NWL division.
And I think we do also have Division B standings from NWL. NWL did have enough players to support two divisions. We haven't been talking about them much, but those players have been playing just as hard, just as much concentration for also considerable amounts of prize money. So we might be able to take a quick look at the Division B standings and see how those went. Connor Sell, young up-and-comer from Canada, dominating this division with a 13-1 record. Gibsonized, plus 914 spread.
Yeah, sounds like a name I'm gonna have to keep an eye on, or an ear out for. 13-1 in any division is quite impressive.
And we can also take one final look at the Collins standings. We gave you a little preview. Heidi and Terry making a good run there at the end to come in third and fourth. Our round 13 match between Adam and Shafiq, we see they finished first and second as expected. Adam heels of a Westpac championship in Ghana. He has not going 12-2 plus 1440. Should have been 13-1. We saw him miss track to lose a game, but this 12-2 still more than sufficient to win this tournament.
Yeah, and definitely a shout out to Shafiq who went from 1741. It's normally only at a Scrabble Players Championship or a super long tournament that you see a 267 point rating gain. So for Heidi, that second and third. The second and third place finishers came from people seated in the bottom half. You don't see that very often.
Yeah, I think some of the experts coming in sort of missed the money in this tournament. These young up-and-comers, or maybe not so young in the case of some of them, up-and-comers anyway, coming in to steal the money that was rightfully theirs. So nicely done to everybody in all those divisions. That's going to wrap things up here in Belleville, here at the Scrabble holiday party presented by NASPA Games. We haven't been doing a lot of plugs, haven't been doing a lot of thank yous throughout this stream, so we're going to fit them in all here at the end. I think the first one we need to do is, of course, to our producer, Josh Greenway, who is still chatting with us, still giving us instructions to this very moment. I'm ignoring them all currently while I talk, but Josh has been doing a great job all tournament, as he does every tournament, running this stream, overcoming internet issues, keeping things running smoothly, getting players situated, all those good things. Josh, you did a great job again, as you always do, and it's been another successful stream for Let's Play Scrabble.
Yeah, Josh, I just want you to know that I always look at your instructions. I don't actively ignore them the way that Charles is right now.
And of course, we also would have to thank the other half of Let's Play Scrabble. That would be Kieran O'Connor, who is doing a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of directing the actual tournament and always does a great job keeping players in line if they're complaining about the temperature. I don't think he smacks them, but he probably verbally, keeps them in line, which is what you need to do with these unruly Scrabble players. So Kieran also doing a great job, as always, keeping these tournaments running smoothly. And of course, anybody who's volunteering at these tournaments, whether it's us doing commentary or people on the ground doing setup and takedown and helping the tournament run smoothly, all the Let's Play Scrabble volunteers, thank you very much for your efforts. And we do have, I'm scrolling down my list a little bit, we do have some upcoming Let's Play Scrabble tournaments on the calendar. If you're watching this and think, that looks really fun, I should actually be playing in one of those tournaments. There's a big one coming up in Albany, New Year's. That's the big one coming up in just a few weeks. If you're not signed up for it, I think it's not too late. And if you are not signed up and don't want to play in it, of course, it will be streamed here on Let's Play Scrabble, and you'll get to see all of it from the early bird all the way to the prize ceremony. It'll be like you're there enjoying it yourself without the stress of actually playing Scrabble. Jason, are you going to be playing in these upcoming LPS tournaments? Anything on your calendar or otherwise? Maybe nationals in Cedar Rapids, Iowa? Very convenient for us Midwesterners.
Yes, it's always nice to have a drivable Scrabble Players Championship. So yeah, I will be watching Albany if I am not commentating. We do also have the Canadian Championship, which is over Valentine's Day weekend. Unfortunately, I have another commitment that weekend. But yeah, no playing on the horizon. Just hopefully doing some commentary at Albany, where I had my first commentary session with you last year. So that was a lot of fun, and it was good to reunite here today.
Yep, definitely a lot of fun doing commentary with you, Jason. We've got a few more thanks as we wrap this stream up. Of course, the viewers liking and subscribing to the video, and just your usually insightful commentary, sometimes not very insightful. I don't think we had to ban anybody this time, so maybe a little bit better than average. But thanks everybody for watching and staying engaged. That's really the only reason why these streams exist, is for the viewers to enjoy it, and I think we did a good job. We've got Seth Lipkin of Cross Tables, who also made the Ulu app. That clock that you see that's running on the phone is a Seth Lipkin creation. We've got John Chu, Josh Castellano, Matthew O'Connor, who do TSH and the pairing systems. You heard from Matthew O'Connor earlier today on the Collins session this morning. Art Moore did wordjudge.me, which you saw on all the challenge screens. Very nice challenge adjudication program that he has come up with. We've got Steve Seguin of Video Ninja, who's doing a lot of the technical stuff in the background to make sure that me and Jason and Josh all stay in sync and don't drown each other out with television static and other things like that. The technical platform is very important. And of course, Sarah Rosenbaum and George Bissonette, who made some of the equipment that you saw these players playing on. all of these efforts combined made a very great stream, and we're all very glad that you turned out to watch. And I think I got through all the things. Am I missing anybody, Jason?
No, I think you hit them all, and thank you for giving everybody their due.
So with that, we're going to close down this stream. Thanks again, everybody, for watching. Keep an eye out for the Albany New Year's stream coming up in just a few weeks. If you're not following Let's Play Scrabble, you should be doing it because that's where all the action is. I think the California Open, or are they still streaming? If they are, check out twitch.tv/sfscrabble, see if they're still live. And I think we're getting word from our producer that we might get an awards ceremony. But so me and Jason will step away, but you'll get to see some players winning some very deserved cash/check/PayPal prizes. So with that, it's been Charles Reinke and Jason Nadolski. It's been great having you, and we'll see you next time.
See ya.
It won't. This is too small. I thought it won't fit. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. I know. It's great. What's that? Yeah, that's fine. That's good. Now he's back. I'm not doing this without. Oh, yes. Right. Yes. Want him to shut up?
All the Lincoln show. Yeah. Everybody. I was not doing that. Matt's gonna say. First. What? It'll be like one for A, one for B, one for C. So. Anybody break the 20? Yeah, you can. Right. Yes. Enough to really there. Yeah. Josh, your camera's on. By the home officer, let's place that now. Want to put this on there? Oh, this is fine. Here, grab me that. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Open the legs, open the wire. Hold it for a little bit of weight. Okay, let's go. Okay, everybody. You can see them in the. Can you? Yeah. Oh. Okay. Okay, everybody. Thank you so much. Where do I put the price list? All right. Here's the way this is going to work. We're going to go through the 3 divisions. All the winners will come up. We'll take a group picture, and then we'll get everybody on the road. Okay, how does that sound? Great. The first thing that we are going to give away is the prizes for the best theme prizes. One was for Belleville. One was for ice and snow words. So I am going to start with the best snow and ice word. So we're going to do, there are 2 finalists, and we're going to applaud for one or the other, and somebody's going to win $10. It's on the table today. All right, here we go. What do you like best? Best snow and ice word. Do you like Slayer, Sleighher for 66? Or do you like Snowy for 22? Here we go. Do you like Slayer? Do you like Snowy? I think Slayer. It's more sustained. That is Ari. Thank you for tagging. All right, and words that describe Belleville. Okay, some of these are positive descriptions. Surprise. 2 to vote on. All right. One is roomies for 75, ROOMIES, and the other one is quinties. I don't know if that's how you normally say it, but QUINTES for 76. Yeah. And the room downstairs is called quinties. So here we go. Is it words that describe Belleville? Roomies or quinties? It is Sharon. Okay, now let's get into the rest of the prizes. The way this is going to work is you're going to get an envelope. What's inside the envelope?
A form to fill out. A form to fill out. There's no cash in the envelope, okay? So you fill out the form and you hand in the form. Make sense? And there are instructions on the form.
And take a picture of it before you hand it in.
Those instructions are there too. So here we go. We are. Hold on. Do I have B? Am I missing a page? Oh no, here they are. Sorry, my bad. Here we go. We are going to start with Division B. We have first, second, third, and a class prize. Class prize, top finisher in the bottom half. That goes to, with an 8-6 record, plus 273, Andrew Rosen.
Yeah, the lead.
Class prize. Yep. Here we go. Third place. Just gonna script the whole photographer thing. 9 and 5 plus 768. It's Mad Palazzo. All right, in second place, 11 and 3 plus 445, winning $200. Mark Hamilton. And in first place in Division B, an absolutely dominant performance. Ibsenized heading into the final round. Got to take it off. Connor Sell, 13 and Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, come way close.
Oh, hold on, let me show this. Hey?
Yeah, hold up the envelopes, everybody. Brandon. Okay, here we go. We're gonna go to NWL first, second, third, and a class prize. Here comes the class prize. 8-6 plus 19. $80 goes to Dean Hergon, everybody. Let's stick up here for a picture. Here we go. Third place, 10 and 4 plus 566. It's Michael Fagan, everybody. And at 10 and 4 plus 586 spread, 20 points of spread difference here. Always matters. $200 goes to Greg Bajordan. Come on up, Greg. And winning Div A in an uphill battle in the final game on the stream. 10 and 4 plus 671. Steve Bush, everybody. All right, let's put Steve in the middle. And then
Can I get closer together?
that's good. Yeah, let's try to look like friends. Here we go. Very good. Thank you. Okay. And now we are going to switch to the Collins division. The Collins division was a little bigger than either NWL division. So there's first, second, third, but then class prize. Here come the class prizes. In Class B, rank 2, with a 7 and 7 record, negative spread, $60 goes to Danny P. Danny, where are you? Class B, first place, 7 and 7, negative spread. Oh, 8 points spread difference here, worth $40. So that's Chris Tenden winning $100. That was unexpected. All right, here we go. And we have a third place winner coming out of, this is a tough field, national champion, world champion, but third place finisher coming out of the 12 seed, 10 and 4, plus 25. It's Heidi Robert. Okay, in second place, 11 and 3, plus 376. This guy battled all the way down to the end. Second place coming out of the number 15 seed, winning $250. It's Shafiq Tobani.
Congrats, Shafiq.
Thank you. All right, and winning the Collins division at 12 and 2 plus 1443. Coming off a world championship in Ghana. It's Adam Logan. Hold on, go closer.
Okay, Scrabble here forever.
Scrabble. Okay, that's it, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. Before you leave, we love you and we hope to see you soon. All right, let's play Scrabble, everybody. Thanks, guys. Please take a minute if you want fries to fill out the sheet. Get into the room, I guess.
What's your name again? All right, if anybody's still watching, we are going to finish this off. Thanks so much. Appreciate everybody here. I'm going to try to work the controls while also being on screen here. So yeah, thanks so much. Our next stream is New Year's. Hope to see you then. Let's throw a little music on and then I will end the stream. Thanks everybody. Bye-bye.